Hello and welcome, duelists from around the world, to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series Orlando. Day one is in the books with 2,274 total duelists in the main event. 9 rounds of Swiss were played, testing duelist stamina and resolve, with the skilled and the fortunate qualifying for day 2. Speaking of, what a beautiful day for Yu-Gi-Oh! With day 2 of YCS Orlando officially kicking off. If you are live here in Orlando, make sure to check out our public events. We have so many things for you, like Attack of the Giant card, Win-A-Mat, and the ultimate Time Wizard format. But what everyone is waiting for, today we'll see 3 final rounds of Swiss, followed by a top 64 bracket before crowning a YCS champion. We are live here at the Convention Center in Orlando. I'm Steve Kangas, honored again to be your host on the stage floor, but all around me, duelists are ready to go. So let's throw it back over to the casters to get us into day number 2.
Thank you so much, Steven. We are back here for another beautiful day in Orlando, and it has just been an incredible environment here, but today is really where the rubber hits the road, right, Joe? I mean, this is day 2.
Yeah, we have 3 more rounds of Swiss, the bubble rounds, as a lot of players refer to it as. You made your way all the way back to the Convention Center here for day 2. You had the evening last night to recharge, kind of think about the way the event went. If you made it to this part of the tournament, a lot of the deck decisions that you made maybe in the week prior, utilizing some of the new cards from Supreme Darkness, has certainly paid off. But the question is, can you make it those final 3 rounds so you have a shot in that 64-person playoff bracket?
Absolutely. There's only a few undefeated players left here in the tournament, too. So there's going to be a lot of people who are competing for those coveted top 64 spots. And it's just been an incredible tournament so far with a trophy on the line, a title on the line, so much at stake. And these duelists didn't come here just to top. They came here to win and be our YCS champion. So, let's talk about everything that happened yesterday, right? Think about it. We had 9 rounds of Swiss because we had just this stunning amount of players here and so much action, as you can see there, with all of these incredible duelists being able to showcase how great they are here at the game. Even gamers from other communities showing up to show how much they love Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, we had players who made it deep into World Championships. We had YCS champions. We had an array of players, both new and old, making their way to the feature match table. It was really quite interesting to watch how some of those feature matches transpired.
Well, let's talk then about, again, so many great duelists, but they've still got some dueling left to do today. So we're going to go ahead and switch over to the format because, again, there's so much they have to do still at stake. We had 9 rounds yesterday. The winner's going to be playing another 9 rounds, right? Because we're going to have 3 rounds of Swiss at 45 minutes. We'll go from our top 64 down to top 16, also at 45 minutes. Top 8 and top 4, 55 minutes. And our final is a crisp 65 minutes, best 2 out of 3. Again, that'll be 9 more rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh! That our champion has to do. So what a marathon.
This is basically the most Yu-Gi-Oh! You can possibly play. With this many players, with this huge attendance, with the first YCS of the year, 12 rounds of Swiss, that is a huge test of stamina. Top 64, another huge test of stamina. Every duelist in the event this weekend came here to win. Some events, there's 11 rounds of Swiss, a top 32. This is 2 more additional rounds relative to what we saw, for example, out in Anaheim. So this is really going to crown a duelist who not only mastered their deck, but also has the stamina to play all of these additional rounds.
Yeah, it really is a trip because you don't just show up here to duel, you have to show up to survive all of this dueling action. But they're not just playing just for the title of our YCS champion. There's some excellent prizes that they have that really are just stunning when you see it. Again, our first place prize pool is going to include an ultra rare Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series prize card from Another vs. Solaria. You're also going to get the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series trophy that is so gorgeous, the Steam Deck OLED version, a YCS Premium Messenger bag, a YCS Top Cut game mat, and an invite to and VIP status at the next World Championship Qualifier Tournament. And goodness, that trophy, right, Joe?
I know, right? Bags and mats can fade over time. That trophy is forever. That will be up on your mantle for the rest of your life. Someday be able to show your family that beautiful trophy every time they visit. That, look, it all came together. YCS Orlando 2025 is absolutely just a magnificent trophy.
Even for those duelists who are so celebrated that they may have multiple trophies, right? It still only is 1 YCS Orlando trophy for this event. And it is the first one of the year, and we've even got another one next week. So just some incredible stuff so far. This is going to be a great year. I guarantee it.
And what an amazing way to start off this year. The largest YCS we've had in quite some time.
Oh, yeah.
12 rounds of Swiss, all this additional dueling action. The viewers at home, the people here, tons of excitement for this particular event.
Absolutely. Well, that said, we do have to get to a round, but we're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be right back after this for round 10. And we're back, but we have a special guest here.
I'm joining the casting desk. Finally, it's going to be my first time hopping on for YCS Orlando. I wasn't able to do it yesterday, but I'm happy today because we have some very fun decks ahead of us that I begged. I begged to be on this next feature match, I'll be honest with you, and thankfully they acquiesced it.
It's going to be a good one for sure, absolutely. But this is an interesting match because I realize you haven't seen this play out yet before, have you, Joe?
No, I mean, I know what the cards do. I haven't actually seen this particular strategy. I hear sometimes they incorporate Kashtira, sometimes they don't. So we had to kind of pull in our, I'm not going to spoil it, but
no spoilers yet.
Our expert.
Resident expert.
Our resident expert on this
gave it
particular
away.
strategy.
If anyone knows my taste, they might already have a guess as to what deck's going to be on stream.
Well, speaking of stream, we still have 3 undefeated duelists left there in the tournament. You can see some famous faces there as they sit down and are playing for the rest of that main round. But we are going to have our featured match duelists here, so I guess I'll throw very close to myself to our desk here so Steven can introduce our duelists.
Light toss, light catch. Let's meet who's going to be on stage in the blue chair from Tallahassee, Florida. It's his first ever day 2 at a YCS, Wesley Guillota. And his opponent today in the red chair from Columbus, Georgia. He's about to finish his robotics degree, so let's see if he can engineer a win. Jamarl Tindo. Duelists are ready. Let's get into game number 1.
All right, well, no secrets anymore. Let's go ahead and spoil that surprise.
We got Mimighouls, baby! I have been a fan of Mimighouls since the day that they were announced. I was theory crafting how is the best way to build this deck from the first wave of support, and then the second came out and it all came together. There's been multiple ways to build the deck. I'm very excited to highlight how it's going to be played today because this is a way that I don't traditionally play it, but of all the ways you can play Mimighoul, they are all scary in different ways. This way, mostly because a lot of people, to be honest, have not read the Mimighoul cards. Which, speaking of Joe, how experienced are you with this? Would you be able to match up against Mimighouls at a tournament like this?
I have read the cards. I don't necessarily know what the game plan is in the grand scheme of things. I know the field spell is really powerful, and I don't want that to resolve. So that would be my primary path. I mean, this is actually something that's really important. Mimighouls made up less than 0.5% of the field. So when you go to an event, you can only prepare for so many decks and plan and play against them for hours and hours and hours. You will every once in a while, though, play against decks that you don't have familiarity with. I remember one time I played the last round of a YCS against ninjas, and this is way before the more recent sport. So that was a strategy, again, where you're reading a lot of the cards in the bubble match of a YCS.
Yeah.
High stakes. Again, there was probably 5 ninja players in that event in totality, and here I am round 11 of a YCS playing against it to make it into the top 32. So you need to find ways of very quickly learning. Game 1 is incredibly important. You need to get as much information as possible because if you sacrifice game 1 based on your lack of experience, you need to side deck well, take advantage of going first in game 2, and then find a way to squeak by game 3.
You're absolutely right because, you know, a lot of times we've talked about how there's no shame in conceding early to maximize how much time you have left in the duel, but technically you are giving up a chance to actually just see what the cards do if you're unfamiliar with them, right? Reading is one thing, but actually seeing it in reality, seeing somebody who has gone through just as many rounds as you, has the same record, playing cards you've never seen before is really just part of this game with so many thousands of cards. At some point, you're going to run into a great duelist doing something a little different.
And you just don't know where to interact to really shut down what they're trying to do, what the combos are, but that's the fun thing about Mimighouls. We're getting into game number 1 is that they can play through a lot, and also the combos themselves aren't exactly like traditional combos that you would think of for a combo deck. Let's use able to win the die roll, though, because that can be a big tell of how well Mimighoul is going to do. You do want to go first, and there we go. Looks like the die roll is won by Wesley.
This is the perfect way to get a chance to take a look at actually this deck in action. Let him go first.
Definitely be a masterclass. I'll be looking at Jamarl's face to see if he knows Mimighoul or not, just based on the expression when the first cup's down.
Stand by me. Okay, I'm trying to get a look at the hand here. And we just started with Dungeon. So one of the best cards in the archetype of Mimighouls, it allows you once per turn to search for a Mimighoul monster from your deck or your graveyard. So really fantastic recursion. And you're going to go for Mimighoul Dragon. One of, if not the best normal summons in the deck. On normal summon or special summon, you can search your deck for a Mimighoul spell or trap card.
We don't want to spoil anything, but that card can be special summoned in a few different ways in this particular strategy.
Yes, but it's getting hit with the Effect Veiler. So this is one of the areas that you can try and slow down Mimighoul. We already have the Mimighoul Fairy, which is, if you control a Mimighoul monster, you can just special summon it from hand. So it's a fantastic extension and one of the better cards to play through some of these hand interactions.
Certainly helps there, having the extra support to be able to get out those brand new Mimighoul Xyz monsters. Now, they came out relatively recently in Rage of the Abyss, but we didn't necessarily get to see them on the top tables just like that. But it is interesting that the judge has to read it just immediately.
I love that. Again, the Mimighoul, I promise everybody, Mimighouls are good. I love this archetype so much. Read the cards because you would be shocked what you can actually do with them, and I'm very excited to see if Wesley can show it off. So we're going to go into, it looks like, Gigantic Mimighoul, or Giant Mimighoul, which will, on summon, search for any Mimighoul card in your deck. And another Effect Veiler.
Both ultimate rare. Man, showing up today, Jamal.
It's funny you called it Gigantic for a moment because their effects kind of remind me of Sprite to a certain extent.
I also am a Sprite player, so that's where that one came out of. Now was that just a pass?
I think that was it.
Oh,
Yeah.
that is okay. You know, I was excited to show off Mimighoul and what it can do. That's not exactly what you want to do as the Mimighoul player, I will tell you.
I will say Jamal seemed to just be like, okay, yeah, Mimighoul Dungeon right when it was activated, so maybe he is not surprised at all.
So the problem is Mimighoul Dungeon does function as fantastic disruption for your opponent if they have a face-down monster. If they have a monster set on their field, they cannot normal summon, but he wasn't able to end with the face-down monster on the opponent's field. So there's no interaction. Giant Mimighoul on its own, Dungeon on its own, don't actually slow down anything. So it's going to come down to hand interactions now for Wesley to survive this turn.
Well, Joe, we know how powerful that it can be when Ryzel plays uninterrupted, especially with that Moon of the Closed Heaven out.
Yeah, this exposes that he is in fact playing Defeatsmith cards in his deck. And I'm kind of curious if there is the possibility of using the Ash Blossom on the ice, kind of that originally started this turn. Maybe the fact that he's paired it here with an Effect Veiler, or sorry, with a Nibiru in his hand that he feels confident that he can kind of utilize and leverage that Nibiru a little bit later in the turn.
Now we're going to go and discard the Fiendsmith Engraver there, grabbing something new after the Fiendsmith Requiem was stopped. Oh, yeah, he went straight for the Lurie. Now, a little ahead of yourself. Need to grab the Fiendsmith's Tract, then grab the Lurie, then discard it. Remember, it was a long day yesterday, so you got to really feel for these duelists trying to slug it out.
I was thinking about that all night, because it's a long day for us on the broadcast, too, but it's a much longer day.
Much longer.
We got to watch Yu-Gi-Oh! We got to talk about it, but these duelists are dueling for 9 rounds in one day. They have to go back to their hotel, get as much sleep as possible, and then come back and do it again.
Salar and I actually had this conversation yesterday, and we actually agreed it was a little bit of the opposite, just because you get so locked in playing that there's like this almost this flow state that you're in. If the event's going well and you're really getting into your deck and you're just so locked in, so.
Well, see, Joe, the difference between you and me is that you're very good at this game.
Hey, but you could be too locked in, which Jamal did kind of, grab the wrong card there, but eventually he made it out. So Lurie is on the field now because, of course, it was discarded from the Fiendsmith's Tract there. But now we're going to see where this goes. Some duelists opt to run 2 Fiendsmith Requiem if they have space, but if you're running a Ryzel deck, the extra deck is pretty tight.
Yeah, Ryzel players have had to, as the Fiendsmith cards have become more popular, cut some of the previous cards that were somewhat popular in some of the earlier builds of Ryzel that were a little bit more pure, especially with the release of also Eclipse Twins that you want to incorporate into the extra deck.
Yeah, you really have to cut down on some of those Ryzels.
One of those decks that even if we had a 30-card extra deck, it would still be cramped for space because there's just so many good options to choose from. It looks like he's going to go
could you imagine?
Oh, yeah, the Necroquip Princess.
Now we'll be able to summon back out the Engraver, so this is going to threaten Nibiru. Well, it's going to threaten DDD, which is then going to proc the Nibiru.
Yeah.
Threatening your threat.
Wave High King Caesar hit the field. I got it right?
I think so. I think
I got it right. 2 level 6s on the field, and it looks like it's being allowed to overlay.
All right. Well, touche.
The network has been overlaid, and Wave High King Caesar on the field. So Nibiru is no longer disruption anymore, and we're just going to keep playing.
Maybe he was so concerned about keeping the giant Mimighoul that he didn't want to use Nibiru the Primal Being, but we'll see if that ends up paying off.
I do not think that's worth it. The only problem is that it's only dealing with the Wave High King Caesar. You're not stopping the rest of the turn. So yeah, you lose your giant, but I guess to the credit of Mimighouls, one of the other kind of hidden effects of the field spell is that on the turn that they're not normal or special summoned, all Mimighouls gain attack equal to their defense. So right now, That is a giant Mimighoul. It's got a lot of attack. So it could be
1,000?
I believe it's 3,300 if I'm correct.
Wow, okay.
You can check me on that right now because I don't have the cards in front of me and it's hard to see the screen. But I believe it's over 3,000, which can be difficult to actually get through.
Hopefully, Jamar has some knowledge of the deck well enough that he doesn't make a mistake of perhaps attacking into it with a monster that's not quite strong enough.
Could you imagine? Because again, every Mimighoul card, I think part of the strength of this deck is that they all have 2 to 3 effects, and sometimes you miss one of them. And if your opponent misses that one effect, the crucial important one.
Well, you didn't miss anything so far. It is 3,300 attack.
There
Check
we
that
go.
via the handy-dandy Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron app.
I'm going to keep track. Look, can we get a counter on screen?
Yeah, score is
I love
one.
requesting things in production I know they can't do. It's a great bit.
Leave our wonderful production staff
They're
alone.
doing fantastic. I love them. But there's one for me of the correct score. I'll keep track mentally.
Well, speaking of not leaving things alone, though, look, we've already got Eclipse Twins in the graveyard, cycling 2 cards via the Rizal Cross Field spell to the bottom of the deck and drawing a card. Everything is going Jamal's way. So I wonder why Wesley is hanging in there. Not worried about conserving time. Maybe Mimighoul doesn't need to do that. He's just kind of feeling his opponent out and see what options he has.
Mimighoul does play relatively slow, so it can turn into grind games very often. A lot of it will, like how quickly can you end a game, will come down to what extra deck monsters are you running. Because the Mimighoul monsters themselves, they're pretty small. And yes, there's another hidden effect. Giant Mimighoul has multiple effects. One of them is that your non-Xyz Mimighouls can attack directly if your opponent controls a face-down monster. So you can do a lot of damage that way, but they only get the attack buff the turn that they weren't summoned, normal or special summoned. So I don't expect that to really come up right here. I think it will come down to, can Jamarl end the game this turn, or can he just put up enough disruptions so that Wesley can't really do anything on his turn?
Yeah, especially because we know he has Nibiru in hand, so he's already kind of playing 1 card short.
Yeah. But again, the dungeon, the field spell, every turn can search for a Mimighoul card, or monster. So if that goes into Dragon, Dragon can the normal summon search for any spell or trap. That can go into either the trap, which is essentially kind of like a combination of Emergency Teleport and Book of Moon, if you think of it that way. Or you can go Mimighoul Maker, which gets up more stuff in the deck. I'm talking a lot about the Mimighouls right now because we're just waiting to see what Jamarl decides to go for the full combo here. Looks like there's a detonator on the field with the Wave Hiking Caesar, which is still, I think, a very strong field to have. It's going to be tough for Mimighoul to play through that, too.
But notice that Mimighoul is going to have to play through it, considering that the Rizal Detonator is in defense mode. Powerful as a card it may be, it's not going to be 3,300 attack.
And that proves to us Jamarl knows that Giant Mimighoul has a lot of attack points right now.
Or that he can hear you from here. Teasing, of course.
I don't I don't think that's an issue. But now you got me paranoid. I'm going to start whispering for the rest
teasing.
of the cast. No, you're in my head now.
Well, if I spy my Millennium Eye, it looks like he's just going to go and attack straight into it before doing anything. No effects activated.
Yeah?
Doesn't trip over the Eclipse Twins at all. So, yeah, just straight damage.
Interesting call.
He's going to be able to protect it with the detonator.
Oh, that's true, because he couldn't attach material there. Interesting. So he forgot his opponent's special ability.
Yeah, and that's shocking, because to make it this far into an event and have that not come up, like, you should have played against enough Rizal to know. So I'm wondering if this was intentional. Yeah, okay. So this was the other thought, was like, you just say, yeah, I'm just going to hit the thing, do some damage, and then go into a Zeus. This is what I'm talking about with the Mimighoul deck, is that you have so much flexibility in your extra deck because there's not many Mimighoul extra deck monsters. So we have a Zeus on the field.
It's been a while since Zeus has seen play. I mean, it's kind of interesting with decks like Rizal that have Exceed monsters, but kind of the nature of the leveling.
Yep.
We see here a chain of the detonator to at least destroy the Zeus post the activation. And then he's going to, I guess, target the field spell, though that's going to be sent away with Zeus already. And now we're going to go Crossout Designator. So he's going to try to find a card in his deck that he thinks, yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, that's a very smart play, actually. The Mimighoul deck does like to play that because the Mimighoul monsters, you put them on your opponent's field face down. All of them, all the flip effects have that ability. They can special summon your opponent's field face down. But then if you can flip them up, it's your opponent's monster that's activating the effect. So Triple Tactics Talents is one of the best cards in Mimighoul. It's a very heads-up play from Jamarl.
Probably the only realistic option. Now, granted, he would have had to have drawn the talents because the double effect failure on turn 1 suggests that he wouldn't have had it in his opening hand.
True.
But it is still probably the only card in his deck that has that.
Optimization.
Yeah, it's It's small, but it does play around the possibility of him drawing it this turn.
Friendly reminder about the impact of Supreme Darkness. That Zeus may have cleared the field, but Eclipse Twins was able to get Ryzel Detonator back on the field, given an Xyz material, and then Detonator's effect activated to give another Xyz material, so you didn't get as much mileage from Zeus simply because we're in Supreme Darkness.
Yeah, you got through the back row and you got through the Wave Hiking Caesar, though.
Which opens up his Nibiru now, so there is some value here.
Well, also opens up the Mimigools.
Mimighoul Maker. Let's talk about this spell card. It lets you search your deck for 2 flip effect monsters. Then your opponent randomly selects one of them that gets special summoned to their field face down. You add the other to your hand. On resolution, you can then special summon a Mimighoul monster from your hand. So this is actually the best possible combination right now. We do Archfiend and Dragon. I'll explain what they do on summon here. Again, Dragon on special summon gets to search your deck for a spell or trap, Mimighoul spell or trap. So unless this is negated, this can then go into another of the field spell, probably, I would imagine, could go into the trap. We'll see which decision Wesley makes. But Archfiend has the flip effect that when it's flipped up, your opponent draws a card, then you discard a card, and then you give control of Archfiend to your opponent. So if Wesley can actually flip that up here, that's really big. But instead of going into Typhon, so wait, did we not? Oh, we did search. Yeah, so we have the dungeon in hand, and the Typhon will deal with the field. Wow.
Wow, indeed. Getting the Mimighoul dungeon back online here.
And of course, Typhon locks out the Detonator effect, so that's always been a historically reasonable counter
Yeah.
to Detonator.
And importantly here, because there is now a face-down monster on Jamarl's field, the Mimighoul Dungeon's extra effect kicks in. When you control a face-down monster, you cannot normal summon, and you cannot attack with special summoned monsters the turn they're special summoned. So it really slows down Jamarl's options. You really have to flip that Archfiend before you start going for your plays, and then your opponent gets to draw, you have to discard. This is the strength of Mimighouls. It's all about the field spell and what it limits your opponent from doing. They have to flip up and see what's inside of all those chests.
I definitely understand how Wesley got this far, though. I mean, think about the field he was facing and how much he has stabilized this game.
Another really awesome interaction there is the Eclipse Twins had been activated earlier in the turn, so not only did he deal with the Detonator, he actually dealt with the Twins, at least this iteration of the Twins. Now, it's still in the graveyard, so it can be brought back with another Detonator in the future, but he actually dealt with the Detonator twice with the Twin activation already being used.
And Typhon's still on the field, by the way.
Indeed.
So any monster with 3,000 more attacks effect is still going to be negated.
It does include his Nibiru, but for the purposes here, let's assume that Typhon is removed from the field. He survives. You could Nibiru main phase 2.
Yeah. And it really does come down to that patience. He held the Nibiru and did not use it to stop the Wave Hiking Caesar. He trusted. Giant Mimighoul is so giant. 3,300 attack is too much for Ryzel to just get through through its engine.
But if Ryzel can't, maybe Fiendsmith can.
Yep.
As Lacrima sends the Fiendsmith in Paradise to the graveyard, we might be seeing Desiree and friends soon. Oh, but Abyssal Baldrake first. Going to go ahead and banish that Necroquip Princess. We might be seeing a Chaos Angel.
Oh.
But you couldn't activate its effects. That'll
Just
be
attack
interesting.
over
yeah.
them. But it can't attack the turn special summon until
Because
you
of the
flip that
dungeon,
Mimighoul
yeah.
Archfiend. So you're going to have to flip that at some point. But this is another effect. Every Mimighoul card has extra effects. You need to read them. When you special summon a monster, or your opponent does, you can banish Mimighoul Maker, the spell from your graveyard, to flip a monster on their field face up. So now you're forcing the activation of that Archfiend.
Very similar to Fiendsmith in Paradise, just for the Mimighoul strategy.
But it's an interesting time to do it. You could have waited for the Chaos Angel, or just not used it, because now they can attack with special summon monsters, and they can also normal summon monsters.
But no Chaos Angel. Looks like instead we're going to Fiendsmith Sequence.
Oh. And, since we know, I'm going to whisper again because you got it in my head. There's a Nibiru in hand for Wesley, so this could be an incredible bait that you let Jamarl extend, clear the Typhon, main phase 2, you drop the Nibiru.
It's basically an unreadable Nibiru, too, because Maker was the card that was drawn the previous turn, which makes sense because he would have activated on the first turn. He also threatened the High King and didn't Nibiru then. So it's a Nibiru that's unreadable because he already, quote-unquote, checked for Nibiru earlier.
Very impressed with Wesley's play. Jamarl's also playing this very well, too. I mean, like, you're pulling off the combos correctly for Ryzel Fiendsmith, but when you're playing it's such a unique deck with so many unique interactions, it can get tricky.
Okay, now this Typhon is off the field. Nibiru is now live.
Oh, boy. So now we can normal summon. We've been lulled into a false sense of security almost here.
So we're going to go ahead and use the bonfire there to grab a Ryzel. So Ice Ryzel could be, going to go ahead and just summon that out and try to special summon from the deck with Akman on the field.
I think you don't let them overlay here, I would imagine.
This feels like the time.
Well, we do have X, which is annoying.
We already duo drived, so it depends on if he's playing multiple. He's not playing multiple duo drives.
Straight
But the problem here is this is going to try to...
Yeah, the Eclipse Twin still.
So you just
that's
chain
smart.
it. You Nibiru.
Oh.
The unreadable Nibiru.
It's almost like having a trap with Jinzo on the field, right? It's like, why would you set that? Because I knew this was going to happen. And precisely that, right? Clearing out the detonator before it even has the Eclipse Twins attached.
I mean, I still think you probably would have done it earlier, though, to avoid this destroying your dungeon, because dungeon is a recurring piece of card advantage. So in one end, yeah, it's great that the Nibiru came down, but I think, assuming it was 5 summons, I would have certainly done it prior to the detonator hitting the field.
I'm almost certain it was. I wasn't keeping track, so who knows, but yeah.
Unless he has another
what else
copy.
is in hand.
He might have another copy. I think I actually saw that earlier, but still, I don't think you would just waste it.
Could be trying to get rid of the detonators in advance. Think
like
about that. That's one less detonator to deal with.
And we talked about the tight extra deck. A lot of decks are only running the 1 to 2, so if they are on 2, you get that information for Duel 2 also.
Speaking of 2, we're actually passing the turnover to our Wesley because the token's enough. Just shut things down. Okay, so we're going to put Lacrima back in the deck here to activate its effect. Judgment Day is appearing.
Is Lacrima effect for the... Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Certainly an interesting duel. It has gone really swinging both directions, right? Every player has gotten to do exactly what they want to do, but just not quite enough to finish things out.
Another of the many reasons that you should give Mimighoul a shot. It's a fun deck to play, but this is how pretty much every game goes. Like, I don't think I've won a Mimighoul game in a single turn. It takes interaction and back and forth and really grind out your opponent. And we have another Mimighoul Maker. This is that same spell that we saw earlier. Gets to search for 2 flip effects.
And it's any 2 flip effects, right? Doesn't have to be Mimighoul monsters.
That's where some of the fun building comes in. You can do a lot of like Morphine Jar,
Cyber Jar.
Give your opponent,
Cyber Jar,
fresh off the list. You can run a couple of those. But there's a lot of fun options that you can do. I still think that just pure Mimighouls is probably the best way, just because you don't want to draw those other ones, and you can't guarantee giving it to your opponent because it's kind of 50-50. But this two in particular, just going Archfiend Dragon guarantees that you will bare minimum at least get to like a rank 1, which could be Giant Mimighoul, or there's another Mimighoul Xyz we haven't seen yet. We'll see if Wesley's on it. And it looks like it's the same. This is the one that I like. I rather give my opponent Archfiend and summon the Dragon than give Dragon and summon Archfiend. But the benefit of giving Dragon in this situation is you summon the Archfiend, flip the Dragon, and Dragon on flip, we haven't seen it happen yet, but on flip summon, or just flipped face up, it destroys all non-Mimighouls and, or all face up non-Mimighouls on your field. So it
like
would
a Thunder Crash, wow.
Yeah, it would clear the token and the Agnonde, but because of this, we're just going to get the dungeon, which is still fine. We can just search for another Archfiend from deck or graveyard.
So Agnonde is now going to kind of swap itself out for the Desiree.
Item they give Agnonde makes it lose effect.
Okay, so now we have the effects negations.
And that's very
And that would be enough, right? Remember, it's 3
Yeah.
all at the same time, but still 1 burst of 3 negates is very powerful, especially when it does not target.
But we haven't gone battle phase yet, so theoretically,
What is piercing effect?
I think Wesley can deal with that with the Nibiru. We'll see what the plan Wesley has is. I didn't see how big the token was. I wasn't keeping track of the math, because you also want to deal with that at some point.
Pretty big since it was Detonator and a couple of other monsters as well, so it is a little scary.
Yeah. So it looks like we have another dragon in hand, I imagine.
And I think I see a triple tactics thrust.
Oh, that's big. Thrust is very strong. Mostly because he gets to talents.
Yeah.
I was about to ask, what was in his deck? Does he have talents? Probably a single copy at least. Yeah, it looks like he has a copy.
Talent is
actually.
a very popular card to run in Mimighoul because again, your opponent is activating the flip effects, but also it's good even into their own cards. So we're going to normal summon the dragon. We've already used the once per turn effect to search, but we can now overlay and go into the extra deck for something else here.
Is this going to be another giant, or are we going to go into a throne?
Giant or throne is the other one. On summon, you can detach material to summon a. Well, I'm not even going to talk about it because it's neither of the options. It's option number 3.
It's number 3, actually. No, number 31.
I was close. All right, so that I'm 1 for 2.
The embodiment of punishment.
Now I have to say, this is, again, the flexibility of the Mimighoul deck is that you have so many different extra deck cards that you can run. Run us through that one, Steven.
So we don't see this every day. So again, once per turn during either player's turn, you can detach an Xyz material card, which Wesley just did. Change all monsters your opponent controls to face-up attack position. How great for Mimighouls, right? Yep. Then, all monsters your opponent currently controls must attack this turn if able. That's a quick effect, of course. But I think you can just use it for that Book of Taiyu-like effect to flip your opponent's Mimighouls up. Then, wow, this is crazy. While you control number 31 embodiment and punishment, this card gains these effects. Oh, because this is number 13, not number 31. Okay, so 31, different monster. My apologies, friends. During the player's turn, detach an Xyz material, and the same thing. Yeah. Change all the monsters to attack position, and also all monsters your opponent controls must attack if able.
Thank you for updating us on what the Xyz monster does, but it flipped up the Archfiend. We ripped the last card out of Jamarl's hand, drew a card, and then linked into Relinquished Anima to deal with the token. And that's it. That's game 1. Mimighoul takes game 1.
Wow.
That number 31, it's almost like this entire strategy was based on a card like that. It reminds me a little bit of the Mind Hacker with Kashtira, where all of a sudden a new strategy comes out and you're like, whoa, this is almost a custom card from years ago.
Yeah, Diablosis really paired well with Kashtira in the same way that both number 13 and 31 pairs. It's funny because 13 and 31 do almost the same thing, except they're looking for each other, so it's an easy card to mix up. But Wesley didn't mix anything up here. He is sort of lightly absorbing that little smile, but trying to keep his temper in.
Let me tell you right now, dozens of Mimighoul players around the world are very excited.
Dozens of Mimighoul fans.
Were you playing 13 or 31 in your Mimighoul strategy?
I gotta say, I'm a little embarrassed. I might have overlooked that one.
You better now.
I'm gonna go check it out.
It's a custom card.
I'm gonna check out the vendors here. Yeah.
It's a rank 1 custom card that flips all their monsters. You just give them Mimighouls. You're like, up, guys, up.
Like I had been saying, the flexibility of this deck is out the wazoo. The way I played it, I haven't played it in a couple of weeks here because of the original Sinful Spoils.
Oh,
I was
yeah,
actually playing the Snake Eyes variant of it. I've talked with other Mimighoul enthusiasts on the internet.
All dozens of them.
All dozens. You know, we have a Discord. We don't. But the way I was playing it was use the Snake Eyes cards because they're all level 1s, and you can go into Giant Mimighoul because it's a generic. You just need any 2 level 1s, and then that gets into your Mimighoul cards. Alternatively, if you open your Mimighouls, you can also just play Snake Eyes stuff. So that's how I chose to build the deck, but that makes the extra deck much more limited because I'm looking for then Snake Eye cards and things that combo off of that. But when you don't have access to original Sinful Spoils and you're playing just the pure Mimighouls, these other options start to pop up, and I think that, again, that's one of the strengths of the deck. You only have 2 Xyz monsters in Archetype. You have a lot of flexibility.
Another question I have is, we see a little bit more of sort of a committed Mimighoul strategy. What are your thoughts on the Kashtira variation? Why would players incorporate that into this deck?
Yeah, so I am a little shocked that anybody would think of playing Mimighoul without Kashtira, just because of the innate synergies. Again, it's kind of like the Triple Tactics talent. Your opponent is the one activating the effect. If you can put a monster on their field face down and then it flips up, and you have a Kashtira Unicorn, you get to take away one of those important extra deck cards. Plus the Unicorn, obviously we know this with the Birth, you can go into all kinds of extra deck plays. But it isn't in Archetype. It isn't like your own Mimighoul engine, so maybe that's the reason to not play it. And also, it can be inconsistent to make sure that you are flipping up a monster on your opponent's field. As we saw in that game 1, I think he only did it twice. So, and neither of them, or only one of them was on his turn with that that overlay play when he won the duel. You didn't need the Kashtira Unicorn to take anything from the opponent's deck. So maybe that's the argument that Wesley's having here is like, it's almost like a win more. Like, you don't need it to do what Mimighoul is actually trying to do because it's inconsistent to guarantee that you're going to force them to activate a monster effect. But that would be the theory behind it, and why I play the Kashtira cards in my variants is that it's their effects activated.
Well, you've been the resident Mimighoul expert. What are you worried about if your opponent is on Fiendsmith Ryzel and they're going first? How are you going to have to play through it, or what are you scared you can't play through from a turn 1 board?
Well, so the benefit of things like Triple Tactics, Talent, and Thrust is that you're running them main deck no matter what. So those are obviously great going in second cards because you can try and play through a lot of what your opponent's going to set up. So I'm imagining those are staying in. The weakness of the deck that we saw is it does play slow. Like you're probably going to give your opponent a turn or two before he can close out the game. So that I would say is the biggest scary thing with Fiendsmith is because they have such incredible recursion. You have to deal with so much every turn. But the benefit of Mimighoul is that you can play the annoying cards like Dimension Shifter and not be worried about it. So I think that, Wesley, if you get something like that, you can really shut down what your opponent's trying to do. And then that could be the path to victory here.
Well, speaking of the path to victory, the players look like they're ready to start, so we'll be underway soon, but it's going to be really interesting to see. We got to see Mimighoul go first. Now we get to see what it looks like if Jamal takes first, what it looks like for Mimighoul to go second.
I'm just so happy, man.
Hey, it's exciting to see all of these different decks, whether they got recent support or whether they're just part of Supreme Darkness. I mean, really, every card counts. Somewhere out there, there's people who are like, Reign of Mercy. This is my favorite card in the world, right? I'm going to make my entire deck just about this card. That's what's great about the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. With thousands of cards to choose from, everybody's got like their own little concoction of interesting cards and combos.
And the best part about decks like Mimighoul, Ryziel, I'm not going to say it's solved because we've seen so many different versions of it just at this event. But there's kind of like a consensus of, oh, there are these different ways to play it depending on what you like. But Mimighoul, because so few people have really experimented, it's like, yeah, you look at a list, it's going to look completely different than somebody else's list. So game 2, the list for Wesley's working. Will it get another win, or can Jamal bounce back and bring us to a game 3?
And this one will be the real challenge. There are a lot of decks out there that going first have enough within their strategy to win. It's really those decks that can still do that going second. I see a shifter in his hand.
Oh, that, yeah. No, again, the only thing that slows down is your grave effects of things like the Maker, which we saw where you can banish it to flip a monster face up, or Dungeon can grab a Mimighoul from your graveyard or your deck, but neither of those are game breakers for Mimighoul. Like, you're fine without those two.
Could be mistaken. I would have expected it to be activated. Maybe some of the Mimighouls just look like Dimension Shifter from a quick glance at the hand, but...
Well, you may want to hold on to it right now. I feel it would be the time you would do it, but at the same time, what are you going to get off of it, right?
The Engraver, potentially.
True, true. You would want to activate it before the Engraver happened, but since he started off with these rank 4 plays and it's kind of... Well, he's not locked in yet, but... Oh, okay, maybe now. Maybe now.
I'm not... It's tough to see. Again, the cards are angled from our view, so we're not exactly sure if he does have it. The fact that he's
Looks
holding
like it's
it.
second to the left, but I could be wrong.
Well, if it is there, he missed a chance to get 2 Ryzel locked out of there, but he might just be being cautious. But we see a card about to come down.
Which would also shut off cross draws this turn, too, but...
Yeah.
All right.
There it
Oh,
is.
there's the shifter. So we did have it. Not a huge deal that there are 2 Ryzel monsters in the graveyard, but just, you know, you always want to keep stuff out if you can.
The scariest Mimighoul of them all has hit the graveyard. Dimension Shifter.
The scariest Fluanda Rees, the scariest a lot of different archetypes.
Where's he shifting to? Where
To another
I never
dimension.
thought about the
Dimension.
lore. Yeah, but which one?
The different
There's
dimension.
so many.
The D dot
Oh, the different dimension.
Like
The
DD
other
Warrior
one.
Lady.
Yeah, he's hanging
Yeah.
out with like DD Warrior and DD Warrior
good
Lady
call.
and DD Warrior.
DD Survivor?
Yeah.
Do you think Survivor kind of looks like Shifter? I don't know. I'm not going to get into that lore. We got the Ryziel cards continuing to play, though, even under the Dimension Shifter.
Does help a little bit because we're not worried about, you know, your monsters that you would typically send from the extra deck to the graveyard, like your Mirror Logic Aggregator, which we haven't seen as much. Eclipse Twins is kind of taking that slot, but even Eclipse Twins can't be used right now, so the Shifter's still putting in work. It's just kind of not exactly what you were hoping for, but at the same time, Moon the Closed Heaven could go into the Fiendsmith combo. None of those Fiends would be going to the graveyard, so Shifter's still doing Shifter stuff.
Yeah, this is, I mean, it is great. It's just a matter of could it have been better?
Yes,
He's going to
yes.
stymie any plays from this point forward. You just could have done this with the 2 Ryziels in the banished pile, and then in addition to that, played around some of the triple tactics cards.
To a degree, great is the enemy of good, right? He's still doing good work there.
So let's see. Does the Mimighoul strategy need the graveyard at all?
Again, the only things that really changes, the trap, and so we haven't seen it yet, but Mimighoul Room is the trap card. It does have a graveyard effect, as well as Mimighoul Maker, the spell, normal spell, but those are kind of like bonus effects. Mimighoul does not need the graveyard, to answer your question. The graveyard can benefit them, but... Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so
looks like play passed over to Wesley, and he's starting off with a Mimighoul monster set.
Yeah, so this is a powerful effect. All the Mimighoul flip effects can special summon themselves to the opponent's field face down. Normal summon of Archfiend then lets you pick a face down monster in your opponent's field and flip it up. Dragon on flip destroys all non-Mimighouls that are face up on the field.
Wow. Jamal's only mistake was not showing up to the tournament with his own Mimighoul monsters.
And now
That's
he
a
can
good
go
point,
into
Steven. It's a great point.
The Giant or the Throne.
I'm going to imagine Giant Mimighoul here. Yep, Giant Mimighoul, you get the search. You can go for the field spell, which I don't think he has in hand. Yeah, I don't see a spell in hand. Unless I missed it. But it's incredible because you can go for any Mimighoul card. There's other options we haven't seen yet. Things like Mimighoul Fairy just lets you special summon it to the field as well. We saw that game 1 very early on, but if you just need more bodies on the field, you can do that. Dungeon's the most important one if he doesn't have it in hand already.
Yeah, I think the Dungeon is the logical choice because of the reoccurring card advantage, especially if you play in a long game against Fiendsmith Lacrima.
And you can always, on activation, or not on activation, but once per turn, search for a Mimighoul monster. You can grab another Archfiend and then summon it to your opponent's field face down. And then because of the field spell, they have to flip it up before they normal summon a monster.
Looks like we just attacked here, and the face down didn't do much. No mirror forces to speak of, but battle is not something particular word. Yeah, I think we are downers.
So this would be the only downside of the shifter is that if you have Mimighoul Room, the trap in your graveyard, the graveyard effects you can banish it to bounce any Mimighoul cards face up on your field back to your hand. So you could dodge your own Zeus, but the trap's not even in the graveyard anyway.
Oh, and that is a critical bluff that is lost. The bonfire being gone there just to set as if he had something.
Yeah.
Now he won't have something next turn.
I have to imagine that's because he has a redundancy in his hand. The only reason you would set that is if you had a bunch of just engine cards in hand.
Yeah.
So how often do you go into Zeus when playing the strategy? Is that something players should expect? Yeah. So
all the time.
It's a core part of the strategy.
Because again, you're using all level 1, so you can do things like Lyrilusk Assemble Nightingale because it's a generic level or rank 1. They can attack directly, and then you can go Zeus. That's like one of the first lines that a lot of people, when they read the Mimighouls, were like, oh, it's just a rank 1 deck. That's fun. It really was just a Zeus deck on the first wave of support.
Well, it's not doing too bad as a Zeus deck right now, but it looks like we are going to go ahead and pass play. Jamal draws for turn.
I didn't see what was searched. I'm imagining that's a Mimighoul Archfiend, but I'm not sure.
We'll find out soon enough. Jamal peering into his hand, getting ready for that first play.
Looks like he has an Ash Blossom. I have to imagine he has some type of engine. That's why he set Bonfire or another copy of Bonfire.
No, whatever it is, it's not obvious to him yet. Thinking about his plays. Gonna go ahead and just rip the Band-Aid off.
And there's the Archfiend. So now your opponent draws, you have to discard.
Oh, what an interesting way to get Lacrima into the graveyard.
This is the downside of Archfiend, is that the discard isn't always bad. Like, it doesn't always slow down your opponent. Sometimes there are things that they're like, oh, I'm fine to discard this.
And at least it's a send in case you get paired up against the Dark World player.
Oh, yes, that's true.
It's a good point. I never thought about that, actually.
Hey, there's been new Dark World stuff. Anything can happen. Mimighoul's up here. Why not Dark World?
You know what? I shouldn't laugh. You're right. You're right, Steven. Shout out to the dozens of Dark Worlds out there, too.
But now we see Ice, and this will be the really big question. Now that he has his access to the graveyard, I mean, Lacrima's already in the graveyard, but he has his graveyard, the Dimension Shifter is worn off. How much defense does the Mimighoul player currently have here, besides that Zeus?
Did we see the set card? I don't remember.
I didn't have a good look at it.
So if that is Mimighoul Room, that's the trap. We haven't seen that yet, but it allows you to special. Okay, well, we'll get to that if it comes up. Here's Exciton Knight. This is
I think we're going to see it soon.
Threat.
Yeah.
This is like the older Zeus versus the real Zeus, who are all newer versions of Black Rose. So it's like Black Rose was the original,
right you
and
are,
then
Joe.
Exciton Knight,
right you are,
and then Zeus.
Back in my day, it was Chaos
them
Emperor.
Kids. Yeah. Good old Crossroads of Chaos. What a set. Okay, but now we get to see what is this face down card.
Thinking about it? I think he's going to do it.
There isn't an immediate need to activate it because anything that's summoned will go to the graveyard, and because it's happening in the chain, you wouldn't even get like the search effect of like a Mimighoul Dragon hitting the field.
Yeah, that'll be it.
Yeah, so that makes me think it's Mimighoul Room. There's just no need. Yep, there it is. So you didn't need to activate it. It does have a graveyard effect that won't come up because the graveyard effect bounces face-up Mimighoul cards on your field back to the hand. There are none. But what it does on activation is it summons a Mimighoul monster from your deck, either face-up to your field or face down to your opponent's field, and then can flip a monster on your opponent's field face down. So very...
Infinite impermanence. Oh, the cross-out designator.
That was insane. First off, Wesley holding that card. Maybe that was what was drawn off of the Archfiend. You never know. But holding it either way, having access to that cross-out designator, fantastic for Jamal to play through.
Cross-out designator still does a lot of work. We talked about how Mettle Tronus is becoming more popular. I would never imagine it to take the same slot, though, because of the unique interactions you have here. Cross-out designator stopping the infinite permanence and getting us right to this combo from Jamal.
So I know Wesley has another copy of Dimension Shifter in his hand. There's only 12 minutes on the clock. What do you think Wesley would need with 2 cards? Because considering one of them in his hand is already Dimension Shifter, what could he get with 2 cards that could get him out of a situation with Detonator on the field with what Jamar's about to establish?
I'm thinking Mimighoul Maker is probably the only thing. But even then, I don't think that's enough, because if you get Mimighoul Maker, you can 50% chance to give them a dragon and then get your Archfiend, summon Archfiend, flip up the dragon. It will destroy all of their monsters. But like that shouldn't be enough.
Do you think it might be worthwhile to concede? Okay, literally.
Yeah. I think that's very smart. You were just going to ask me. I think that's wise for Wesley. Use the time that you have. You have the advantage of winning that first round, or first game. So now we're going to go to a game 3. Jamal takes game 2.
Yeah, that was my kind way of asking, does he have a chance if this game were to move to the next turn, or should those 12 minutes perhaps be saved for having the opportunity to go first in game 3?
Jamal certainly smiling there, certainly feeling the pressure of Mimighoul, like, oh my goodness, I survived.
I have seen that face, let me tell you. I've gone to locals a couple of times. I've seen that face often of, that's what your cards do. Well, it's a scary deck you got there. And let me tell you, it is. You flip those chests up, and you're not a fan of what's inside usually when they're on your field. So Jamal feeling that right now. Now you're going to be realizing that turn 1, or going first, Mimighoul is the best way to play it. You were asking me, Steven, earlier, like, what are your turn 2 options? They are limited. He had the Dimension Shifter, but it was not enough. Like the set Bonfire maybe was the bait. Like the double Zeus felt good for the Mimighoul player, but only having the 1 activation was tough. Like, you can't stop the Exciton Knight, which maybe he should have just gone for it. Like, allowing the 2 level 4s to then overlay when you had the Zeus on the field, then you have no defense. But I also understand, like, you're in a tough position no matter what as Wesley there.
It's an interesting philosophical point. Notice that Wesley doesn't try to get rid of materials on the field. He always waits for the threat. So he didn't use the Dimension Shifter when there were 2 level 4 monsters on the field. He waited for the Moon in the Closed Heaven to appear and then discard Dimension Shifter.
Yeah.
He didn't do anything with the Zeus when there were 2 monsters on the field. He waited until after the Exciton Knight. So maybe that's just something that after playing dozens and dozens of games with this, he's like, oh, this is the time to do it. But that may not pay off in every duel.
And you know what? A lot. We talk about the tight extra deck of the Ryziel Fiendsmith. We saw Moon of the Closed Heaven. So usually when you see that, you can probably think, oh, maybe they're not on Exciton, because that's the other light fiend that can bridge into the Requiem. And because it's so tight, some players are choosing to only run one and not the other. So there's a chance that Wesley was like, oh, well, he's not running Exciton.
Well, apparently he is. Jamal running both, and it really did pay off. So a little testament there that there is no one right way to play. You never know when you need both.
Very fun match, regardless of who wins.
Obviously, oh, yeah, you can see they've got good spirits now.
I'm happy to see Mimighoul on the feature match. It's a very fun deck. Happy that everyone at home is getting to watch this as well. But I'm mostly just happy that this is some good Yu-Gi-Oh! That we get on stream right now. This is fantastic.
And I like that there is a realistic going second strategy. It didn't work out there, but as you commented on, Duelists with the level 1s have always combined really well with Zeus. The downward Zeus line that we've seen really for a couple years now. So there is a reasonable going second strategy embedded within this deck.
But here we go.
And it's not a side deck strategy. Sometimes you have a side deck based strategy. This is a main deck in his extra deck already.
Game 3. Let's get into it. Wesley versus Jamal. Mimighoul versus Bestial Ryziel Fiendsmith. One of the more popular strategies here at YCS Orlando. Ryziel has been dominant alongside newer strategies like Malice as well. But Mimighoul showing they can still hang. Oh!
Well, to make that a little bit more articulate for those folks at home, of course, discarding one of the Mulcharmies, stopping that with Ash Blossom Majora's Spring, so there wouldn't be any draws. But there's another Mulcharmy Fualos, since you can activate up to 2 Mulcharmy effects per turn.
It looked like a Perulia into a Fualos, I think.
The Perulia was definitely the stronger one. I almost feel like you could have fainted the Fualos first and then dropped the Perulia, but we're still going to see it here with Mimighoul Maker.
So here we go. This is the one, again, you get a search for 2 flip effects, summon 1 to your opponent, but then the other from your hand will special summon from the hand. So that is important to note. And that is 3 for 3, giving Archfiend and then keeping the dragon. And we are going to go for that, so that will give your opponent a draw.
Yep, the Fualos draw.
And now we get to search for a Mimighoul spell or trap. Again, very common to go for the field spell unless you already have it. Look at that deck.
D-shifter. Or
D-
Dimension Fissure.
Yeah, that's D-Fissure right there.
Yeah, that is
Dimension
D.
Fissure. That is an interesting, I'm imagining side deck card.
Oh, it has to be.
Yeah.
Taking no prisoners. Just all banishment all the time.
And there is a room in hand with an infinite impermanence in hand, and we were just passing. Okay, so we search for the room, not the field spell. The room is defense. It can flip a monster opponent controls face down, which can slow down Ryzeal. Maybe not as strong at slowing down all of Fiendsmith with Ryzeal if you open both. And yeah, we do have Attract. So because we opened Ryzeal, there's so many of them. I'm imagining we also have one of those. I haven't seen Jamal's hand yet, but it could be tough to play through both of these.
For what it is worth, in order to fit some of the Bystials and Ryzeals and Fiendsmith, we haven't necessarily seen the complete maxed out Ryzeal monster lineup that maybe we saw a little bit earlier. Just cutting here or there one or two. I'm not talking about like significant reductions, but it's not inconceivable that he's not maxing out every single one of them.
Yeah.
Yep, looks like things are starting to heat up as the Mimigal room is flipped up.
I will correct myself. However, he's playing 46 cards. So he has, instead of cutting a Ryzeal, he's just decided to go higher and higher in deck count.
That's just adding the Bystials, basically. But here, the Mimighoul room will activate, and the first effect lets you special summon a Mimighoul from your deck, either face up to your field or face down to your opponent's field. And the Maker's in the graveyard, so anytime a monster special summon, you can flip a monster up. We have choices. We could go for, okay, we're going to go for the Master. I was thinking you can go for Dragon to your opponent's field, and then you can Maker to force flip it up and destroy everything. Or Master basically does the same thing. On summon, you get to search your deck for a Mimighoul monster, and then during your opponent's main phase specifically,
Master to flip a monster face up?
and we are going to do it.
Maybe it doesn't.
Okay, so we're
I'll do face up defense. Okay?
So we're going to flip up to face up defense. So we don't have the Dragon ability to destroy everything on the field, but we do have the ability to flip up the Archfiend instead. Force your opponent to discard. You get to draw, and then you get that Mimighoul Archfiend.
So getting rid of the Nibiru this time. No discarding Lacrima.
One discarded Nibiru, one drew Nibiru in this situation.
Comet's coming for us all.
Extra Ryzeal.
Getting rid of what looks like Meteorological Aggregator there. I'm going to go ahead and negate the Mimighoul Master.
Read every Mimighoul effect. They have multiple. Master does also have the effect that it can't be destroyed by battle or card effects when you control a face-up Mimighoul monster or your opponent controls a face-down monster. So that was protected. Now it's not.
And both sides applicable currently.
Yeah.
Oh, the talents.
Ooh.
Assume the draw effect.
And that's a level 4 Mimighoul Master, so you could take it
oh.
and then overlay with it. Oh, we're looking at the hand. 2 Nibiru!
Okay, there's no way to get rid of it.
Oh, that's rough for Jamarl.
So I feel like if you're a Mimighoul expert, you get rid of the dragon, right? Yeah, just to make sure there's no follow-up search for a dungeon since there's nothing in the field zone.
Absolutely.
With 4 minutes remaining in the clock, we're not going to see double Nibiru activated either, so we have to just get through both of them, or one of them being the only one that's going to activate with the time that's remaining.
Jamarl just has to do damage. Master's only 1,800 attack right now. If you can just get damage in, we could play to the timer.
All right, so Sword Ryzeal hitting the field. Yeah, let's go and grab another Ryzeal from the deck. This time another Ice Ryzeal. Wesley not feeling the pressure. You can see a wry little smile curving on his face as he just kind of cycles through his cards.
He knows and we know that's an infinite impermanence set as well. So with that in the Nibiru, he theoretically is fine. And is this going to be the 5th summon now? We did Lurie, we did Ext, and we just did Sword. So this is the 4th summon. So if we just summon and attack the Master Pass, that honestly isn't that bad for Jamarl. It's putting Wesley on the draw, but they do have 2 other Mimighouls that can overlay into Giant and then search.
But I think that's a pretty quick sequence, though, is just to overlay the 2 level 1s right there on the field. So I can't imagine just putting Duo Drive and attacking over Master is going to deal enough damage. I think Wesley will have plenty of time.
And there's infinite permanence on the Duo Drive.
And this is tough because now the next summon is in fact the 5th summon.
It would force it. But I think if you're Jamarl, you do it because then the Nibiru's also dealing with all the Mimighouls on the field, which if anything, Wesley might rather have. There's a world where he just doesn't Nibiru.
I was about to ask, his field looks pretty good. If you're only going to deal with one of these monsters.
Yeah.
Threat and Nibiru both controls Jamal's gameplay, but means that Wesley's confident just not to activate it.
Is
Jamal's
it
in a tough
Fairy
spot.
in Wesley's hand? Is
It's
that the-
Fairy,
Yes.
It is Fairy.
which can special summon if you control a Mimighoul monster, but that's really all it does. It's extension. It won't have its own innate effect that can really help you out, so we're just going to attack the Mimighoul master.
216. So I take.
And one thing to note that if you were to Nibiru, that Lurie's face down so it wouldn't get tributed. Just
Yeah.
to put out the fact that if we are going to be playing a game where damage really matters with this amount of time on the clock, a face down monster could just be enough of a defensive wall.
True.
It is just another piece on the board that needs to be dealt with in order for a direct attack to occur.
If you don't deal with it, it can just go into the Fiendsmith stuff the next turn
Oh, wait,
if they just
that'd
flip it
be
up.
right?
Yeah, they're
I was
redoing
saying
the math there. I caught that when I was listening to player
Yeah.
audio. Infinite Impermanence is negating Duo Drive, so Duo Drive is not reducing and increasing the attack of monsters respectively.
Yes, yes. With 1800 attack master,
Yep.
should be, I think, 700 damage there.
And it is negated from the aggregator earlier in the turn.
Yeah, so it can be destroyed by battle.
Certainly have to put a lot of resources just to play through Mimighoul.
If you're a Mimighoul fan and your friends texted you and said join in and you're just now watching and you're like, he can't be destroyed by battle. No, it was negated.
It is hard to walk by a game in progress of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game
Yeah.
because you don't know everything that happened earlier in the duel.
And you should be texting your Mimighoul friends if you haven't yet.
Yeah, please, clip
This is a
this, Twitch,
reminder.
clip
Giant
this.
effect to search on a
Giant
card.
Mimighoul on summon now gets to search for a Mimighoul card, and it's infinite impermanence. Really good target to hit with that. You can still
Ooh.
go and just attack the Lurie and go Zeus, but time is on the clock.
Yeah.
A minute and 30. You really want to get damage in here.
Target to return this to hand.
That's fantastic. So this is one of the unique effects of Mimighoul Room. You can dodge effects with it, but you can also use it to recycle your normal summon effects.
Imperm was in.
You banish it from the graveyard to return a Mimighoul back to your hand. Just resummon that dragon, search for a spell or trap. Yes, the giant Mimighoul was effect negated, but dragon will go through.
I love that Wesley took the time to ask which column Infinite Impermanence resolved in because, of course, you know, when you get
Good
caught up in
point.
it, when the clock's going, you're like, oh, I got to play fast, got to play fast. Don't play too fast. You still need to make sure you're winning the duel, right? So reasonable pace of play is good.
He needs to play faster than this, though. If he wants to win.
45 seconds.
I'm not sure he knows exactly how much time is on the clock.
It's
so
tough.
close.
I think Nightingale might be the only way, but is that going to be enough? I'm trying to think damage. Yeah, because I can do 800 attack twice. That would be enough if we can just get to Nightingale and attack twice.
He just needs to put it on the field.
I think he's trying his best. That's why that Mimighoul Maker is as far from the Imperm column as possible.
Okay.
You would set there.
Special.
summon.
We can flip the dragon. That'll destroy the Duo Drive.
Oh,
Not the
here we-
lure. Oh, we can just attack.
Oh, because they're attacking directly with the effect. And Wesley takes it, advancing further on the bubble here. So we'll lose Steven as he approaches the stage. But just an incredible set there. Oh, my goodness. And now, Joe, what do you think about the Mimighoul deck?
I mean, it was fun to commentate. It was fun to watch. Winning just there with a few seconds remaining.
It shows you the importance of monsters that have the effect to attack directly, especially if they're Xyz monsters. You're right, there's so many different monsters. Assembled Nightingale, obviously, for a level 1 strategy, but what about Heartland Draco, too, right? There's been so many ways we can just attack directly and then make the down position, make Zeus. So really, really powerful play here and just an exceptional use of every single piece of the toolbox, right? I think the only Mimighouls we didn't see were Armor and Slime.
Yeah, and the Giant was negated earlier in the turn, which otherwise would have allowed him to attack directly through its natural effect as well. So he
Yeah.
actually had multiple avenues of trying to attack directly. But again, he found a way to get through that. And we have 2 more rounds remaining in the Swiss today. A Mimighoul player, 2 wins away from the top 64. It is
Could do
possible.
it. They really could do it. It shows you that, you know, I say this a lot, and I'm sure people are like, okay, Steven, we've heard it. Any deck can win. But any deck really can, because, again, I've never seen a deck win a tournament, only Duelists, right? And it just depends on whether or not they put the research and development in, the lab time, etc. Now, I'm not saying it's a guarantee that you're going to win, but it does improve your chances. And Wesley up there, he is advancing only X2, and X2s can make it. So we'll see if he goes the distance.
And I think because it's top 64, basically every X2 will probably end up making it. So he is, in fact, 2 victories away from securing himself a spot in our top 64.
I don't know that we have had at a Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series a Mimighoul top yet. I don't know. We've had a lot of interesting decks top, but I don't know if that's had it yet. So this may be, he may be a hero.
I know, I mean, less than 1% of the field bringing Mimighoul and one of them making it to the top 64 would be an impressive feat. I mean, I'm really rooting for him these last 2 rounds.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Jamal did an excellent job, though, and May not be in contention unless there's a nice X3 that slips in with good tiebreakers, but still shows you that you got to study every single card out there. And I think he did a great job of playing against it. He really seemed to know what to hit and what to go for.
Yeah, I was about to say that too. I was really impressed. You know, we assumed that based on the fact that the Mimighoul deck is not exactly the most represented, that he might have a lot of advantages against players who might be unknown about the strategy. That didn't really seem to be the case here. It seemed like Jamal really did have a good understanding of inherently what that deck was trying to do. I don't recall him reading very many cards.
No, he really did. And that's the thing you could do. You know, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game is, I played against a human being, right? I sit across from someone I play against you, right? And most people, you know, when you duel your lockdown like this, every now and again, look up. Because you'll learn a lot of stuff like that. Because when we saw Jamal, when that Mimighoul dungeon happened, he's like, no surprise, no worry, no freaking out. And that's how you know, okay, this guy knows what this deck does. I need to play as tightly and as well as I can.
I will say there are sometimes strategies where you know when your opponent's reading all of the cards in the back of your mind, you know where it's going and you know it's going to surprise them. And that actually can sculpt how you plan out your turns because you know what ultimately your end goal is going to be. That wasn't the case here. It seemed like both players understood what was going on in terms of what the end goal of the Mimighoul strategy was. You know, he wasn't surprised by the way, I can't normal summon.
Yeah, he was just like, okay, just had it.
I'll special summon, no problem.
Well, it's really great to talk about Mimighoul, but why don't we go down to the stage to let two Mimighoul fans talk about one of their favorite decks right now.
Thank you very much, Stephen. I'm here on stage. Congratulations, Wesley, on your feature match win, as well as winning with Mimighouls, of all things, continuing on into round 10. I want to start off with that. What made you want to play this? Like, oh, wait, first off, let me shake your hand for all the Mimighoul players around the world for bringing that to the feature match. What made you want to play it today?
Oh, I just love the playstyle. It was a lot of fun, and I figured I'd see how far I can make it. Yeah.
Did you expect to make it this far? Be honest.
No, I thought I'd be leaving early yesterday.
So what do you credit then your success to? Is it that, you know, it's a unique deck, not as many people know it, or do you think that you're just this good at piloting the deck?
Almost everyone has to read the cards, so there's a bit of a learning curve for them. And I just play enough hand traps to grind my opponent out.
I noticed looking at the deck list, this is not the way that I play Mimighoul or build the deck typically. How much were you practicing it ahead of time? Or is this like a unique build of yours? Were you working with other people to build this?
I've been like looking at other people's lists, but mostly by myself. I just go to locals and test it out. It's been pretty fun.
All right, I imagine your locals then. Would you say you win that often with Mimighoul?
I don't go all the time, but I usually do pretty decently. There's some good players there though. But I also had some help from some people on a stream I follow. Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Well, you mentioned before coming up on stage, this is your first day 2 of a YCS. You've been to a couple, but first time making it to day 2, and you're still playing right now. What does it mean to you to be able to make it this far?
Oh, it's pretty great. It's awesome. And plus my brother's out here watching, so we get to have fun with that. Yeah.
Shout out to the brother right there. I see the support. Congratulations once again on your feature match win. We're going to throw it back to the casters.
Just good Yu-Gi-Oh! It's great to see somebody playing their favorite deck and they're surprised that they got there. It's no surprise. When you put in the research and development time on a deck and you go to your store and you go to your streams and you like find people that talk and love the deck as much as you do, of course you're going to be doing well.
You know, sometimes you're playing a deck that's really well known, but maybe you've contributed 1 or 2 unique cards that are a little bit different and you feel so proud of, yes, I contributed these 2 cards in the side deck that nobody else is. He's really piloting an entire strategy that, you know, even as Steve King has mentioned previous, nothing like the one that he's playing. So he's really put in the time to craft a strategy that really fits how he wants to play the Mimighoul deck cards.
Yeah. We'll see if that works out. You know, there's so many different ways to play the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. Speaking of which, there is a great series of games that are coming out soon, a collection, if you will, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Early Days Collection, launching February 27th, 2025. And if you get the physical version on Nintendo Switch, you get one of 2 Harpy's Feather Dusters, which is just incredible. I believe they're quarter-century secret rare rarity. Gotta say, there's so many games on there. Is there a favorite one you're looking forward to playing again, Joe?
I think the Dungeon Dice Monsters is such a unique variation of Yu-Gi-Oh! Based characters. I don't even know if I call it the card game, but the characters, that's probably the one that I'm the most excited about. How about you?
Oh, Duke Devlin certainly brings some vibes, but there's actually a couple of games that we never got. So the Capsule Monsters Coliseum game for the Game Boy Color, I think it was in Japan, we never got that. So I'm really excited to play like official English translations of those games for sure. But there's also a lot of other great games like the World Championship editions and stuff like that. It's going to be a good time on February 27th.
I played so many of those games for so many hours during my childhood. So yeah, getting them all back in kind of one nice unified place is going to be fantastic, because otherwise I'd have to go dig them out of my parents' basement.
Oh, goodness. Well, you don't have to go to your parents' basement for more Yu-Gi-Oh! Luckily, but we do have to go away for just a little bit. We'll be back with round 11 soon, so don't go anywhere.
right, welcome back, everyone. We are here at YCS Orlando. It is day 2. We had 9 long rounds yesterday, and now we have 3 more Swiss rounds. Well, 1 already in the books. We got to see Mimigul win, which is really cool. That's a fun deck. I mean, Zeus is a pretty good Mimigul
Zeus is
card
a great
from what I
card.
hear. But that was a fun match we were watching there behind the scenes. But we have another exciting matchup that's going to be coming on with players with a couple losses. So if they win this, they're putting themselves in at least a good position to win the next round and make it to that top 64 cutoff.
Absolutely. There are some dark horses that we've seen throughout the event. We did see the Mimiguls, we've seen some Atlanteans, but tried and true strategies are still dominating here. We have seen a lot of Ryzeal, a lot of Malice variants, with a couple supplemental engines to really boost them through. But there's going to be only 1 undefeated duelist left now going into this round, which still, there's still 2 more rounds to play.
Yep, we might not have any undefeated duelists at the end of the Swiss rounds, but let's go ahead and jump right into it. Kangas, who do we have for our round 11 feature match?
For our round 11 feature match in the blue chair from Runmead, New Jersey, wants to shout out his wife, Tuyan. It's Nicholas Ma! And his opponent today in the red chair from Orlando, Florida, wants to shout out the Orlando friends Jordan, Bradley, Joseph, and Max. It's Jean-Paul Alonso. Duelists are ready, so let's throw it back to the casters for game number 1.
All right, thank you so much, Kangas. That's right, we have Nicholas Ma up against Jean-Paul, hometown hero, up against a Yu-Gi-Oh veteran in Nick Ma. He's been around for quite some time. He has topped many tournaments in the past, and he's looking to get another one under his belt and hopefully get that first win that he's been so hungry for so long.
Yeah, Nick Ma is a name that you do hear very frequently in these top tables, but he's not as consistent as a bunch of the other players, mainly because he doesn't get the time to play. He's working a lot.
He's got a wife.
Yeah, he tries to play as much as he can, and now I know that he's been practicing a lot to play in the upcoming 3v3 in Vegas, along with his teammate Aaron Chase Furman and Matt Caroli.
Those are some great duelist names. I mean, UDS champion and Matt, one of the best to ever do it. One of my favorite. I know he's an Inzektor fan just like I am. You know, he's my Hornet to my Dragonfly. But this is going to be an epic match here between these 2 duelists. And it is going to be the classic matchup where we have the Bestial Malice deck up against the Fiendsmith Ryzeal deck.
Yeah, so I think this is going to be a very interesting matchup, not because of the strategies themselves, but because of how dedicated these strategies are. These are much heavier engines into both than you typically see. Just looking at the deck list here, usually a lot of these lists have trimmed down in order to make room for more of those non-engine slots, right? But both these players have decided to add more engine.
Yeah, so we're going to see these decks operate at maximum efficiency probably. The die roll is always really important anytime you're playing against Malice. Malice players love to go first, especially in game number 1 when they're not going to have to worry about cards, or usually not worry about cards like Artifact Lancia or Molcharmi Meowls until you dive into the side decks. Pre-side, I like Malice game number 1, but then once you dive into the sides, things can kind of change up and go in the favor of the non-Malice player. But we'll have to see how it plays out in game number 1. Jean-Paul playing pretty heavy on the Bestial side of things, which doesn't look too great for, it lines up really well into the Fiendsmith strategy.
Yeah, the Bestials got even more popular as the Fiendsmith cards have really taken the fray, being included in nearly every deck, and especially in the Fiendsmith Ryzeal strategy. The Fiendsmith cards added a layer to that deck, but unfortunately plays into the Bestials really hard, which took away from how powerful the Bestials were before, because the deck, or the Bestials, did not have that much to do into the actual Ryzeal cards previously, but now because of Eclipse Twins and the even heavier Fiendsmith engine, the Bestials can do a lot, and having a heavier Bestial package can be really useful in this matchup.
Certainly, it's going to be a good one. Both these players have 2 losses, so another loss here will put them in not great shape where they're really going to have to rely on tiebreakers to hopefully make the top 64. But if you can finish with 2 losses at the end of the tournament, winning this round and the next, you're almost guaranteed to make top 64. I mean, you should.
Essentially guaranteed, assuming that no disaster occurs.
All right, the duelists are shuffled up. The hands are drawn. We are ready to jump into it. You see the dice there waiting to be rolled. It's game number 1, round 11, YCS Orlando 2025. We capped out this weekend over 2,000 players. I think it's like 2,270 something.
Yeah, almost 2,300. Players from all around the world came to play the first event of the year.
Yeah, it's really awesome to see. Lots of awesome Yu-Gi-Oh action. We see a 9 here. I missed the first roll, but I think Jean Paul won the roll. 9 is a pretty high number, and it looks like he will be going first.
All right, step number 1. Did you open a Malice card?
That is going to be the first check we're going to see here if there's a White Rabbit or a Dormouse. But it's going to be Malice and Underground. It does get you access to the Malice portion of your deck, but
The rockiest start, I'd say.
yeah, because you're going to not be able to banish Dormouse. So you can banish Dormouse here, but you won't be able to banish it again later.
Effectively 1 body less than you'd normally have because you're forced to immediately start with one of the banished effects, making you susceptible to interruption here.
Okay, set a trap. Could be a bluff, but the Malice traps, you can activate them to turn their set by banishing a Malice monster. So a lot of times when you see that, it's to play around something like an effect failure, where if they chain it, they can chain the trap, banish the monster off the field, and resolve the effect. But Dormouse is going to banish Malice White Rabbit from the deck. He's going to be able to pay 300 to summon. And we have a Mulcharmy Fuwalos.
But immediately met with Ash Blossom. Not going to be drawing any cards off that Mulcharmy here.
All right, now White Rabbit is going to set a Malice trap from the deck to the field.
Let's see if he actually had the TB11 set or if he's going to get it from the deck right now. Nope, there it is. There's TB11. So we know that it's unlikely that the actual set from the hand is one of those trap cards, but it's still possible to be any one of the other two. We do see Bestial Rebellion.
See, we were talking about how he has a lot more Bestials than we usually see, but Nick Ma has an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring of his own. He knows how strong the Bestials can be in the Malice strategy. He doesn't want to see Bestial Magnum coming down, and he's going to cut him off from being able to add with the Bestial Rebellion.
Yeah, usually Ash Blossom doesn't have too many great spots to be used in this matchup, so being able to trade for potentially a regain on the field here is very potent.
All right, we see an early Splash Mage come down. That means Jean-Paul will be locked into Cyber monsters for the rest of the turn. But the Splash Mage is able to bring back a Cyberse, and then he's going to link all 3 away for... Is it going to be White Binder?
Yep. White Binder makes a lot of sense here. Still hasn't used the effect of TB11, so he's still able to access the Chessy Cat from the deck at some point. Going to be using White Binder's effect now to set a trap from graveyard or deck. Choosing from deck, going to get GWC 06.
Yep. GWC 06 lets him special summon a Malice monster that's in the banishment or the graveyard.
Non-targeting, checks at resolution, and then of course if you have one of those link 3s on the field at resolution, you are able to gain life points equal to the monster that you summon.
All right, now he's going to activate Malice TB11 since he's able to banish the White Binder. He's going to be able to special summon a Malice monster from the deck.
Going to get access to that 3rd name that we're missing.
Yep, and he's going to be able to pay 900 life points to special summon back White Binder and draw a card. One in hand for now, about to draw to 2.
We'll see where he goes from here. There's still at least one other free extension because of the Chessy Cat.
Yeah, he could still go into like Haggard Lizard Dose if he wants to find a way to go into another Link 3 potentially later on.
Unfortunately, he is locked into Cyberse because of the Splash Mage, so he's locked out of Abba Q, he's locked out of IP Masquerena, SP
And
Little Knight.
Haggard Lizard Dose.
Yeah. Not a whole lot you can go into from here. Most players have taken out the Firewall and the Terahertz option.
You can still play just Firewall Dragon.
Yeah, regular Firewall is fine.
Not bad.
But I wonder like where he's going to go from here. Ideally, he wants to find a way to banish the Chessy Cat and put up another monster. Maybe just go into a Heart Scripter.
He just needs to find another monster on the field.
Just any one more monster could be strong enough here.
I guess he does have the GWC he could use and reset it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Gonna go ahead.
Now the question is, does he have a Malice card in his hand that he's going to be able to banish with the Chessy Cat to draw 2 fresh cards?
I wonder how he's going to get access to the 06 again. I mean, if he already has a Bestial in hand, he doesn't really need to. But currently, if he's locked out of Nightmare Griffin as well, I don't know how he's going to get access to 06 again.
Yeah, you're right. The White Binder's already used the effect.
Yeah. It gains 06 at resolution gains for the amount of for the monster that was summoned, not necessarily the Link monster on the field. We're going to be banishing a second copy of Malice Underground to draw 2 more fresh cards here. I imagine from here you just want to go into a Cryptor. I don't think there's much else you really want to do. So 1,800 life points paid, 1,200 added back.
I'm at 7,400. Nick Ma down to 3 cards in hand, drawing to 4 because he did have a couple of interactions. That Ash Blossom from John Paul was pretty pivotal in him being able to continue this turn. It would have been devastating if the Fualos had resolved.
Yeah, having to already start, not ideally with the Malice and Underground, having to play with any other options beyond that. Very difficult. The Ash Blossom from Nick of his own, very critical on the Lebellion here. The Lebellion would have added so many more disruptions to this board, been able to have multiple resources from several Bystials, would have been able to deal with the problem of not having access to 06 right now.
Wouldn't have been forced into Splash Mage early. Would have done so much.
And then potentially just a regain on the field. Oh, we haven't normal summoned yet. We get a normal summon White Rabbit. Going to be making a Link 1 into Link Decoder.
That's the Cyberse monster. Yeah, it looks like he's going to think about going into Heart's Crypter.
Oh, that looks like a Link. Oh, no. We'll see.
Looks like Jean Paul's also not quite sure where he wants to go from here.
At the very least, I think you want to put the White Binder back in the graveyard so you can access it again on your opponent's turn to turn your engine back on, play on their turn.
Yeah, things get a little tricky when you have to...
Oh, the hard draw Brandon regained.
That's actually not too bad for him. I mean...
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to be able to use it, especially with the Link Decoder coming back and banishing itself.
Yeah. Get to replenish the Link Decoder and get a draw, not too bad. But he's going to have to make a monster with 2,300 attack.
There is a Firewall Dragon, okay. And then he can make a Cryptor with the other 3. Cryptor, interesting. Yeah, this way the Firewall is co-linked. He's able to potentially add back that Ash Blossom. And now he gets to draw because of the regained from the Link Decoder being banished off its own effect. Solid.
Not bad. Not too bad for being locked into Cyberse. I do like Branded Regain. It's pretty good against Malice. Being able to shuffle back and draw a card.
Still have access to that mystery set that's been set the whole turn. It might
just be an imperm or something.
Yeah.
Heart's Cryptor Firewall.
Not bad.
He has the Malice and Underground banished, so that gives him something to
put back with the Cryptor. Yeah.
Utilize Heart's Cryptor's effect. All right, Nick Ma's gonna have to tread carefully here.
At the very minimum, a Firewall can add back the Ash Blossom. We're going to be starting with Fiendsmith's Tract. Okay, no power spells to lead here.
And let him add Fabled Lurry and then discard the Fabled Lurry. So Fabled Lurry is going to use the effect to try and spell summon itself back to the field.
It looks like that is resolving. We'll see if Firewall Dragon is used here or maybe even the Cryptor. Yeah, he's going to be just using the Cryptor here, trying to cut off access to the Requiem this early. And then he gets a draw as well. If he wants to.
But with Branded Regain?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. Like to see Branded Regain. I might have to try out the Bestial Rebellion in my Malice deck.
I mean, I think if you know you're going first, having access to Regain is insane. That's just one of the best resource management tools that you can have.
And not a card you always want to draw, but when you get cut off from your other Bestial cards, it's not too bad to have here in this situation.
Drawing any Bestial, like usually when your Rebellions in your deck, there's a heavy Bestial count. Drawing any of them in this situation would be extremely powerful because you're able to get access to that White Binder.
Oh, yeah. For sure.
Going to be going into the Bonfire here.
That is fine.
This will contest the Firewall Dragon at the minimum if he opts to go for extra Iceal. But it looks like we're just going for Ice here.
Normal summon Ice Raziel, effect special summon.
And there it is, the Imperm.
And that's going to be enough. And John Paul, the hometown hero, is going to take game number 1 over Nick Ma and his Fiendsmith Raziel strategy. Really just showing the power of Malice and what it can do even when it doesn't draw as optimal as it needs to. It just needs to be able to access the Malice cards at all. and then you're able to play through lots of those interactions from the hand.
Yeah, I think this is something that's come up in conversation a lot when discussing the Malice deck is, it can have such a crazy end field, so many different responses, but sometimes just having a Cryptor alone can do so much. A non-targeting Vanish is so devastating sometimes.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, especially when you're backed up with like an infinite impermanence, you just need a couple forms of interaction. You also still had the Firewall Dragon if he needed it. Things are just, looking really good there for John Paul. And Malice, I really just can't wait to see what the top cut breakdown is going to be between the decks. I thought there was going to be an overwhelming amount of Raziel and maybe a few Malice, but seeing as the tournament's played out, like walking around the VIP tables and seeing how many Malice players are over there, I think it might be a little closer to even than I initially expected for this tournament.
Yeah, I thought a lot of players would opt out of playing Malice simply because they didn't want to deal with the potential of getting Lancet out of the game, getting Malice out of the game. But realistically, Malice is a very enjoyable deck to play. It's a very powerful deck when you're able to go first. And even when you are contested, you can still end on something. And usually the amount of cards your opponent has left is really hard to combat with the amount of stuff you can still do into those interruptions. So it is one of those decks that has a really high win rate. It just, it can have a really heavy low roll, but the high rolls are also so rewarding.
Yep, definitely. And now that they're diving into the side decks, they're going to make sure they don't trade their best cards for aging cards that are prone to not being as good as they could potentially be. But we're going to see, is he using the Grandopolis sleeves?
He is.
I love those sleeves. They look so cool. This was like in celebration of the World Championship this year. They came out with these really cool Grandopolis sleeves that feature one of the old prize cards from the Las Vegas World Championship that we talked about.
Yeah,
that David Keener got second at,
yeah.
that we got to see featured here this weekend.
Ah, we're old.
Oh, man. But, yeah, we talked about the side deck. This is where things get a little dicey here for Malice. Artifact Lancia going in. Potentially Mulcharming Meows going in. These cards are really strong against the Malice deck and on the opportunity for Enigma to go first. And we're going to get to see what his deck can do when he's not having to face down a Firewall Dragon, a Heart Cryptor, and Infinite Impermanence.
Yeah, we've said that Malice has the best game one, but post-side there are a lot more tools to combat it. I think, as we mentioned earlier, there are so many Lancias in this event. There are so many people that have put in the effort to make sure that they have counters to the Malice strategy. I imagine Nick is not any different, and he does get to go first.
Yep, Artifact Lancia, one of the most popular cards this weekend, if not the #1 popular card in the side deck. It would be foolish not to have those counters for such a strong deck like Malice. But, his deck just naturally lines up well into the Fiendsmith strategy with so many Bestials being able to not only advance your strategy, but counter the Fiendsmith aspect when it doesn't normally... I mean, pretty much anything you combine with Raziel plays into Bestials. Whether it's Mitsurugi, Fiendsmith, they're all light or dark monsters that you can that rely on summoning from the graveyard.
Yeah, it turns out light and dark are some of the best attributes in the game. Weird how that works.
As it always has been, right? That's the classic. Well, let's go ahead and jump into it. It's game 2 here of round 11. Both these players have 2 losses and really want to move on to the last round without getting the third one. So they can guarantee or close to guarantee their chances in making the top 64 cutoff.
Strong start from Nick here, leading with the Fiendsmith Engraver, getting access to this engine without having to commit any of his Raziel cards yet. Oh, but there is a Droll and Lockbird on the Engraver, not going to be able to use the Tract here. Cuts him off from the majority of the Fiendsmith engine, not going to be able to generate as much value here. And now also forced to play his Raziel engine without being able to search.
Yeah, this is exactly where you want to use Droll and Lockbird, is when they discard Engraver to start things off. Oh no, I'm reshuffling my deck if I drop a card. That was a pretty informative card to reveal. That's definitely going to be a warning at minimum, I think.
I don't know.
For Jean Paul. Yeah. You can't it was an accident, but you can't reveal.
Yeah, I definitely don't think it was intentional.
No, 100% was not intentional, but I would have shuffled my deck again for sure. Just because I don't want them to have that muscle memory knowing where the card was. But just 2 spell and traps.
Yeah, that was a very devastating Droll and Lockbird, just looking at Nick's hand here. But I think he's just maybe trying to take it slow, not trying to commit any more cards into the Droll and Lockbird, and just having one of the tools necessary to cut off his opponent's turn. Like, do we see a potential Lancia here? Oh, there's an Infinite Impermanence on the White Rabbit.
No,
calling the bluff.
No hootenannies here from Jean Paul's side, and he's just going to link it away for a Link Decoder.
But this deck's specialty is Bestials, and there is a Druid Swarm on the White Rabbit trying to continue. Do we chain a Lancia here? No.
This is when Malice really shines with the Bestials. Yeah, there was a PE minor Issued to Jean Paul for accidentally revealing the card. Was an accident, no big deal. As long as he doesn't do it again. Now, you go from 1 monster to 3 really quickly, and now Red Ransom's effect's going to activate. Link Decoder's going to special summon itself back to the field.
Ransom Chain Link 1, Decoder Chain Link 2, and then the second copy of Infinite Impermanence to shut down the Red Ransom. Can we find the other names from here?
I mean, I see a lot of damage on the board already for Jean Paul. Access code Talker, banishing Red Ransom, that's...
It's a good amount, yeah.
Oh, I guess he has to destroy one of his own cards, but...
You cannot.
Oh, you can't with access code?
Access code has to go after
it
your
can
opponent.
banish itself to pop something, but... So, that's good.
Yeah, unfortunately, he has to just attack. Like, he's not going to lose his game this turn, but now we will be linking away the Red Ransom as well as the Link Decoder.
So now,
into SP Little Knight going in main phase 2 to go after the Red Ransom to continue playing in main phase 2.
yep, Red Ransom is going to be able to pay 900, special summon itself back, and banish the Cyberse from the deck so he can access Dormouse if he so chooses.
Yeah, Dormouse does give him access to the remainder of the names if he needs them.
And there it is, Malice Dormouse, another 300.
And then I imagine Dormouse is going to be immediately activating his effect to go after the final name. Yep, there it is. Gonna banish the Chessy Cat, pay another 300 life points, and all of a sudden his field is full of monsters.
And things not looking good here for Nigma, but looking great for the hometown hero, Jean Paul from Orlando, Florida. His friends are here watching him. Shout them out in the player intro. Hopefully Nigma's wife's not watching. You don't want to see this. Turn it off. Turn it off. I'm just kidding. Don't turn it off. Always keep watching. You know, it's Yu-Gi-Oh! There's still hope. That drone Lockbird was just devastating, though.
That is one of the problems with the Fiendsmith engine. You are playing into that card a lot, specifically activating Engraver. Very strong start if you're able to resolve everything, but it does leave you very vulnerable.
Okay, a Link 2.
There is a Splash Mage. Going to be locking himself into Cyberse after the resolution of this effect. Going to bring back the Dormouse here. Now he's going to be linking away the Dormouse as well as the Splash Mage into another Link 3 into Whitebinder. Whitebinder on effect, or on summon, he's going to be using its effect to banish from the graveyard. The only effect he hasn't used is Chessy, so I imagine... Oh no, he has used Chessy as well because of Dormouse, so there's not really a need to go after his own graveyard.
I mean, just at least get a Malice card banished so he can have Heart Scripter options.
And of course, getting rid of the Engraver as well. Whitebinder will now use its effect on field to set a trap from either the grave or the deck, and we're going to be opting for, I imagine... I guess you can go for anything because White Rabbit wasn't able to resolve its effect, but there's no real need to use CB11 anymore. I imagine you are just going for GWC 06 here. Oh, looks like he's actually hovering over TB11. Maybe he has 06 set already? But if he had 06 set already, he could have gone for game this turn.
He's going to set TB11.
Okay, just going to be using TB11 right now to banish the Whitebinder, summon another monster from deck, as well as get the draw from the Whitebinder when it comes back.
Summons another copy of Dormouse.
I'm going to be ashing the effect of the Whitebinder to cut it off. Because of the draw, it's going to stay banished. That could be huge.
That could be huge. If Jean Paul doesn't have a way to access GWC 06, it'll really limit his interruptions during Nigma's turn.
Now we are locked into Cyberse as well. Limited arrows, so if he wants to go into Firewall Dragon, he will have to link away the SP Little Knight as well.
And it's just going to be a pass on Red Ransom, SP Little Knight, Dormouse with one set card.
Mystery set card.
Probably an infinite permanence. That's what I usually like to assume those cards are.
A very safe choice, yeah. I think it's pretty safe to assume it's not 06 because 06 would have been used several times during this turn.
Oh, yeah.
Even 07, I think, would have been used. So unlikely that it's any one of the Malice Trap cards.
All right, now he gets to activate the Fiendsmith's track that he got to add to his hand last turn. That got cut off by Droll and Lockbird. No Droll and Lockbird this time, it looks like.
Yep, Lurie is going to be able to activate in the graveyard to special summon itself back. Now we get to try again. I'm going to be making the Fiendsmith Requiem. All right, is there going to be an Ash Blossom here? Yeah, it does look like it. But and there is not an engraver in the graveyard here because of the banished one from Whitebinder. Will Nick be able to continue?
Does he have any Raziel cards?
I think we're going to normal summon Ice, or normal summon Sword. Oh no, that is not ideal. Oh, and the Little Knight is going to banish Red Ransom.
Oh, and Red Ransom can banish, yeah, when it's banished. Oh, and the Imperm too. And the Red Ransom will also get him access to White Rabbit, which gets him access to GWC06.
New Dueling, I will be activating Red Ransom effect.
Yeah, that'll do.
Yep, this is looking really good here for John Paul. The hometown hero might be going into the last round with an X2 record. Nick's down to 1 card in hand, right? It's going to have to be a really good one.
At this point, I feel like he needs to draw 2.
Yeah.
It needs to be like a tactics draw 2.
Activate White Rabbit. Then Inform said.
Yep, confirming the Imperm column, very important.
I Inform.
The White Rabbit's effect will be able to set either 07 or 06. I'm going to go opt for 07 here. That makes a lot of sense, just having another form of actual interruption. Whitebinder doesn't really do anything anymore because you've already accessed every name that you need to. Eventually, you will try to get it back with the White Rabbit like several turns from now.
True.
But just focusing on making sure Nick isn't able to play this turn, but there is nothing else to do this turn. Yeah, we can just enter battle phase with these monsters, and that is it. Ooh, a quick game here. Unfortunate for Nick, but John Paul will be taking it with Bestial Malice.
Yeah, it was kind of when we looked at the deck list and they came over, if you were just to see it on paper, like, John Paul looks like he wins this matchup 7 out of 10 times, I think. And both those games definitely went in his favor. I think the key part in that game number 2 was the Droll and Lockbird.
Yeah.
Like, when you lead with Engraver, get hit with Droll and Lockbird, like, even if you have the Raziel cards in your hand, like, the whole point is you summon one, gets another, summon one, and gets another, but you can't do any of that. You can't use the track. Like, it's just tough. And, you know, Jean Paul played it really well there, you know, knowing what he can do, how to maximize the most amount of interruptions he can from like the limited cards in his hand. And we got to see the power of the proactive Beastial. Like when you just have that one monster, it turns into a Link one, you summon a Beastial, all of a sudden you have 3 monsters, and that's the magic number in Malice, being able to access one of the Link 3s like Red Ransom or Whitebinder.
Yeah, every Bestial allows you to play through a single interruption on a normal summon, simply because it generates 2 bodies, the monster that you banish off the Bestial effect as well as the Bestial itself, which gets you pretty much everywhere you need. And you're able to protect your Red Ransom as well, because usually you're using the Link Decoder, which means that you get to link them away and activate Link Decoder's effect in the graveyard as Chain Link 2 to protect yourself from Ash Blossom, and Red Ransom is able to resolve.
Yeah, it's incredible. And once again, we didn't get to see, you know, no Artifact Lancia, no Milcharmy Meows. Everyone talks about, oh yeah, Lancia is such a good counter, but you have to draw the card. That's step 1. If you don't draw the hard counter card, like, it can be quite tough. But, you know, even though Nick is now 3 losses, he's still going to want to play that last round, because there was a chance that players with 3 losses, not many of them, a very small portion, will have a chance to make that top 64 cutoff. But John Paul putting himself in prime position to guarantee his spot in the top 64. Then we're going to have, you know, the single elimination portion and eventually crown a YCS champion.
Yeah, still a lot of dueling to go, but we're grinding through. We're reaching the end here, and these players are made it just to the final stretch before they can go into that top cut.
Yeah, and I mean, it's still the way these games play out. I mean, I'm just getting more and more convinced that Malice is going to walk away with the trophy this weekend.
So every time, if Malice wants to win, it needs to go on stream, because I'm talking to all the players outside. I'm seeing what happens outside the room. They have been Lancia to death. They have been Malice twice in the same turn. They even on the following turn, they'll use Malice on their own turn, because they have to summon sometimes from the Banishing Graveyard. Like, people are drawing 6 cards per turn, just not here, not on
here,
stage.
Well, unfortunately for the non-Malice players, the finals will be on the feature match stage. So we're just going to have probably, who knows, we'll see. Maybe we'll see Artifact Lancia show up. But just as much as they have a chance of drawing Artifact Lancia, they have a chance of drawing Crossout Designator. I'm pretty sure.
Or Ash Blossom.
Or Ash Blossom. Well,
there are answers. There are answers.
Yeah, Ash Blossom for the most charming.
There's,
yeah.
there's several interruptions that you can go with here.
Definitely. But, congratulations to John Paul. We heard his hometown friends, cheering him on, giving him a little round of applause. But let's go ahead and hear from John Paul and see what he has to say. Kangas, take it away.
Thank you very much. I'm live here on stage with Jean Paul. Congratulations on winning your feature match. You shout out some of your friends that are here watching you right now, but I want to start off because the conversation going into this event was still just like it was at Anaheim. Malice or Ryzeal, which one's going to be the deck to beat? And you're piloting Malice, who just beat the Ryzeal on stage. So what are your thoughts on the matchup?
I think Malice, if they're well prepared, they are in a better position than the Ryzeal matchup, to be honest.
How so, though? Like, talk about why you think that is.
I think just because the Malice deck just drives their Bystials as a side engine, and then depending on their choice, either Mitsurugi or Fiendsmith, both of them are hurt really badly by the Bystials.
So it's not just the Malice cards, it's what you can play with them.
Yes.
Okay, well said. Well, you were talking before coming live. This was your first ever feature match, so congratulations on winning that. But now you're going into the final round, and you have a chance of making top 64. How's the pressure feeling? Are you in a good headspace?
Yes, I'm feeling very excited to be here. And I'm very excited to be able to participate on this event and be able to make it to the last round and really have a chance to make top cut, to be honest.
Well, you have people in the crowd cheering for you, so it's awesome to have the support. One of your friends, Jordan, out there, he had a question for you, so I'm curious what your answer is going to be. Jordan wants you to explain what your favorite Malice play is.
He knows.
We don't get to know?
He knows, but I'll tell you. My favorite play, I did it on stream. Did I do it? Yes, on game 2, my favorite play is normal summoning a monster, it getting negated, and then just me making Link Decoder and activating the Bestial monster.
It's a classic. It's a classic.
It is. It makes me feel really good.
Why mess with a good thing? Thank you, Jean Paul. Congratulations on the win. We're going to throw it back to the casters.
He knows.
He knows.
He knows.
It's a pretty staple play, I'd say.
Hey, as long as he knows, we know. We all.
Yeah. I think everyone knows. We've been here.
Yeah. But 10 rounds in the books. One more Swiss round coming up next before we cut to a top 64. But before we come back with our next feature match, I want to talk about something awesome that is going on right now in Duelinks. That's right. Go ahead and download Duelinks if you haven't. Now is the perfect time to get into it. The Duelinks 8th anniversary celebration campaign is underway. We are giving away awesome rewards to players who have logged in during the campaign. Players can log in to redeem a Chronicle card ticket, that cool new rarity in Duelinks, Rainbow Neos, an ultra rare prismatic version, a Pod of Greed that's prismatic, 1,000 gems, skill and character unlock ticket, and a special 8th anniversary in-game mat and card sleeves. It's hard to believe that Duelinks has already been around for 8 years, but you want to get in now. There's tons of free stuff if you go ahead and log in. But now we're going to go ahead and toss to the bonus feature match, and then we will be right back with the final round of Swiss. So stay tuned so you can see which one of your favorite players will make the top cut here at the first YCS in 2025 here in Orlando, Florida. Stay tuned.
Duel!
And welcome back to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, where, sad to say, it's the last round of Swiss. But that's good, because after that, we'll just have the top cut, and it has been incredible. We have just been looking at some of the decks we have left in the tournament. Some really interesting stuff, so I cannot wait to show you this. We've been talking about behind the scenes, but we won't spoil the surprise, though. You excited, Joe?
I am excited. There's some lore in this matchup for sure.
There's definitely some lore in this matchup. Well, without further ado, remember, we don't have any undefeated duelists left in the tournament, so everybody has at least a blemish on their record, but that means it's going to be an exciting tournament. Let's go ahead and throw it to the stage.
And for our final Swiss round feature match in the blue chair from Montreal, Quebec, and he would like to shout out all of Montreal, Mario D'Amico! And his opponent today in the red chair, currently in Lilburn, Georgia. This is his third YCS, and he wants to shout out his home country of Mexico, Ivan Villa! Duelists are already on stage, so let's throw it back to the casters for game number 1.
All right, well, the cat's out of the bag. We have Exodia Millennium this far into the tournament with a record that could qualify for the top 64 of one of the largest YCSs we've had in quite some time, which is why I sound this excited.
I know, 8-2-1. If he's able to be victorious here again, do not forget it is a top 64 cutoff today, not a top 32. A record of 9-2-1 may not be necessary to get you in there at a top 32 event. However, here at top 64, I think it would actually be a guaranteed slot in, so we could be just one match away from having at least one Exodia Millennium player in our top 64 playoff.
Just a lot of cool stuff there. We saw that this deck actually was fairly popular when it first released in the Infinite Forbidden. It appeared a couple of times on the featured match stage. People were using the Millennium Monsters as extenders for the Snake Eye deck, but this is a dedicated Millennium deck, and that's a dedicated Millennium Duelist, Ivan having the Millennium Eye around his neck.
I know, I recall speaking with Patrick Hoban actually in one of the Snake Eye variants that he piloted, that he felt the Millennium cards just in and of themselves were great ways just to put additional bodies on the field to allow you to go into a various collection of Link monsters as the Snake Eye deck would typically do. But this is a full committed strategy. He's playing 5 forbidden pieces of Exodia. He is going fully into the unstoppable Exodia Incarnate.
Yeah, you can't see me behind the scenes, but I am just vibrating with energy because it is really cool to see this deck in action. But you're right when you mentioned Patrick Hoban, because it's true that none of these cards restrict or lock you into anything. So there's so many different bodies that you can special summon from your spell and trap zone, and you don't even have to play the Millennium Arc. You can just pay 2,000 life points. But this, again, is the full dedicated version. Now, not to disappoint, his opponent is playing actually a pretty interesting variant of Fiendsmith, because it's not containing any Ryzel. It's a real pure Bestial Fiendsmith deck.
Yeah, I mean, this deck has 3 ofs, which you do not typically see on deck lists. So, for example, he's playing 3 copies of Lacrima, the Crimson Tears, and 3 copies of the Bestial Lubellion. So I've commented on this before about how a lot of decks can incorporate the Bestials and or the Fiendsmith cards to add a supplemental card advantage engine. We saw that yesterday with the Tenpai deck. This player, instead of electing to incorporate Tenpai cards, just said, I'm going to go fully into the grinding of what these 2 engines allow me to do. I am always going to have Lacrima live. I am always going to have access to Lubellion to get that branded regain. And I'm just going to grind my opponents out with the Bestial advantage and the Fiendsmith advantages.
It's definitely the way that Mario is planning to win this duel, but he's going to have his work cut out for him. It's interesting because he's running such a slim package of spells and traps. The Unstoppable Exodia Incarnate's natural strength is that it has a built-in spell and trap negation, and so that won't necessarily come into play as much here, well, because he just doesn't have that many. But it'll be interesting to see if all those points of negation, or excuse me, interaction, actually do anything, because you don't get a lot of monsters in the graveyard for Bestials to feed on in the Exodia deck. That's why they can naturally run cards like Dimension Shifter, because a lot of your cards are going from the Spell and Trap zone and to the Monster zone, maybe back to the Spell and Trap zone from Wedju Temple.
Yeah, there are literally only 5 spell and or trap cards in Mario's deck. He is playing 35 monsters, and this kind of goes back to something I mentioned yesterday. And obviously this isn't a Malice strategy, but when I spoke with Billy, what's the correct number of Bestials you're going into the weekend with? Mario just said yes to that question. He is playing 3 Baldrake, 3 Jerusalem, 3 Serenir, Magnemite, and the 3 Bestial Lubellion. He is maxing basically all of them but the Bestial Alibur.
Wow, yeah, I can imagine if we had Bestial Alibur too, though. Basically, you're right, though. He popped open Neuron and he just said Bestials, click, 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 until he had everything in there. And of course, there's those great Millennium dice there, but forget that, because we're about to roll them in Game 1 of the last round of Swiss here at YCS Orlando Dig 2.
It is interesting to see a deck with this many of the, sort of traditional Bystials that require a light or dark monster in the graveyard, the full maximized number of 10 that are legal in the TCG, because going into the weekend, that was one of the biggest meta calls. Are you going to play 3? Are you going to bump it up to 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? Now, how far are you willing to go? Well, Mario's made it all the way here to the final round of the Swiss with all of the Bystials possible in his deck.
Well, Mario's going first here, so we'll see how rolling that 11 on the dice ended up setting it up for a successful duel. Oh, it might be Dimension Shifter. Yep, because we talked about it. You don't really put a lot of monsters in the graveyard with Exodia Millennium.
I mean, that is a dark monster, so there is a possibility that that allows him to activate a Bystial effect, but that might not be really sufficient based on the way his deck is constructed. For example, post Dimension Shifter, he has, in terms of defense, 3 copies of Ash Blossom. We can still use that. 3 Veiler, which he cannot use. Then he has 3 copies of Fualos, which isn't going to line up particularly well against this strategy. Then he has 3 copies of Nibiru, which also probably won't line up very well. Ghost Ogre. I don't see a whole lot of defense here that he might have.
Well, that's an interesting point you make about Effect Veiler not being effective in this duel, because a lot of the effects of the Millennium monsters activate from the spell and trap zone, so it's not necessarily when they're always summoned. So the Effect Veiler may not have been helpful, but normal summoning the Ghost Ogre. I wonder what we're going to do now. Link Summon or Synchro 9? Feels like it's probably a Link Summon here. Oh, an SP Little Knight.
That's sort of interaction. I mean, it is. It's just not typically the interaction that you hope for. He'll get to resolve his Magnamut in the end phase, presumably searching out. And I could see him searching out a copy of the Bystial Lubellion, because monsters are not going to go to the graveyard anyway, and then Bystial Lubellion is any of them. So here he's gone for Serenair, which might suggest that he has the Bystial Lubellion in his hand. If you just hedge and get the Bystial Lubellion, you kind of have access to all of the Bystial options on the following turn. Though I will say there is the possibility of a second Dimension Shifter. Whenever we have the Bystial Dimension Shifter interaction, it actually opens up the double Shifter opening.
You have to wonder if these two players have dueled before, because Ivan discarding that Dimension Shifter meant he wasn't afraid of Malice. He just knew, okay, I'm not going to worry about any cards getting banished here. But we draw for turn. Our first card is the Wedju Temple.
Yep. And he needs to give that card a read. So, Steven, tell us what this card's going to do.
Sure. So you can go ahead and use it to place a monster from your deck into your spell and trap zone. But first, you have to place a card from your hand into the spell and trap zone. That doesn't sound too painful, but sometimes under the wrong conditions, you might end up using an Exodia piece from your hand. But that's okay. This deck actually wants to put those Exodia pieces on the field because it can show them later. It looks like he's going to put Sengenjin that wakes from a Millennium in the spell and trap zone to pay the cost, to go ahead and then place another Millennium monster. And I would imagine it would either be the shield or the golem that guards the Millennium Treasure. So we'll see what he has and where he's going with this.
So he already has access to another Millennium Search at the cost of either 2,000 life points or revealing the Millennium Ink from his hand.
Well, the Ankh certainly spells eternal life here, and you don't have to pay any life points when you actually have the Ankh in your hand. But we'll see if he has to pay 2,000. It looks like he probably does, because he put down the Millennium Shield. Again, the Shield of Millennium Dynasty is going to... Oh, no, okay. Oh, he is going to Order of Operations out. So here's why that's important. He would have to pay 2,000 life points if he didn't have the Ankh, but there's the Millennium Ankh right there. Oh, it's gorgeous. I think this is all Quarter Century Secret Rares on every single one of his cards. What a true passionate duelist.
I have one in deck in English.
I think this may be a foreign copy, so they're just getting a translation.
Oh, but he does need to have a copy of those translations on hand. You can't just keep them in your deck. So very important to either have Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron on airplane mode or to have a written or printed copy of it. So Judge is probably helping out with that, but you do need to have that in advance. But
yeah,
beyond,
we see just all of these Quarter Century Secret Rares. He's not only brought this deck to the event this weekend, he's fully committed to blinging it out.
Oh, he is definitely representing. So he didn't have to pay 2,000 life points, so he does get to special summon the Shield of Millennium Dynasty, and that will allow him to add from his deck to his hand another copy of the Millennium Ankh there. And I think that's also Quarter Century Secret Rare, so you're absolutely right. Definitely blinging out. So you're right that he also had a search that you commented on earlier. The Sengenjin that wakes from Millennium will be able to add another monster. And, usually you go, there's a couple of Millennium monsters, but Golem that guards the Millennium Treasure feels best because it prevents your opponent from negating the activation of the Millennium Ankh. Going for attack mode there, too. Interesting, we haven't seen anything with SP Little Knight yet. I can't imagine you would want to bounce anything other than the unstoppable Exodia Incarnate, especially the direction we're going.
At this point, though, he's just threatening an attack over. So he is kind of incentivized to eventually do something.
So we are going to use the Golem the Guards. And it's just going to get another Wedju Temple. This is great follow-up because if for some reason it goes to another turn after one of the amazing attacks from the Unstoppable Exodia Incarnate, he basically has the full combo again, every single piece of it. He has the Ankh, he has additional monsters, and he's got the Wedju Temple. And that's another quarter-century secret rare. You weren't kidding, Joe.
It's too bad the Golem that guards the Millennium Treasures isn't currently a quarter-century secret rare. Looks a little out of place.
It does. He'll just have to win enough times for it to be printed in one of those fabulous official tournament store packs. And then you could have an ultimate rare release. That'd be fun.
Okay.
Now
maybe someday it'll be in a rarity collection.
Oh,
you know,
that
maybe
would
the
be fun,
30th
yeah.
anniversary by that point.
Now, there's a real question. What rarity are his Exodia pieces? So he's activating the Millennium Ankh to translate for those. He gets to show all 5 pieces from his deck field or banishment or graveyard, I believe. But he actually goes back to the deck. Don't worry, there's no victory by Exodia yet. This allows him to fusion summon out the Unstoppable Exodia Incarnate, and then he actually places the Ankh back in the deck. That wasn't a mistake he made. So that's why Dimension Shifter pairs so well. Look, the graveyard is clean.
He can literally activate Dimension Shifter again after a full array of plays.
So this is wild. We got to talk about all 5 effects of this card, right? So first, it can't be destroyed by battle or card effects, which is wild in and of itself. Second, it has a built-in negation for spell and traps. Then, when it battles, this is insane, during damage calculation, which is a really important part because that could actually deal with the SP Little Knight, it gains attack equal to your life points. And then during the end phase, you get to set either an Exod or Obliterate spell or trap from your deck, and we'll talk more about those, but that was enough for him to scoop it up right there. Wow, just some incredible demonstration of how he got this far in the tournament. Just play the cards.
Let's play Dimension Shifter.
Yeah, that too, that too.
So we didn't get to see the Exod and Obliterate card, and just in case we don't get to see them in the next upcoming pair of games or potentially pair of games, which would you have gone for first and why?
So the way I usually do it, and the way I've seen most duelists go for it, is when you're ending your own turn, you want to play the trap card Exod the Fires Ablaze, because when you control a level 10 or higher Exodia monster, you can destroy all cards your opponent controls. That's it. And you can search that out, which is insane because you're using it from a card from the extra deck that you saw he clearly had easy access to. The reason you do that is if your opponent puts out a threat that can deal with your very powerful card that can't be destroyed and has a built-in spell and trap negate, you just clear that field right off. Then, at the end of their turn, you can set something like Obliterate Blaze in order to pay half your life points, clear the field with a heavy storm-like effect, equip 5 pieces of Exodia as equip cards that give 2,000 attack each, and if it attacks, it does piercing battle damage. Not to say that it's not going to gain attack from its own effect. So that could be like 18,000, so move over 10 by. There is a new giant attack in town.
Yeah, that 1-2 sequence makes a lot of sense, and don't forget, the Unstoppable Exodia Incarnate activates during both of those end phases. So that's why not only do you get it on your turn, but then also your opponent's turn. So assuming it gets to protect itself, which through the spell and trap negation and the fact that it cannot be destroyed by the opponent's card effects, it's quite likely to actually survive the opponent's turn.
Certainly is, and it's one of the reasons why, you know, a skilled duelist like Mario is just like, yep, I can't. I know what this does. I know what's going on. That single attack would have been enough, and it shows you that while not a lot of players were playing Exodia, I was surprised to actually see it once we were looking through the matches and all the decks left in the tournament. People do know what this deck does. It is very powerful and no joke.
It's really unfortunate looking at Mario's side deck. I see some of the options that he has in there. Artifact Lancia, probably not going to line up very well.
Nope.
Phantasmal Dragon. Or Fantastical Dragon Phantasme, probably not lining up terribly well.
It could come up if there was like a Silhouette Rabbit, which is a common occurrence for this deck, but
so.
You don't even need it here, as you say.
Fenrir probably is just a good enough card that's going to replace something in the main deck. And then Multrummy Perulia, we're not really summoning a whole lot from the hand, are we?
Because they go from the hand to the spell and trap zone, and then they're special summon from the spell and trap zone. So it's really, really slippery how they get onto the field.
He has 3 copies of Droll and Lockbird, which I do imagine he is going to be siding into his deck based on what we saw in that first game.
That would definitely help slow things down because you wouldn't be able to search for the Millennium Ankh with the Golem that guards the Millennium Treasure, and you wouldn't be able to search an additional monster with the Sengenjin that wakes from the Millennium. So yes, the Droll and Lockbirds will be very powerful here, but also just getting a chance to go first before Exodia shows up also helps.
Yeah, looking at Ivan's deck, he has some interesting choices for going second. For example, he's playing 3 copies of Lava Golem, another sort of blast from the past.
Oh, wow.
He is playing a single copy of Super Polymerization. He's playing, a few hand interaction pieces, 3 Ash Blossom and 3 Infinite Impermanence. But it's really those 3 Lava Golems that stand out to me as a bit of an unusual choice for going second. Of course, though, he also has Dimension Shifter in his deck, which we saw there from the previous game, sometimes is enough.
Now, I know a lot of notable duelists that have piloted this deck to great success, whether they're, local grinders, like some of our TCG player articles and stuff like that. There's just so much cool stuff that we've seen. And actually, a notable coverage duelist, actually, Zach Butler plays this deck and is always labbing it out. I don't know if you've met him before, but it's really good to see that this deck certainly continues to carry stuff on. I mean, it's just great stuff.
Yep, I know. Butler, of course.
It's just cool to see, again, that, like, this deck is doing business, and it looks like that Dimension Shifter, is that right? Did he let his opponent go first, or did the Dimension Shifter lock him down? I don't think he played a single card, so...
Looking at Mario's deck, I don't see a whole lot of reasons why you'd want to go second, especially after what happened there.
Wow.
So, could it have just simply been Shifter Pass? That went so quick, it's hard to tell.
Yeah, it certainly is. I guess I got so effervescent. My apologies, duelists. Just excited about it. But it's true, again, we've seen so many notable duelists from legendary competitors like Patrick Hoban that you mentioned. I mean, they're really taking the Exodia deck seriously, and here we go again. Here's all 5 pieces in, I believe, Quarter Century Secret Rare from the tins.
The Millennium cards themselves specifically as extenders, I mean, the Exodia pieces were not incorporated in those Snake Eye strategies, but if somebody didn't respect those cards before this particular event, seeing what they're doing now, it's really quite impressive. That one card almost reminds me of Branded Fusion to a certain extent.
It really, Branded Fusion, I think, is a really good version of that. The difference is that the Branded Lost here is almost built into the archetype and a little easier to search. If you get your Golem that guards the Millennium Treasures out in the field, they can't negate the activation of the Millennium Ankh. And that does sound similar to cards where you can't respond to it. But, oh, and there it is, right? The Exile, the Fires of Rage, the ability to destroy all cards on your opponent's field. That may be it. And that, to me, shows that I think that Mario let his opponent go first. Maybe he's got something. Maybe he thought he would just draw the Droll and Lockbird and just make his opponent suffer for that. But
we'll see very quickly, because either a concession could happen quickly, definitely a possibility. But if Mario starts to utilize cards that allow him to use his graveyard, then we know that it was the Ivan Shifter on Mario's first turn that had the stymied first turn, and this is now the first opportunity for Mario to actually play in this entire match, might I add, with a graveyard.
All right, well, let's see. Gonna go and start with Kashtira Fenrir. Certainly can target the Exodia monsters, and we already talked about how Mario doesn't have a lot of spell and traps to make Exodia use its effect to its maximum potential here.
So this is either a card that he drew as the 6th card, or would give off the impression to me that he did in fact go second, because the fact that Fenrir can just search a copy of Fenrir makes it so that summoning Fenrir on the first turn is just the logical play. And
Definitely
additionally, it didn't seem like Exodia, the unstoppable Exodia Incarnate, attacked that previous turn, so it actually does seem like Mario decided to go second, which I find to be really fascinating.
It is fascinating. Now, it's true we talked about the 5 effects of the unstoppable Exodia Incarnate, but we left out that 5th one. During your standby phase, you lose 1,000 life points. And that can really come up. I've actually lost a duel myself because I had 1,000 life points exactly and just entered the standby phase, and that was game. So we'll see what happens. But it looks like he had to use the Exile the Fires of Rage trap card early to get rid of Kashtira Fenrir, because it is a really natural predator of Exodia.
And everything's been banished, so it is in fact the case that Mario decided to go second.
Wow. So we are going to see another Kashtira Fenrir here. Again, taking a look. Remember, cannot be destroyed by battle, but nobody said anything, or excuse me, card effects, but nobody said anything about being banished face down or targeted. So Kashtira Fenrir really can't help here. So we're going to normal summon Lacrima of the Crimson Tears.
What's really awesome, in my opinion, is Mario has basically taken the 3 grindiest card advantage engine-based strategies from the last 2 or 3 years and just put them all together. The Bestials, the Fiendsmiths, and then 3 copies of Kashtira Fenrir in his side deck.
Oh yeah, excited as I've sounded about Ivan's deck, it is no disappointment to see Mario's list. It just is incredible stuff. And it's interesting too because we haven't seen a lot of pure Fiendsmith Bestial, right? Usually it has some other element added in there, whether it's Ryzel or something else, but he's really just trying to play light and dark monsters to the best of his ability, and I think he's doing a great job as he gets into the Fiendsmith Requiem without access to the graveyard.
It reminds me of the Tempai deck from yesterday, just about the Tempai, the one that we featured that had Bestials and the Fiendsmith cards. Looked like he was deciding between a handful of differing Link monsters, but it looks like Requiem is the one that he's selected.
Interesting. It's true that we're in such an interesting era of Yu-Gi-Oh! Too, because with so many popular cards and a limit of 40-60 cards for your deck, we're just seeing people just play good cards. Whether it's like a combination of Malice or Ryzel or Fiendsmith or Bestial or Kashtira, it's just whatever you like to play, have fun with it.
So he might be deciding here whether or not he actually wants to set during the end phase in order to play around that Fenrir.
Yeah, but it looks like he's going to go ahead and do it. I mean, technically speaking, he could just fusion summon another The Unstoppable Exodia Incarnate. And setting the spell card there, the Obliterate Blaze, could set him up for a really winning position. But he also could just maybe attack the Fiendsmith's Requiem, but of course that's a quick effect, so it's not going to stay on the field long.
And he has multiple copies of Lacrima. That's something that is a little bit different. Usually we see just a single copy of Lacrima, but by playing 3 copies of Lacrima, the fact that it got banished through the effect of Dimension Shifter isn't as detrimental to Mario's strategy as it might otherwise be.
I really definitely like Mario's, he's playing the Fiendsmith deck, right? There are lots of decks that include Fiendsmith, but he's really giving it his all to actually play that as a full strategy. But we are setting the Obliterate Blaze as a reminder, pay half your life points, destroy all spells and traps on the field, and then equip those 5 Exodia pieces as 2,000 attack. That's like 10 Axes of Despair.
And there goes Exodia to the banished pile face down.
Well,
maybe it is stoppable by Fenrir.
The sometimes stoppable Exodia Incarnates.
By the Kashtira monsters.
By the Kashtira monsters. Well, we know Kashtira gets a lot of work done. That's why it has a certain reputation among duelists. All right, well, okay, so we're going to place it in the spell and trap zone there.
Yes.
And unless he's got the Millennium Ankh, he's going to have to pay 2,000 life points to special summon it out. Oh, but there's the Ankh.
So this means he's going to be able to just do the entire thing we saw in the previous turn again, just about.
That's absolutely correct. And it is a spell and trap effect right now, special summoning it, so it's not a monster effect, so it's not time for Kashtira Fenrir to try to do anything. I mean, you could. We noticed that he had Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. You actually could chain that. Because it's a spell and trap that's already faceable on the field, activating its effect. Maybe considering, I don't know how much mileage you would get out of that, because he already has the Millennium Ankh. But you might be worried about, what does 2 level 5 monsters on the field mean? Maybe he's running an Xyz monster. Maybe he's going to Link Summon.
And that is one of the inherent advantages of playing a strategy like this. You might kind of understand what these newer cards do, but the extra deck just has so many possibilities. You now all of a sudden need to consider every single rank 5 that's ever been printed, in addition to all of the Link 2 monsters. So it's difficult to understand how to interact with these strategies if you're not as familiar with them.
Well, I mean, we got to see Mimigul was making it. It's cool to see that a lot of duelists are putting the research and development into more obscure decks. It gives them, kind of like in certain video games where you play a character that nobody has any, practice against. It's that same vibe, and it's a reminder that duelists got to get out there and make new friends and play against different decks.
So now we're going to see that Lacrima, the second copy of Lacrima, as I mentioned, send a copy of Fiendsmith in Paradise to the graveyard.
Well, this may help him out. It'd be nice to see this duel go the distance. I mean, I'm just having a great time seeing these two go against one another. But with the Fiendsmith in Paradise, definitely gives a few more options later, but technically the Unstoppable Exodia Incarnate could negate the activation of a spell or trap card or effect. Is that right? Yeah, spell or trap card or effect, so you could stop the Fiendsmith in Paradise.
And Desiree sends, too, so theoretically that could get around the unstoppable Exodia Incarnates cannot be destroyed by your opponent's card effect clause.
If the Fiendsmith in Paradise gets to resolve.
That's what
it's
I mean.
all about order of operations.
Yeah.
This is like each duelist needs to blink first, and whoever does may not go their way.
And Mario would have to bait out the Exodia negation in a deck that has literally 5 Spell or Trap cards.
It's a little difficult. Looks like we're going to send these 2 monsters to the graveyard in order to link summon. Oh, wow. Interesting.
Is he going to actually then go into the Underworld Goddess? Because he does, in fact, have it in his extra deck.
Oh, and he's pointing to the sacred spots. I mean, nothing is really safe except like the far left spot where Cashier Fenrir is, depending on where you're looking.
So this makes sense. Now he's going to activate that Fiendsmith in Paradise. Maybe he knows that this is something he has to use before the Unstoppable Exodia hits the field. It would make a lot of sense.
That's true. He did concede before Exodia even hit the field, so he may be just thinking to himself, like, no, I've seen this before. This may be excited for the casters, but this is just another Tuesday for me.
But in terms of banishing the Fiendsmith in Paradise before the negation is on the field.
Interesting. Considering his options there, Fiendsmith Desiree being sent to the graveyard, ready to rock and roll, but Ivan been keeping up a great pace of play, but seems a little stumped, but just going to go ahead and flip over the Millennium Ankh. We'll see those Exodia pieces again.
Makes sense to keep copies in his hand so that he doesn't have to pay 2,000 life points.
This Exodia looks a little different. It goes arm, arm, leg, head, leg. But just the same, great materials, and back to the deck. If they want to shuffle that deck thoroughly, that's for sure. I mean, mathematically, there is a chance that if Ivan played enough duels, he could just win by drawing Exodia in the first turn.
I guess that is a possibility.
You see it, but there's probably it's a very slim chance.
I mean, I've seen it in the feature match area before.
Oh, that's true. That's true. That's true. Jeff Leonard, a legendary Exodia player unto himself. One more piece, right? One more piece.
This is one where I don't think he actually wants to draw any pieces, though.
Yeah, it's difficult.
No more pieces.
When you draw them, you're just like, I'll
No
put him in the spell
more.
and trap. No more piece. But joking aside, looks like he's staring down his own copy of Obliterate Blaze, and he may be doing it. Pay half your life points. So 4,000 life points remaining, but it's going to gain 10,000 attack effectively by equipping all those Exodia pieces. Even the judge taking a look just to be like, okay, let me make sure all this works, because it's true we don't see it at this level of play all the time.
And now he's going to be able to inflict piercing damage.
Oh, so the Lacrima isn't safe. And again, the monster effect activates in the damage step, so there's really not going to be a chance for any response there from the Cashier Fenrir. It's really all up to Lacrima.
And it was really important for him to clear out his spell and trap card zone throughout the duration of this turn as well.
Well, actually, it does that for you,
yeah,
which
it
is so
does.
cool. Because you
Touche.
pay half the life points to give it the effect to do that, so you have the clear spell and trap zone. It's really weird, but that's Exodia for you.
It's actually really interesting you say that, because before the match we were talking about Blaze, and I said, oh, it kind of reminds you of Harper's Feather. So you're like, no, it's actually Heavy Storm.
Yeah.
Not to think that actually would, it really actually very much matters.
Really Heavy Storm, it actually matters, because you don't want to have 8,000, you want to have 10,000.
We have an Effect Veiler.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, you want to slow down on that. So it looks like he's not going for the attack because, remember, it gives an effect. So the Effect Veiler is stopping the spell. Really, like, nuanced use cases here. And so maybe those clumpy Effect Veilers are actually backfiring now on Ivan, because while Mario had to hold on to them, since there's so many monsters activating from the spell and trap zone, he had a definite copy in his hand to stop the Unstoppable Exodia Incarnate whenever Obliterate Blaze gave it that new effect. So let's see what we got next. Mario is digging deep into the deck, grabbing another Cashier of Fenrir, so just Fenrir to Fenrir to Fenrir. Gang's all here.
And we already saw how one copy of Fenrir can deal with the Exodia.
That's all it takes. And it kind of gives you, Fenrir is known for that insulation. I can play safely because if you react to me, maybe your best card goes away. And his best card on the field right now is Exodia.
So now we're seeing some of the standard Fiendsmith plays.
Interesting. So interesting too, I was noticing the life point counter hadn't changed, but the paying half of your life points is part of the effect that is given to Exodia, so he never got to. Maybe he should have waited just a little bit because technically that would have been a cost, so Mario might have jumped the gun there because he missed a chance to have his opponent lose half his life points for nothing. But it is such a nuanced deck, but I don't think he needs any help here as Lacrima of the Crimson Tears hits the field. Infinite Impermanence obviously powerful here, so we've got negations going back and forth. Both players just trying to hold on for dear life. But again, both in a pretty good position to make it to our top cut here. So this may just be the appetizer for the encore. Ooh.
Correct me if I'm wrong, because it's a quick play, couldn't you have just activated it in the battle phase to play around Effect Veiler?
No, because the effect that it gives you is an ignition effect that you can only activate during the main phase.
Oh,
so
okay, touche, thank you, yeah.
They do a really good job of
yeah.
like making it not too unfair, but feeling just like, Yu-Gi-Moto in the very first episode, my grandfather's deck has no pathetic cards, but it does contain. Yeah. But unfortunately, it also contains Effect Veiler on the other side, so didn't happen this time.
Yeah, so for those of you who are curious about that, Effect Veiler actually does line up quite well against this Exodia strategy when they're trying to go for the Blaze play specifically.
Well, I hate to invoke the anime again, but it is going to mean that a player like Ivan is going to have more difficulty in the future as more Effect Veilers show up when the Blue Eye Structure deck comes out soon. Effect Veiler is going to be very popular very soon. But equally popular, look at all the great work that Chaos Angel is doing, combining the Lacrima and Fiendsmith there. So the Fiendsmith Engraver, obviously light and light, so you're only getting the light effect on the Chaos Angel.
And one by one, we're down to just one final copy of Exodia. He is in fact playing 3 copies of the Unstoppable Exodia Incarnate in his extra deck, but now he's down to only 1 copy, with Fenrir and Chaos Angel having banished them.
So big numbers here, of course.
This could be it.
Oh, he's conceding. Okay, so we got ourselves a match. It is 1-1 with about 19 on the clock. So we definitely got time, but this is just a slugfest. Just big old monsters getting it done.
I'm really impressed electing to go second, as Mario did there in this previous game, being facing down a Dimension Shifter again, which we saw in the first game basically just outright ended his opening turn, but actually still finding a way to navigate through that. And not only just navigate through going second, doing so against 2 copies of the Unstoppable Exodia Incarnate.
Well, we've talked about how there's definitely 2 ways to approach a format, right? Maybe you run a lot of interactions from the hand, or maybe you run a lot of cards and clear the field. Interestingly, though, he's more on the interactions from the hand. He was just brave. He just was going to do it, and it paid off very well.
Yeah, I mean, talk about from the hand. If you incorporate the Bestials into your hand interaction count, you already start with just 10, because we already commented on how Mario's maximizing them. Then you have 3 Ash Blossom, 3 Ghost Ogre, 3 Moltrami Fualos, 3 Nibiru. He's electing not to play Infinite Impermanence, which is an interesting selection this weekend, which is something to consider if we're going to talk about Exodia and the way in which Obliterate Blaze works, that he does only have those 3 copies of Effect Veiler. He doesn't have the Infinite Impermanence that you would typically see in a lot of strategies.
Well, Impermanence may not do much here, though, because, again, there's that built-in spell and trap negate of the Unstoppable Exodia Incarnate. Maybe he was preparing just for this moment.
Yeah, sometimes, putting several cards together, but yeah, you're absolutely right. That spell and trap negate, something to consider in terms of side decking, that actually maybe Impermanence is a card you leave in the side deck if you're playing against this strategy.
The only thing I can think that Impermanence would do very interestingly here is if Golem that guards the Millennium Treasure is on the field, you can't negate the activation of the Millennium Ankh, but you could use Infinite Impermanence to negate a monster's effect in the same column as the Millennium Ankh, although I don't think a lot of people would end up making that mistake at this level of play.
Yeah, that's definitely possible.
Both duelists just locked in. They've shown each other, no, I can compete with this. And so Mario is, going to have to try to win out another one again when his opponent gets to go first. And maybe that's fine. Maybe Ivan just goes first again, and Mario is just, I've gone second every part of this duel. I think I'm okay.
So the thing is for Mario, and this might be the case for a lot of players at home, you're probably going to have cards like Moltrami Fualos in your deck and Perulia, which are not going to get you a lot of draws. Sometimes it's better to just maybe potentially hope to draw 2 copies of Imperm as opposed to having cards like the Molcharmers in your deck, which really might not even get you anything. So it really is difficult playing against the strategy that if you do elect to keep Imperm, you honestly need 2 Imperms or Imperm plus Fiendsmith in Paradise in order to actually get around that Exodia effect of negating a spell or trap card.
Yeah, on the Molcharmi economics department, I think you're only going to get 1, maybe 2 draws out of Molcharmi Fualos against an Exodia player, right? 1 for the Unstoppable Exodia Incarnate, and maybe 1 for a Link monster like we saw earlier. But other than that, it's true that it's not a dead draw as it's called, but it doesn't do a whole lot in this duel, so maybe he even side decked it out as he continues to play.
And that second Link monster is an optional one. That's not integral to what the deck strategy. You know, if the Exodia Incarnate was the second summon, that might be a little bit different, but that Link monster can easily be kept away into the extra deck to negate that second draw from your opponent.
A lot of options there too, considering you have a huge range of monster types and levels, and if you're playing any interactions from the hand yourself, you know, a level 5 monster like Golem that guards the Millennium Treasure, or I think actually that might be 6, but either or, your monsters in your hand that interact are typically tuners. Ash Blossom and the Shield of the Millennium Dynasty, that's a level 8 synchro right there, and there's plenty of good 8 synchros, but we'll have to see. The duels look like they're ready. Maybe the only thing we just see is Exodia again, or maybe not at all, depending on how this duel goes.
I'd love to actually see an Obliterate Blaze activated resolve and win. That would be a really awesome way to just end this final round of Swiss.
I feel like Mario knows too well about these card effects to let that happen. He knows when he's cooked, right? That's checkmate. So we'll see if he lets it resolve actually fully on the field. But either or, time for a good game. Great show of respect, and it's time to duel.
Stand by, main.
Are we going to have Shifter for a third game in a row?
Shifter this time.
So no Shifter, but starting off with the Wedju Temple. Looks like he's got some great options in his hand to place with the effect of the Wedju Temple.
I think that means he has a copy of Ogre, because he asked, is that like Right Soth, where it's on activation, or is it an Ignition?
It is not. So this could be a little expensive, but you could still place the cards from your hand to the field.
Okay.
But you are right. It's not like Pressure Planet Right Soft where you activate it when this card is activated. No, it's after it's activated, then during your main phase. So it looks like there's Sengenjin. And I think we're going to lose a lot of life points. 15 minutes left on the clock. It's going to be a little difficult here. But yeah, he does lose 2,000, so that'll put him at 6,000. And that is important, not just for like the time rules, but also because this is reducing the potential attack ceiling of the Exodia. Because remember, it's gaining attack during the damage step permanently equal to your life points.
Actually looks like he has pieces in his hand this game, which is something that he benefited from in the first 2 games, at least in terms of avoiding. So and he might have 2 pieces of Exodia in his hand, honestly.
Imagine that, an Exodia deck where you don't want to draw the pieces, but oh, there's... Ooh. That would work. Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring negating the entire effect. That means that monster's never jumping out of the spell and trap zone.
All right, so he doesn't have 2 pieces. He has 1 piece of Exodia. Unfortunately, it looks like the Obliterate Blaze, which is a card you'd much rather search out of your deck. And then I think the third card he has in his hand is Golem that guards the Millennium Treasures.
I think almost the simplicity of this deck may backfire on Ivan, because even if Mario didn't have experience against the deck already, although I certainly believe he does when he conceded in game 1, the deck is kind of linear. It does everything it needs to do in about 4 or 5 moves, so you can learn it pretty easily, and then look at the difference it has made. Ash Blossom stopping the Sengenjin, Ghost Ogre stopping the Wedju Temple. This is a pretty rough spot when you got an Exodia piece to boot, so there's very limited cards in hand technically.
Yeah, I mean, he can search out another copy of Wedju Temple with the Golem that guards the Millennium Treasures. That seems to be, in my opinion, the only sequence that he has left for this particular turn.
Sure.
Now it is interesting, but he still can only use that effect of Wedju Temple once per turn, so even another Wedju Temple here wouldn't help, unfortunately.
Getting it in his hand and putting a monster on the field to defend his life points is about the only thing that I could see.
Effect to place.
That might be where we're going with this.
Hit 2K to special and search.
Oh, he's paying 2,000. So now he's just got a body.
And 2,000 less life points.
I know, he's down to half. Certainly anime vibes with 4,000 life points and a giant soldier of stone-like monster defending his life points. Just that and a prayer. But pretty big defense there. Again, 2,200. And 6 stars, certainly relevant if you're using it as just an extender for certain different combo decks. But right now, it really is just defending, not extending.
I think this might just be it. I mean, I guess he could put the Exodia piece on the field and Link summon.
Oh,
all right.
He is going to do that. Okay.
All right. Is that the left leg?
Think so, yeah. Oh, but the
Oh.
secret village of the spellcasters. Little does he know his opponent has very few spells.
I know, literally 4 of them. And that's after side decking. The max that he could ever get to is 4. A regain and 3 track.
Well, all of a sudden, Mario's the one with the anime lines.
Oh, no.
My deck contains no pathetic spells, but it does contain Kashira Fenrir.
If Fenrir banishes the left leg face down,
That is a problem because, again, Millennium Monk needs to show those cards, and you can't show cards that are face down.
Just only spellcaster, right? Yeah, that's right.
Uh-oh.
oh no.
I mean,
Oh,
every
no.
Exodia Duelist has dealt with a piece being banished, but banished face
No,
down?
it's a Beast Warrior.
I know, banish face down is a lot different. You know, from the graveyard, we can back up Soldier them back to the hand. People knew that from 25 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
From the banish pile, there's a few different iterations. You know, Burial can get him into the graveyard. Miracle Dig, I think, was once a card that was used. But this,
What's your answer, Necroface?
I guess.
Yeah, I guess, but I don't think he's going to normal summon Necroface next turn if he has a next turn, considering that he's got so few life points. And then that Bestial Magnamut could grab another piece, even if he did link summon it off. But it looks like instead we're going to go ahead and banish the Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit to get out Bestial Magnamut, activate its effect, and I assume Lubellion's coming next.
Makes a lot of sense. He has regained in his deck.
Yep. I can place right in your secret village. Place. Yes, you can place. It's not activated.
Yeah, this doesn't activate. It just simply places it onto the field. Which is actually funny. He has 4 spells in his deck, one of which doesn't even activate. At least typically.
Yeah, it's so wild that placing it on the field, just circumventing the entire secret village of spellcasters. Who cares if I'm in a village? We are going to regain some Brandon.
It might be more detrimental to Ivan in this matchup to have the secret village. It
Yeah.
shuts off his deck that has 16 spells in it, so he always needs a spellcaster on the field to do anything.
Yeah, and actually, checking the effect of the Golem that guards the Millennium Treasure, the activation of Millennium Monk can't be negated, so technically you can't. Oh, but you couldn't activate a spell, so it's not negating the spell. So he may be locked out of his signature strategy, not just from the piece being banished, but also just from lacking spellcasters.
He's going to have to, I don't know, draw a piece to Exodia, so maybe he does want one more piece.
Not like this. Well, for 12 rounds, it was never to happen, but finally it has.
Just my anks can be negated. That's it. That's it? Okay.
He's like, oh, that's all it does?
That's
all right,
it?
That's it.
Okay.
I like that. I'm going to attack that and banish your Exodia piece face down. Oh, interesting.
Oh.
Maybe this is just going to go for game because he's at 4,000 life points with all the 2,000 that he paid.
That's enough. Oh, and he's got it. Mario with his Fiendsmith Bestial Concoction conquers Ivan's Exodia deck just by properly playing through. Great stuff there.
So Exodia came 1 game away from making it into our top 64. Unless,
Hey, maybe it's still mine.
Yeah, I was just about to say maybe Ivan's tiebreakers can sneak him in there towards the bottom, but it's certainly not a guarantee.
No, it's definitely slipping in the last of the locator cards in Battle City. It's not that guaranteed top, but Mario advancing, certainly a great demonstration of just keeping your cool. And for that reason, he gets to sign the Sacred Slip, and now he's moving forward. And a really interesting deck, too. I don't want that to be overshadowed just by how cool the Exodia strategy was. Mario is playing really interesting Fiendsmith Bestial stuff.
Yeah, you probably have seen a lot of his cards on the feature match table this weekend, but not in the way that Mario has combined them, especially in the ratios. You know, as I mentioned, he's maximizing every single Bestial that you can summon from your hand. He's maximizing the entire Fiendsmith engine, 3 Engraver and 3 Lacrima. I guess he's only playing the Fiendsmith in Paradise, so he's not playing, Fiendsmith Kyrie, for example. But he's also then playing a small Kashtira package in his side deck, so he can add in those Fenrirs and just really combine these 3 fantastic long-term grind-you-out card advantage engines.
No, really good stuff. I hate to quick Billy break here, but we've dueled before, but never quite like this. Again, Mario is running just cards we've seen, but in just a different counts and capacity, and it paid off. Really interesting stuff. Again, the infinite permanence wasn't going to save him, but the extra effect veilers did. All the lights, all the darks, just really, really cool stuff.
Yeah, it is funny, the fact that Effect Veiler is a light is a small but reasonable improvement over Infinite Impermanence in a Bestial-based strategy. You typically don't want to play into a card like Triple Tactics, Talons, or Thrust with a monster effect, which is why a lot of players start their deck with Impermanence and then go add Veiler if they want a 4th, 5th, and 6th effect. However, in this particular matchup, as you mentioned earlier, with the Spell and Trap Negate out of the Exodia, the Incarnate, it actually really mattered that it was specifically Effect Veiler in Game 2.
No, it certainly does, and it kind of reminds me of the old conversations we used to have 20 years ago during Invasion of Chaos. Is this card good? No, it's not. Hey, man, it's a light. Oh, okay, that's definitely going in the deck, and you're right. Using practically the same ability there, a little different, obviously, because they are nuancedly different cards. The light came in handy. The light fed the Bestial and gave him everything he needed to keep pushing forward.
Yeah, he has the 3-effect failure, and we actually even saw the Ghost Ogre being a light mattering there in order to summon one of the Bestials on the turn that actually clinched it for him.
Yeah, and the Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit is just such an incredible card. Obviously, it's another light too, right? But I feel like that's a card that comes in and out of the format. Obviously, it's good and bad to destroy cards at different times, but just really blew his opponent out of the water with that card.
What's fascinating with that card is, you know, when Ryzeal first came out, people were focusing how do we deal with Duo Drive, and that was kind of one of the logical pieces as to what you could use to counter Duo Drive. Over time, though, there are actually variations of Ryzeal that didn't even play Duo Drive for a small window of time. I think it's kind of regained popularity now, but it's just interesting to see that even so, he's still incorporating 3 copies of Ghost Ogre into his deck this weekend.
Yeah, and I think that's actually going to make the difference. You know, as he continues in the tournament, he's going to have a tool that nobody else has. The ability to be like, surprise, your monster's destroyed, while also being a tuner. And in certain nuanced use cases, if it gets stuck on the field, can also send itself from the field to the graveyard too.
Yeah, for anybody that's played emergency teleport-based strategies, you do know that that interaction with Ghost Ogre applies, where sometimes you can actually just teleport, put it on the field during your opponent's turn, and there's some additional point of interaction that wouldn't typically be there.
And it's kind of a recurring threat for him, given that he's got the Brand of Regained, right? Discard, banish, return, discard, banish, return, and so on and so forth. But speaking of return, let's return to the stage to talk with Stephen Kangas and our winner of this featured match.
Thank you very much. I'm live on stage. Congratulations, Mario, on the final Swiss round feature match victory. How are you feeling after the win?
Exhausted.
It was a long day yesterday. 3 rounds already today. Do you saw the stamina to keep going?
We'll see. We'll see. But hopefully.
Well, let's talk about that match then, because you're up against a unique deck, the Millennium cards, the Exodia cards. How stressed were you when left leg of the Forbidden One hit the field?
I wasn't too worried about that because I did have another Bistal in hand. I thought he would have went into the Fiendsmith combo, but I believe he couldn't because Closed Moon, I think it's 2 effect monsters. But that was like a last resort because I had Fenrir. So when he activated Secret Village, I was very fine because like my deck can play around it very easily. So I was confident.
Okay, fair enough. Well, you mentioned shout out to your hometown Montreal when you were coming in here. What does it feel for you? Because that's a long distance to travel all the way here to Orlando, Florida to represent Montreal.
It is, but like fortunately we have flights, so it's like it was 2 hours this time, but we do travel a lot throughout all the states, and it can be pretty intense. The travel time it can be like 8 hours, 10 hours, but we love the game, so we'll do it.
All right, well, we're happy you made the trip today. Best of luck in the rest of the tournament. We're going to throw it back to the casters.
Good stuff. Well, it sounds like it was definitely worth the trip, no matter how long a duelist has got a duel.
Yeah, I mean, going all the way from Canada down to Orlando, that's a 2-hour flight. I don't know what airline he goes on, but I need to get in touch with it because mine from Boston was 3 hours, and it's a little bit closer.
That is a supersonic jet indeed, which is just some crazy stuff. But again, wow, what a tournament we've had so far, but it's not over yet. That's the good news. We still have a top cut coming up. So, whew, you excited, Joe?
I am. I'm really curious to see who made it into the top cut.
Oh, goodness. Well, we are going to go for a brief break here, but soon we'll be back with our top cut announcement.
How did I get into Yu-Gi-Oh? Must have been 20 years ago. In kindergarten, one of my friends just had a drawer full of cards. I remember, of course, the Blue Eyes White Dragon, and we played. Then, yep, rest is history. 20 years later, more and more Yu-Gi-Oh. It's been a long journey.
I got into Yu-Gi-Oh right when about the time it first came out. The first set I ever opened was Metal Raiders, and the cover card of the set was the Black Skull Dragon, and that's ironically my favorite card that I've ever enjoyed having, and I have a collection of.
I got into Yu-Gi-Oh when I remember I was in 7th grade. My mom got me the first starter decks, Yui Kaiba, and I've been playing ever since then, on and off, for over 25 years now.
I got into Yu-Gi-Oh back in my school days, and I went to a temple, and friends were playing a card game, and I think they were playing with structure decks, like Yugi Kaiba structure decks. And so I just was curious and got to play it, and it just looked cool.
So I got into Yu-Gi-Oh ever since kindergarten, having the unsleeved cards and the rubber bands, and gradually over the course of my life I started playing the games, and then I had a long break, and then I decided to get serious about Yu-Gi-Oh last year. So I started playing Master Duel, and then I got into the TCG, and I'm here now.
I started playing Yu-Gi-Oh with my childhood friend when we were both in elementary school, just playing, like, throwing cards at each other on the playground. And then one day I picked up a Yu-Gi-Oh card and said, hey, I could be good at this.
The deck type that I brought Ryziel Fiendsmith, and I'm excited to play everything. I really want to play against Malice because one of my friends plays it a lot, so I enjoy having that competition and also being able to go back to him and tell him how I did.
The deck that I brought this weekend is Mitsurugi Ryziel. I'm looking forward to playing against other Ryziel variants. I quite enjoy the mirror match aspect with the Ryziel Detonator being a good control aspect, but not being too oppressive so that I feel like I can't fight back.
I'm running Malice Bestial for the YCS, and honestly, I'm pretty much down for anything. I think I need practice with all these types of decks, and I think this is a great opportunity to get that started.
I brought Ryziel Mitsurugi. I'm okay. I want to play the mirror match most of anything. I think I'm pretty prepared for it. I'm prepared for the meta itself. I enjoy just ritual summoning, and that mechanic for me, it really took my attention.
I brought the Malice deck. I have a lot of fun playing it. I'm looking forward to playing the Fiendsmith Ryziel matchup.
How does it feel to be competing at a YCS? I'm like an old retired veteran at this point. I'm used to it. I love it. It's why I show up every time still. But I'm chill. I'm in my element here, and I'm ready for it.
It's always been a great experience just to be here, see friends that you don't usually see, you know, from all over the world, be able to meet new people and interact with others and see what they play and, you know, share ideas. It's always great to be out of these events.
The intensity is to be at a YCS, to compete for it, it's the intensity. I feel the nerves. I've had the nerves all week, and I'm ready to finally have it out here today and start and do the process, and I'm hoping to get there. Day 2 first, top, and then try to win.
Feels like every other one, excited, ready to go.
It is very exhilarating. Honestly, I'm kind of nervous because it's my first YCS ever, and I see a lot of people here, a lot of talented people. So I'm really hoping that I can perform the best that I can here.
I lost count of how many times I've gone to YCS in the last 2 years, but you know, coming to this YCS is the first YCS of the year, and I come to the YCS more than anything to say hi to friends, enjoy with friends, play some matches. Probably will never make top 8, but I just come out to just enjoy and see friends that I don't get to see often.
When it comes to believing in the heart of the cards, it has to be Ice Ryziel, because that allows me to do my combo, and that's where, once I see it, I have peace of mind that we're about to win.
There's a card I'm top decking out of my deck. It's going to be Blackwing Blizzard the Far North. That card has saved me so many times in a match that it just is a little game changer to the game, and in many cases actually ended the game because of just drawing it.
Right now, going second, probably Nib, Nibiru the Primal Being, but going first, one of my starters, Malice, Dormouse, or White Rabbit. That's probably going to be what I'm going to need the most, and not Brick.
There's always one card that's never failed me when I have to draw it, and it's Triple Tactics Talent.
If there's any card I hope to top deck, it's typically a card that draws 2 more new cards. And because Pot of Greed is banned, it's Pot of Desires now.
I would definitely want to top deck either Pot of Prosperity, just to be able to dig into my outs, or Mitsurugi Ritual, be able to ritual summon.
My favorite public event is Rivalry of Warlords. It's a completely different vibe to Attack of the Giant card and Dwinamats because it's not constructed with your own decks. Instead, you get given a different theme that's pre-built, and you get to explore something new in Yu-Gi-Oh! That's part of the fun in Yu-Gi-Oh! Exploring different ideas, archetypes, and learning. So yeah, it's a big switch up, especially after playing the main event where I play a lot of constructed Yu-Gi-Oh!
My favorite public events is going to be the Time Wizard tournaments that are going out on the side for YCS. And what I like about that is that you get to see a lot of the old school players that don't want to play Advanced, but they don't mind playing some of the retro formats that are in there. That could be April 2010 format, that could be some of the 2014 formats, and some of the recent formats that people preferred, and they don't want to play the current format, so they'll play some of the formats that are like not even a format before, or maybe a format before, or even a year before this year's format.
My favorite public event, the Structure Deck tournament. There's nothing better than being able to compete, one, for the awesome prize of the mat that's on the cover, but also me and one of my friends always make a competition to play the same event and get to the final so that we can get bragging rights.
It's the ultimate Time Wizard tournament. As I said, I've been playing for a very long time, so for me that event, it brings me back to the good days when I actually was able to travel and enjoy playing the game. I greatly appreciate all those formats. Good memories for me.
I really like the Time Wizard event, but I prefer Heart of the Underdog at my locals.
Attack of the Giant card is my favorite public event. It's the one that I play the most. It's the one that I've gotten the highest, like I've placed the most in, and that kind of bracket style play is a lot of fun as well.
How many giant cards do you have?
I currently have 2 medium-sized cards, and I'm trying to get a giant card soon.
For this YCS, I prepared a fair bit with some of my local friends as well as some friends online, just kind of theorying out the best options for the new cards. Specifically, the Mitsurugi cards are brand new. They're exclusive to the TCG regions, so we haven't had the Japanese lead to kind of follow. How do I think I'll do though? I'm not sure. Like with anything that's brand new, it's a bit of a bold guess, and I have to hope that I'm on the right track. You never know if you're not. You'll find out afterwards, I guess.
I've been testing on and off with my group of friends from around the area. I've been testing for the past couple of months, just reading on the new format, and I think I'm pretty confident that I'll be okay. You know, I know that I'm not gonna be probably the best one out there, but I think I got it.
I prepare testing with a lot of my friends, testing different theories, and then practicing a lot, playing the same deck over and over and over again until I basically just know all the combos and all the interactions in the back of my mind.
With preparation for the YCS, one of the biggest things is playtesting a lot. A lot of it too is talking with my friends. We throw a lot of ideas at each other, and if the ideas don't work, we're blunt with each other, come up with different things, and then we'll go to locals and play. And then how do I think I'm going to do? I'm going to be cocky on it. I'm going to try to go all the way. I've been putting in a lot of time in between work and playing. Like, I'm just trying to make sure I do bring my best, my A game, and trying to go 100%.
Hello and welcome back to YCS Orlando. 12 rounds of Swiss have concluded. 2,274 duelists have competed, but only 64 will continue. Behind me are the hopefuls to learn who is going to advance. So please welcome to the stage head judge Steven to announce the competitors.
Hello, duelists. Thank you so much for coming out to YCS Orlando, Florida. After 12 rounds of Swiss, I will now announce our standings. Starting with 34 points. In first place, Steven Santoli. Now for 33 points. In second place, Luka Kovic. In third place, David Golightly. In fourth place, Alexander Jarvis. Now for those with 31 points. In fifth place, Bailey Peters. In sixth place, James Valentino. In seventh place, Logan Johnson. In eighth place, Christian Urena. In ninth place, Matthew Vanden Heuvel. In 10th place, Hisam Jawari. Next up are those with 30 points. In 11th place, Sebastian Sanchez. In 12th place, Logan Kite. In 13th place, Min Pham. In 14th place, Sean Rye. In 15th place, Trevor McInnes. In 16th place, Duncan Tucker. In 17th place, Jesse Cotton. In 18th place, Levi Dudley. In 19th place, Carlos Peroso Moreno. In 20th place, Andrew Williams. In 21st place, Johnson Griggs. In 22nd place, Brandon Chang. In 23rd place, Rolando Lorido Matos. In 24th place, Jeffrey Jones. In 25th place, Adriel Pierre. In 26th place, Steven Trifanowski. Moving on, this duelist has 29 points. In 27th place, Carlos Baez-Velez. Moving on to our duelists with 28 points. In 28th place, Benjamin Tomarkin. In 29th place, Darmond Dixon. In 30th place, Michael Eresman. In 31st place, Aditya Durup. In 32nd place, Mario D'Amico. Continuing with 28 points. In 33rd place, Clifton Land II. In 34th place, Carlos Morero Cortina. In 35th place, Derek Mead. In 36th place, Jean-Paul Perez Alonso. In 37th place, Minsu Park. In 38th place, Dennis Nadas. In 39th place, Manan Bandari. In 40th place, Me Windows. In 41st place, Stephen Klaus. In 42nd place, Tavion Crowley. In 43rd place, in 43rd place, Daniel Cotto Grosser. In 44th place, Dante Solano. In 45th place, Michael Gold Jr. In 46th place, Sebastian Todd. In 47th place, Nathan Shimada. In 48th place, John Wilkin. In 49th place, Jose Santiago Torres. In 50th place, Ethan Crow. In 51st place, Julian Cajon. In 52nd place, Michael Walters. In 53rd place, Justin Russell. In 54th place, David Flores. In 55th place, Julian Cresto. In 56th place, Mitchell Martin. Our next duelists have 27 points. In 57th place, Adrian Gonzalez. In 58th place, George Sacco. In 59th place, Gabriel Braithwaite. In 60th place, Robert Weathers. In 61st place, Richard On. In 62nd place, Giancarlo Valdez Tolentino. In 63rd place, Christopher Cushman. And the last of our top cut with 27 points in 64th place, Colin Goodrich. These standings will now be posted. You will have 5 minutes to verify them. If there are any discrepancies, please come see the scorekeeper. After 5 minutes, standings will become final.
What's up, everybody? Steve Kangas live at YCS Orlando. We're going to go around and talk to some of the duelists here to see how their YCS is going. All right, I'm live here in Orlando with Evan at the YCS. How's your YCS experience going?
It's a blast. I mean, this is my first event. The amount of people that I've seen, it's an experience.
There's a lot of people here. 2,223, I believe, was the number as of this morning. But you said this is your first event, so what's that experience been like, and where are you traveling in from?
So I've actually lived in Florida my entire life, so having the first YCS that I get to go to being local is the easiest part. 3 hours instead of having to fly out, that's nice.
Yeah, that's shorter than my flight was. Well, now you mentioned before that you're here cheering on friends from your locals, right? How are they doing? How's the crew doing so far at the YCS? Anyone still in it?
So a lot of them are still X1, X2. We actually have a couple of the guys that Logan Shepard, shout out, he's killing it out there. One of my young dragon duelists that is now an adult for the first time. He's doing awesome. And then a couple of my guys, Lana, Joey, Tony, Colin. There's a lot of us. I can't go into all of them.
Shout out to everybody from the locals. Now, it's your first time here. You're not competing at the YCS, but there are public events. Are you interested in any of those? And if so, which ones are you looking at?
So there were a couple that I was looking at. One of the ones was one of the Winamats. I wanted to try and go after those Starlight cuts. Those are some pretty cool things. I've held one before, but I've never actually had the chance to play for one. And I'm a competitive soul, so that's something that I want to go after and see if I can obtain something from one of my first events.
All right, well, we'll be cheering for you. Best of luck, and hope you have a lot of fun.
Thank you. I got one more shout out if I can.
Yeah, one more shout out.
Got to shout out Sally and Mike Goodrow from downtown Fort Myers. Go Dragon's Lair, and thanks.
We're live here in Orlando, and I have Wes at the YCS. How's your YCS experience going?
So far, so good, man.
Awesome. What are you competing in?
I'm competing in a Time Wizard 2010 format.
Okay. Cool. And how are you doing? Are you doing all right?
So far, so good. Right now, I'm X2, but I'm going to try to win out for the rest of the day.
Okay, cool. Where are you traveling in from? Are you local, or did you come in?
I'm actually in Crestview, Florida, which is in the Panhandle, so this is about a 6-hour ride for me. I came here with my brother of mine, so we just came to play, hopefully win.
Okay, cool. Well, I'm sure they'll be rooting for it. A lot of people will be. How many YCSs have you been to so far?
So far, this is my second YCS that I've attended to. The first one was YCS Atlanta 2019.
Okay, so it's been a little bit. What's it like coming back to a YCS?
I miss the feeling. I miss playing. I'm having a good time today. All the players that I've played so far have been great, welcoming back and also helping me as I'm trying to relearn.
That's awesome. That's really cool. Well, what's your favorite part about the Time Wizard formats? Because I love being able to go back and experience these older ones, playing with cards I played with as a kid. What's your favorite part of it?
My favorite part of it is the simplicity, not simplicity, but how easy it is to outthink your opponent without making 7, 8, 9 card boards. Where would you set something, or do you full extend to watch your whole field get blown up versus everything now in Modern?
Well, what advice would you give for anybody? You've been at 2 YCSs now, so a little more veteran there. What advice would you give to people that maybe haven't gone to one yet?
I would say don't listen to your friends. Build what you want to build. Enjoy what you like playing, because it's all about you having fun at the end of the day. Of course, you want to win, but sometimes what you want to play is a little bit better than what your friends want to play.
Trust your deck building skills, duelists. Thank you so much, Wes. Good luck with the rest of the event. Darian, how's your YCS experience going so far?
I was completely and utterly destroyed. It's been tough. It was a tough day for sure. I went X3 at round 4. I might be the best player in the room. We'll see.
Just most unlucky then?
Yeah, 100%.
You know, it happens to everybody. I got to say, what were you playing to go X3? Do you mind saying your deck?
I was playing myself.
All right, fair enough.
I was playing Feast with Ryziel. I don't know. The Moncharby cards are crazy. They just maxi. I sit down game 1, round 1. I get double Peruliad. My hand has just got Sword Ryziel. It's like, my day is good. It was a good day.
Yeah, well, hey, it can get better. Are you going to be still playing, or are you dropping and going to the public events?
I'm team vacation.
Team vacation, does that mean you traveled in from out of town?
Yeah, I'm from Madison, Wisconsin.
Okay, man, that's a long way to travel. How was that like?
It was good until I lost.
You know, that is how that goes typically. Yeah. All right, well, how many YCSs have you been to? Are you a veteran, or are you new to YCSs?
I'm a veteran at scrubbing, so yeah.
Okay, well, do you have any advice then for anybody else at home who maybe hasn't gone to one yet?
Yeah. You just gotta want it more.
Just want it more. That's simple.
I should have just wanted it more. I should have just wanted it more.
Do you have any other friends that are still in the event right now?
Oh yeah, everybody.
Everybody's your friend. Wow, I didn't realize.
Yeah. No, like I know that guy. I know that dude right there. He's sitting down.
What words of encouragement do you have for everybody else still in the event then?
Want it more.
Want it more. It's that simple, everybody. You just gotta want it more. Thank you, Darian. Best of luck at the public events. All right, I'm here with reigning WCS champion for TCG, Ruben. We're not going to ask you to do jump roping today, but I'm going to ask you, how's your YCS experience been?
It's been pretty good. I'm undefeated. I'm 5-0 right now, so pretty solid. Pretty solid start.
A classic reigning world champion right there. Do you feel like you have a target on your back because you are the reigning WCS champ?
I hope not, but I imagine everyone knows who I am now, so maybe they have a gunning for me being a good player now.
Are you a bounty duelist?
I'm not. I'm in the VIP area because of...
Understandable, understandable. Well, how many YCSs have you been to? Because I know that last year was a legendary year for you. You were doing a lot of events, but over your career, how many have you done?
I would be hard to say. At least in the last, 3 years, I've been to almost every YCS. If not, maybe a handful I didn't go to. So since things started back up, I'd say upwards of 25 to 30 in my life, maybe close to 50.
That's insane. There's got to be a record, and you got to be close to the top, if not taking it. So as a veteran of YCSs, what's your favorite part about going to events like this and experiencing this?
Honestly, it's just seeing my friends. I live across country from most of them, so the Thursday, Friday sometimes feel more fun than Saturday, Sunday, just because you get to hang out with your friends. It's in a new city. You get to have a nice dinner and just enjoy the presence of people you don't see normally. That to me is the biggest thing, especially now that I can't work. I very much enjoy traveling to see all my friends.
Okay, well, hey, hope you a speedy recovery and best of luck with the rest of the event. 5-0, a lot of pressure on you. I'm live here with Michael at Orlando. Michael, how's your YCS experience been?
It's been wonderful. It's been wonderful. This is my favorite YCS yet. Even though it's only my second, I already beat the other one.
Okay, so second YCS. Do you feel like you've warmed up? Did you learn anything from the first YCS that you're applying to this one?
I learned there's a lot of people, and only some of them are better than me. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, only a select few, maybe. So how are you doing then so far at this YCS?
X2. You know, I'm just scraping the bottom. If I keep going, I'll keep going. It's only the locals from now, right? It's only 3 rounds. That's the locals.
True. You just have to win out from this position, right?
Yes, sir.
So, how confident are you then in your deck choice so far at this event?
I'm playing the best deck in the format, Fiendsmith Ryzel, and all I've done is mirror matches all day, so if I get the mirror, I'm good. The only thing I'm worried about is Malice, if I get shifted, but they lose the Lancia. It's basically just rock, paper, scissors there. Who has the rock, who has the scissors?
All right, so you mentioned that you're playing Fiendsmith Ryzel. Why do you think that is the best deck?
I feel like I can play through interaction better than any other deck, and whenever the interaction's all used up, you can just Ryzel Duo to get cross, and once cross is up and you have the recursion all set up, there's no way you're losing the grind game.
Well, now that you've had 2 YCSs under your belt, or this is the second, what advice would you give to other people that maybe haven't gone to a YCS yet?
I would say you definitely have to prepare some food, you got to prepare some water, and you got to get in the mindset of, I'm just here for fun. You can't really worry about it too much because the variants that you're going to have and all that, you're going to have a fun time though.
All right, well, thank you so much, Michael, for coming on and chatting with us. Best of luck at the rest of your event.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. We finally made it to the top cut portion of YCS Orlando, the first YCS of the year. The top 64 players are now going to be playing in a single elimination tournament. If you lose, you're done. There's no more Swiss rounds. It's win or go home at this point. And at the end of a single elimination tournament, we will crown the first Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series champion of 2025. But without further ado, let's go ahead and jump right into it. Kangas, who's going to be our first feature match here in the Top Cut YCS Orlando?
For our round 64 feature match from Toronto, Ontario, your reigning Master Duel champion, shout out Team 7, Jesse Cotton! And his opponent today in the red chair, also from Toronto, Ontario, ex-teammates with one of Jesse's teammates, Ryan, would also like to shout out Team 7, John Wilkin! Duelists are ready on stage, so let's throw it back to the casters for game number 1.
All right, thank you, Kangas. That's right, we have an epic matchup here in Top 64. We looked through all of the pairings and tried to find the craziest match we could, and we found two Canadian juggernauts, one of, if not the best Yu-Gi-Oh! Player of all time, credential-wise at least, has so many YCS wins, UDS win, UUDS win, the only one, the undisputed Ultimate Duel Series champion, and the reigning Master, well, 1/3 of the reigning Master Duel World team. And yeah, and John Wilkin, no slouch on the other side, another really incredible player from Canada. And as you mentioned, we've seen him make the finals of a 3v3, the Team YCS, with one of the teammates from Team 7, Ryan Yu, on the teams. That was 2 world champs and John.
Yeah. Well, now they both have to face off against each other. These two players have clearly known each other for a very long time. They're from the same area. Jesse grew up with John Wilkin here. Jesse actually helped John Wilkin grow as a player, so they've known each other for a very long time, and this is definitely the most stacked match in this Top Cut.
Yeah, it's incredible. Both these players are amazing duelists, have both been in Top Cut plenty of times, and now they're going to have to face off here in the very first round. Definitely friendly with each other. You see Jesse with a smile on his face. Before we jump into the match, though, I want to talk about the deck type breakdown. If you want to know what has made the Top Cut, well, in terms of the first, section of what was, had more representation between Ryziel and Malice, Ryziel's going to come out on top. There's 24 Fiendsmith Ryziel decks, 17 Bestial Malice decks, 7 Mitsurugi Ryziel decks, which is pretty interesting to see. We have 5 Bestial Fiendsmith decks, no Ryziel cards there. 4 just pure Ryziel decks. We have a couple Fiendsmith Malice, which is pretty cool to see. A couple Mermail Atlantean decks, that's nice to see.
2, more than I expected.
Yeah, and then 1 Tempai Dragon, 1 just
Pure
Fiendsmith.
Okay.
That's interesting. I want to look at that deck list and see exactly why it's only pure Fiendsmith. And 1 Fiendsmith Bestial.
Oh, so that goes in with the other Bestial Fiendsmiths. So there's 6 total Bestial Fiendsmiths.
Yeah, let's go ahead and combine that with the Bestial Fiendsmith since it's just the name's flipped. I don't think it makes much of a difference. But yeah, lots of diversity here in the Top Cut and Top 64, but Ryziel and Malice coming out on top as expected. But with the Mitsurugi cards, the brand new world premiere theme out of Supreme Darkness, definitely having impact this weekend, and that's what Jesse Cotton brought here to play this weekend.
Yeah, Mitsurugi has been a powerful force, converted pretty well here. It was fairly popular, not nearly as popular as other Ryziel strategies, being mainly the Fiendsmith version, some pure, but the Mitsurugi has made it into the Top Cut. 7 players have made it this far. Not the greatest representation, but we'll see how deep they can make it.
Definitely. And on the other side, John Wilkin has brought the more traditional Fiendsmith Ryziel deck that we've seen a lot of over the weekend. So we're going to get to see how these two decks play up into each other. Both these decks, they want to avoid cards like the Bestials. Luckily, they're both going to be avoiding them when they're facing off against each other here in this matchup.
I mean, there's probably some Bestials in either deck here because they're just very powerful cards. Not like not a heavy count, but just some. Because I think Magnum is just too good of a card not to play.
Definitely. Not as many as you might see in a Malice deck, but could be packing some in one of their strategies. We'll have to see as it's about to play out. But you can see the players, even though there's a lot on the line, they're definitely putting each other at ease, both very happy. Both of them started out as Dragon Duelists, actually, which is pretty interesting. Different eras, but both coming from, playing at a very young age and traveling to events at a very young age, and now seeing success on such a large stage is awesome to see.
Yeah, it shows how dedication and hard work can get you there.
Definitely. Now it looks like we are mere moments away from getting into the game. The decks are shuffled. They're almost ready to draw their opening hands in this Canadian matchup. There's a lot of Canada in the top 64. I mean, they've been producing so many good duelists for so many years now, and that hasn't changed.
Yeah, I can think of 5 immediately, including these 2 players here. But we're going to start with game number 1, get that important die roll out of the way. I think the die roll is actually not super important in this matchup right here. I think it's more heavily important for Jesse. If Jesse wins the die roll, I think it's heavily unfavored for John just because of how powerful Mitsurugi is. But I don't think Jesse's necessarily that upset if he does happen to lose the die roll, because the Mitsurugi cards are very powerful at playing into boards. The only thing is if John decides to knowingly go into Dweller as part of his end field.
6 is going to be below average. 8, looks like John Wilkin is going to be going first. It's time to duel here in top 64 of YCS Orlando, the first Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series of 2025.
The very first match of this illustrious top cut.
All right, John doesn't seem to be too happy with his hand. Maybe he's contemplating his first play, but nope, it is
Can't be that upset.
Can't be that upset. Nope, not if Ice Raziel is going to come down first. But
he's allowed to be a little upset.
Mulcharmy Fu Wallace will be changed, so anytime John special summons from the deck or extra deck, Jesse will be able to draw a card. And there is no Ash Blossom here from John Wilkins, so the first card drawn to Jesse's hand. This is where Jesse wants to be.
I do see a lot of spell cards in Jesse's hand, so if John doesn't commit too much to the field here, Jesse can potentially blow him out with all those powerful engine cards.
All right, X Raziel is going to add Sword Raziel from the deck to the hand, I believe.
I think at this point you're opting out of the Fiendsmith engine and trying to just lay low with a detonator, unless you already have something along the lines of track and at least set up something. But if you already had track, you would have started with it, right?
Potentially, yep. So now he's looking to... Yep, going to go ahead and special summon the sword. Oh, maybe not.
Just
Contemplating his options.
It's a tough spot, having to play around the Mulcharmy Fualos.
When you play the mini game, you have to really consider how many cards you want to give your opponent and what amount of interruption is enough to just survive until the next turn. It doesn't necessarily have to win the game by itself, but needs to just make it to the next turn. And if John knows anything about Jesse's deck, which he probably does, then he knows he's going to need to put up quite a bit.
All right, Bonfire is going to add Extra Zeal.
Another copy here. Already used its effect to add at this point, but it is still a free extender.
Maybe he'd want to use it just to get an aggregator into the graveyard so he could attach it under the detonator, potentially.
Even an Eclipse would be... Or actually, Eclipse would be pretty bad here because it doesn't have anything else for the detonator.
So he's going to special summon Sword Raziel, and then that's going to allow him to add another copy of Ice Raziel for follow-up on the next turn.
It's all about making it to the next turn.
That's what John's thinking about right now. How many disruptions I can put up without giving Jesse too many cards?
Fualos gaining a lot of popularity because of the introduction of the Fiendsmith engine in Raziel. Typically, pure Raziel, very powerful at playing into the Fualos, not giving up too many draws. But unfortunately, the Fiendsmith engine, typically leading with Ice Raziel, will give already one draw, and then going into the Fiendsmith engine will just give him so many more. Fualos is the main counter and very powerful to see for Jesse right now.
All right, looks like he is going to special summon Extra Zeal, sending...
It looks like he's contemplating the aggregator here.
It does send Marilogical Aggregator to the graveyard.
Is it going to be a 4-material detonator? Yeah, okay, I didn't think so. Potentially just going into Duo Drive just to give an additional, like, the cross could be worth one draw, honestly, especially with the amount of follow-up you get as well.
But it looks like he opts to go into Detonator here. On summon, he's going to be able to attach a monster underneath as material. He's going to attach the aggregator, so if he detaches it during Jesse's turn, he'll also be able to negate a card. But it looks like he might.
I think he's going to go for Dweller. It makes a lot of sense, especially when you know the matchup. It cuts off a lot of powerful plays here.
Yeah, he probably knows that Jesse is on the Mitsurugi strategy, so cutting off those effects from activating the graveyard could be huge for him.
Setting one to backward before passing turn. Jesse has a lot of cards in hand, but not enough to have to put any back with the Fualos. Passing priority in draw phase, so we get to activate that Dweller as soon as he can.
And it looks like it will resolve.
Now, can Jesse power through what is essentially just a detonator as well as one in the set?
8 in hand? That's a lot of cards in hand.
But detonator's a lot of cards too. If he can't answer it immediately. I don't think I see an infinite permanence in Jesse's hand.
He's going to have to contemplate his next move, or it could be his last in this tournament. I see him eyeing a Mitsurugi card in his hand.
Yeah, a lot less valuable under Dweller, but still useful if you're able to develop something. It looks like we're going to start with Mitsurugi Prayers, using its effect, already tributing a Reptile with the Night Sword Serpent from the hand.
Not a card you want to draw, unfortunately.
There are many uses for it. I don't think it's the worst draw in the world, but at least in this instance, you're able to resolve both effects of Prayers here.
Mm-hmm. So they'll be able to get a level 4 on the field. Also,
searching any Mitsurugi monster.
Yep. See if he goes for Saji. Nope, looks like he's
going to add the Ame no Murakumo.
Yep, Ame no Murakumo, no Mitsurugi.
Will he opt to special summon? It doesn't look like he's opting to special summon. Yeah, he opts out. Just wanted to tribute the sword.
Okay, now he's going to activate Mitsurugi Ritual.
Going to special summon out that Ame no Mitsurugi. Going to tribute from deck.
Yep, and now on the summon, he'll be able to destroy, or attempt to destroy all monsters that John Wilkin controls.
The Futsu being used as a material. Unfortunately, not going to be able to activate its effect in the graveyard when tributed.
Yep, Futsu no Mitama no Mitsurugi.
I appreciate you doing your best, Billy.
I'm doing my best. They got lots of words, lots of letters.
A lot of no's.
A lot of no's, yeah. We'll see if John Wilkins is going to say no here to the Ame no Murakamo.
I don't think he really needs to interrupt it, per se. He just needs to protect his own detonator. And then he can also detach the aggregator.
Yep.
To not have to discard a card later. That's at least one use of detonator out of the way. A little expensive, but you had plenty of cards to work with thanks to the Fuelos.
Alright, looks like he's trying to go to battle phase here.
Yep. This trades with the detonator very well. It's once per turn to protect, so he gets to eliminate the detonator now, and now he can try to play with potentially some Ryziel cards, if he has any.
It would be pretty unfortunate if he doesn't have any, since he drew 8 cards in hand for his turn, but we'll have to see. I do see a couple copies of Ash Blossom, but looks like he's going to use another Mitsurugi Ritual to Ritual Summon from the deck.
A little unfortunate here, because again, you are under Bestweller. He's going to tribute his own Ame Mitsurugi here. Just to have this one live, so potentially if another card is activated from John Wilkins' side, he's able to use its effect to either negate the effect or force him to discard a card. And now we can normal summon Sword Ryziel, which still works. It's functional. Not the best, but is functional.
Yep. Not Ice Ryziel, but it will let you get your engine online. Sword Ryziel is going to add extra Ryziel from the deck to the hand.
Extra Ryziel also not that great right now. One, because of Bestweller, but two, because it cannot activate its effect to add any cards here because he controls a non-level 4 monster.
Decides to send a detonator to the graveyard.
Oh, but he does have Cross.
All right, so he won't have to go into Duo Drive to access Ryziel Cross, so he might just go straight into another copy of Detonator.
He's going to go straight into
Duo Drive. Duo Drive.
He does not believe that to be infinite impermanent set.
Duo Drive on summon will be able to attach a material from the graveyard, a Ryziel monster at that, which is why he sent the detonator.
Going to resolve the effect here.
Yep, attach 2 to add 2 Ryziel cards from the deck to the hand.
This will likely be adding a copy of Node and Sword, because he still hasn't used the effect of Sword to special summon from the hand.
Could be.
Optionally, you can go for Ice, but I don't really know how much value Ice is getting you right now. Oh, there is a copy of Node and Ice.
Ice is nice.
Sure can be.
All right, let's see where he goes next to this. He's going to special summon Node, since there's a rank 4 out there.
Sir, how many hand do you have?
Only down to 3, not too bad from being at 8 cards in hand. So now he's going to use Node, sending the ice to the graveyard to special summon back Sword Raziel.
Likely only plays the one sword, actually. That makes a lot more sense in this situation.
Then yeah, the cross will put 2 Raziel monsters at the bottom of the deck and allow Jesse to draw a new card. Now he's going to overlay his 2 Raziel monsters for the rank 4 Raziel Detonator. On summon, he'll be able to attach a monster from his graveyard.
Gonna go for the Night Sword Serpent. Why not? Now the Dweller is unfortunately still on the field here, but I think the best single card that Jesse could have drawn is a Mitsurugi Prayers, because both of those Murakumos are properly summoned. So you can set up the Raigeki effect.
I will attempt to leave the phase.
All right, looks like we're trying to go to end phase, and now play is back to John.
John gave himself a lot of follow-up in the previous turn, no longer under the restrictive effect of Fualos.
Things could have gone worse for John here with so many cards that Jesse had in his hand. He definitely didn't draw into like the best 8 cards he could have.
Yeah, it was very heavy into the Mitsurugi.
It was a bluff.
Yep, there is the bonfire. Going to be able to continue extending here very easily, but this could force out the or like not force out, but just get a free detonator use here on the Abyss Dweller, which I think is what John wants. Honestly, it's like he doesn't need the Dweller for anything. It's just a body on the field that he's not going to do much with. But he's just going to use the Ame to potentially negate it, but just typically discard a card, make things a little less optimal for John.
Yeah, the Ame no Murakama no Mitsurugi either lets you negate the card, or if your opponent, unless your opponent sends a card from their hand to the graveyard. Oh, big sigh here from John Wilkin. Deep think.
Let's see what he values more, whatever the monster he gets off this bonfire or any of the cards in his hand. He did already have an ice as follow-up, so he might not need this bonfire.
Definitely what he's thinking about is like, do I need this to resolve? Do I have an extra card I don't need in my hand to send? Looks like he does.
He's chaining the Druisworm, targeting the other copy of the Ame.
Imagine he had to draw Druisworm for his turn. Does he want to cross it, or does he want to just use Detonator to take out the Abyss Dweller? Looks like he is going for Detonator, and that will destroy, or attempt to destroy Abyss Dweller. John Wilkin will chain.
Which I think is probably just fine.
I will.
So the bonfire will resolve negated because of the effect of Ame.
Discard. No, I think on the Druisworm.
Oh.
Oh, sorry. The Druisworm may not have decided to cross it. Oh, this is dead, right? Yeah, sure. Yeah. My bad.
Now.
Jesse's still trying to decide if he wants to use Raziel Cross to stop this Bestial Druisworm from coming out.
Really attempting to cut off as many bodies on the field, simply because he knows his opponent is on Fiendsmith, right? He wants to just make sure that there are no additional bodies, and he does have to lose the Ame here. It looks like Bonfire will be resolving because he's choosing to discard a card here, discarded a spell. I couldn't really tell. It might be Attract. Bonfire gonna resolve. I think he's eyeing a copy of X Raziel. Yep, gonna be grabbing that X Raziel here.
The Bonfire felt like it was on the field for a century.
Yeah.
Like I was like, man.
There was a lot to contemplate in this chain here.
It was, but man, that was a long time to have that Bonfire on the field.
So we did not opt to use the cross to protect from the Druisworm here. The Ame no Murakumo effect is used, but there's still 2 detonator uses and the cross that we have to worry about, as well as the cards from Jesse's hand. Can John Wilkin navigate through this and find an opening? Ooh, going to be activating his own cross.
Own copy of Ryzeal Cross.
I feel like you're going to use your detonator on that the majority of the time.
I think so. I mean, detonator's great at destroying field spells.
It's also just a free draw at this point. I don't think you really want to let John have that. But obviously John is using this as bait here. He wants to get as many uses of the detonator out of the way.
Oh, sorry.
So, well, I guess we'll never know what that spell was, but I'm pretty sure it was Fiendsmith Tract. Now it looks like we're going to be committing our normal summon here. I think we do have knowledge of both cards in hand being Ice and X. Ice being searched on the previous turn, X being searched on this turn. So now we're going to be using Ice Ryzeal. We still have a material under the detonator. We still have a material under the duo drive because of to be used with Cross. Now, but will Jesse use either of them?
Been some pretty riveting gameplay so far here in game number 1 of Top 64.
It's a lot about what pushing. I mean, it seems like small interactions, but every single decision here matters. It's about getting to just 2 level 4s on the field could be devastating for Jesse. He's trying to keep him off the bodies, but also making sure to consider what Fiendsmith options there are, and as well as leaving bodies on the field will allow him to link away the Druid's Worm. So he was forcing his opponent to potentially use the X to lock him out of any link summons, forcing the Druid's Worm to stay on the field.
Could be the case.
Or at least he has to crash it in, not be able to conveniently deal with the detonator here, but just in case he's going to preserve his cross effect for the moment that the Druid's Worm is going to go after the detonator.
I mean, I know there's a lot to think about, but John's got to play a little bit faster.
Yeah, we're running out of cards here to even activate.
Like you can't think like on every single decision for like that long, unfortunately. I mean, it's not. I'm not saying anything about John, but obviously there's a lot on the line. But you don't want to pick up slow play warnings at this stage in the game.
Node is going to be able to activate right now.
This is a cool play. I mean, he definitely the thought has resulted in something really awesome here, being able to send the Druid's Worm to get that other level 4 on the field while cleaning up the field at the same time.
Yep, you're going to be able to resolve the Druid's Worm. You will no longer have non-level 4s so that your X Ryzeal potentially can grab even more resources.
It's smart stuff. So he's going to use Ryzeal Cross to detach that extra material from Duo Drive to negate Node.
And then Druis is going to either go... Druis is going to go after the... the detonator actually doesn't have any more materials, it seems.
Ame no Murakamo.
Yes.
No. Mitsurugi.
No, Mitsurugi. And now he can finally resolve X Ryzeal.
The last card in his hand. He's going to send Eclipse Twins from his extra deck to the graveyard to special summon X Ryzeal. This is cool. So he's going to be able to see... You see where all that thought process is now paying off, where he was able to... He was looking far ahead to get to this point.
He just needed to get all of the interruptions out of the way to cleanly resolve X Ryzeal and, more importantly, resolve Eclipse Twins to put a detonator on the field.
Excellent plays here from John Wilkin. An excellent duelist facing one of the best to ever do it.
A solid back and forth here, knowing what his resources are, knowing what his opponent's resources are, and managing his way to put himself in a dominating position.
This is definitely my favorite use of Eclipse Twins, where you just get a detonator back from the graveyard. That's so cool.
It looks like he might actually be choosing to get the Dweller back.
Oh, okay. I saw the two and just assumed the one was going to go under the other, but this is pretty cool.
I think I understand the reasoning here, because he knows that he can't try to finish the game this turn. And if he has to pass back to his opponent, who still has this much access to the Mitsurugi engine, the single detonator might not be enough when he... Oh, actually, because the Dweller's already gone, you know you can already make another detonator. It's more important to be able to set up the Dweller again.
Especially with the Eclipse Twins under the detonator. Excellent, crispy, and clean plays here from John Wilkin.
A lot of thought went into this turn, really, but it all made sense to let him to this position.
Yeah, definitely. 100% agreed. Detonator's going to take down the Duo Drive.
Been a difficult game for both players up to this point. Not necessarily out for either player, but currently John is in the leading position. all knowledge should be known now. The last card in hand was whatever was added off the extra Ryziel. I don't quite remember. And you get to draw for turn. You still have the Ryziel Cross, which could either force out something, an effect from the detonator here, but that detonator is going to potentially activate several times. Because one cool thing is now that he no longer has his own cross, he could, the Eclipse Twins can summon back the detonator.
Is it Typhon?
It is Typhon.
Oh, I was hoping Jesse was playing Typhon. He's going to immediately go into Typhon, use the effect to return the detonator, so it won't be able to come back from Eclipse Twin. John's going to take a peek in his graveyard, see if there's something he can summon with Eclipse Twin.
Does he have another Xyz monster in there? He
doesn't have
enough.
Detonator, right? Oh, no, but he was a material under from the Dweller.
No, like there is another detonator in there, but there's no other legal target for Eclipse Twins because it's aggregator and itself.
It needs to, yep. So now Jesse's going to move to activate Cross to put back a couple Ryziel cards and draw a card. I love Typhon. It's really great at breaking down a board when you're facing down something like Ryziel Detonator.
Able to clear this field very convincingly, but still leaving an interrupt or like a way to play for John here because he still has that Ryziel monster in his hand. Gonna grab a copy of X Ryziel here. Again, follow up for next turn. This is a grind.
I mean, this is both these players, when you're playing against an excellent duelist, you have to do everything correctly, consider all your options, and here we are. I love some excellent dueling. It's going to be an attack over Abyss Dweller, a set card face down, and
still commanding 4 cards in hand that he just has not been able to use because of that Abyss Dweller.
And the Typhon kind of was.
Yeah, well, you were forced to use the Typhon here. But
yeah.
Now we're going to be normal summoning Sword. That's very telling of a very weak position here. Will that be met with a response?
We know Jesse has a couple Ash Blossom and Joyous Springs.
He's had them for a long time.
We know. I don't know if you at home know. We've been seeing him in his hands.
I think they're pretty clear on the screen there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sometimes we have a wider shot on the side, so I didn't know if you guys at home could always see the cards in their hand. But Ash Blossom and Joyous Springs is going to come down here, and that's it.
He gets to take it. Wow, what a thrilling back and forth game.
If you go back to turn 1 and saw how many cards he was drawing, you'd assume Jesse was always in the commanding position. But John really found a way to, despite that Mulcharming Swallows, stay in the game for as long as he did. I mean, he had to play every play he did to be in that position he was in, but what it came down to was Jesse's deck building. It came down to the fact that he decided that he needed to include Super Star Slayer Typhon Sky Crisis in his extra deck. It's a card that I just find myself not wanting to ever cut from my extra deck, because the second it's not there is the second you're going to need it.
Exactly. This is definitely more of a toolbox strategy for Jesse here. The Mitsurugi engine typically does come with a lot of heavy demands, but he's found a way to incorporate a lot of what pure Ryziel is along with it. And no shots against John here. John did exactly what he needed to try to move himself with that second turn. He did as much as he could. He just hoped Typhon wasn't in his extra deck.
Yeah, I mean, just kept throwing a Abyss Dweller at him, trying to cut off the Mitsurugi aspect of the deck, which was, solid there. The node to send the Druisworm, that was an excellent play as well to clean up. I mean, he pushed through a Cross and 3 materials under Detonator there and still ended on a Detonator plus a Dweller. If Jesse didn't have that Typhon, I think that game goes John's way.
Absolutely. I mean, it just goes to show how powerful both decks are, how resourceful both decks are.
And the players are just excellent.
This is what we love to see when we get to the top cut of YCS, seeing these powerful decks commanded so well, piloted so well.
I mean, is Canada the best? Is that
they're making an argument for it. They're definitely making an argument for it.
They're so good. Yeah, I love all the Canadian players. I mean, you know who came in first after Swiss, right? Steven Santoli.
Against all odds.
Against all odds. He's got the Santoli strikes in his deck. He's got the Santoli
burial from the Santoli dimension.
Yeah. Wait. What's the other one we had? There was another. Oh.
Santoli's Judgment.
Oh no, Santoli's Inscription. Yeah, you can't forget about that. But yeah, Canada really putting on a show here this weekend. I mean, they had to come a long way. There's many players from Canada in the top 64. So Asal and I both went to, and Jesse actually went for the points playoffs to the World Championship in 2017. But the one Canadian player who was on the outside looking in,
Matthew Van Den Heuvel.
Yeah, he is also in the top cut as well.
You can't also forget our previous YCS champion,
Steven Trifanowski. Yep, he's also another Canadian that made it into the top cut. It's been a great year for Canada, and no matter who wins
and
here,
therefore the
world. No matter who wins here, Canada will be moving on to top 32. It would be a bittersweet victory for either one of these players. I mean, they're both friends. We've seen them be really relaxed before game 1, but now you see a lot more focus here on the face as you go into side decking. Because that was a tough game. I mean, not having an answer to the Fualos, especially when he got to chain it to something like Ice Rise, that's like key timing.
I mean, we see the importance of Abyss Dweller just trying to stymie the plays from the Mitsurugi engine and how important the Mitsurugi engine is into playing this matchup, and why a lot of players have made the argument that even though the Ryzeal Fiendsmith deck is a lot more steady, it's a lot more like considerable safer across all matchups, the Mitsurugi deck is really strong at playing into the Fiendsmith Ryzeal deck just because of its power.
Is it Star Leech safer? Another great card. We haven't seen it.
We've had a long day, Billy.
But it's just getting started. We have so many more rounds to go before we crown a new YCS champion, or what, a 7-time YCS? He has 6 YCS wins, right? I mean, it's a crazy number to think of, but
it's a too high a number.
Yeah.
Like, at the point where we stopped counting. But there are several players within this top cut that could potentially get their, their multiple championships here.
Oh, definitely. But I know John's hungry for his first YCS win, so he'd love to be able to
He would
win
deserve
back
it,
here.
but he has to go through the reigning Master Duel World Champion right now. The undisputed.
The undisputed ultimate duelist. Where's his ring? He has that really shiny ring. That's okay.
I heard it's heavy.
It is heavy. I also remember him throwing his hands up and it just kind of
just flying out. They're supposed to be sized.
Maybe he was a little sweaty that day. He got a little nervous, so it just kind of poof. But yeah, Jesse, one of the best to ever do it, if not the best. Now it looks like they are shuffled up, ready to go. The side decks have been utilized. We're here, YCS Orlando, game number 2, top 64. It's time to duel. I'm assuming John will be going first again. You see him point towards himself.
It almost worked out for him the first time. His hand actually looks pretty strong here.
I know I saw an Ice Rezeal. Does Jesse have another Molcharmy?
Does John have an answer? Stay tuned.
And he's going to start
with
with
Engraver. That's strong. That's strong. Now, this is one of the best starts that you can have as long as Jesse doesn't have Droll Lockbird, and it doesn't seem like it.
He's not touching his hand. He's letting it stay on the table.
Jesse doesn't look that pleased. He's grimacing a little bit. I mean, he does have a bit of a poker face. You never really know how happy he is.
The king is not amused. That's the burst text for Supreme Darkness. You want to take a look at the front of the box. The king is not amused. Could be applicable here for Jesse Cotton, though. That's what the K stands for. Jesse K, Jesse King, Cotton.
His middle name is Dean.
Oh, I thought it was King.
No.
Oh, close. It's close. A dean is kind of like a king of a college. Yeah.
Sure. Well,
it's a stretch. It's a Goki Octo stretch.
Oh my God!
I got the chambers. I got these all day.
Someone help me. I want to point out, did he normal summon that extra? He absolutely normal summoned that extra Ryzeal, by the way, to add Sword Ryzeal here, and then follow it up by activating Tract to get the Lurie.
Interesting.
Sorry, I gotta be declaring my actions a little more. Yes, lock my effect.
Yeah, John, declare your actions so we can hear you. We need to know what's going on.
I mean, I definitely understand it. Nothing was sent from the extra, so it's very clear that the extra was normal summoned. But this does not restrict him. Very interesting to try to use the X to see if anything would happen before resolving the Tract.
I'll go effect.
All right, so he's going to equip the Requiem to the Lacrima. He's going to be able to contact, fusion, summon out Necroquip Princess.
And then going to be sending back the Lurie for the Engraver here. I think this was...
Ooh! Nibiru the Primal Being, cross out Designator.
Slap it right back in the hand.
Nibiru the Primal Being will not be able to resolve.
This play makes sense because I think X was his only Ryzeal card. So normal summoning is the only way to actually access the remainder of the field, because if you...
He scoops?
My hand is unplayable.
His hand is unplayable. Okay.
Yeah, I like how Jesse actually put his hand on top of his deck, conceding
No,
the old-fashioned way.
I see him do it all the time. He just palms the deck. He's like, I'm conceding.
I love it. Love to see it.
Someone read the rule book.
So we're going to a game 3. Let's go. But this time we're going to see Jesse Cotton probably go first. We're going to see how it's going to play out. John looking a little happier than he did.
He didn't have to work that hard for this one.
I guess happy's not the right word, but no, he's still focused. Oh, no, I don't know.
Somewhat relieved.
Somewhat relieved.
But, I mean, this is the
breathe,
most difficult challenge now.
You can breathe a little bit.
Can you breathe? Now you have to go second into Ryzeal Mitsurugi.
Yeah, that was a quick one, so we don't have to worry about time too much, because that game 1 was pretty long, but it was a beautifully constructed game number 1.
Every decision had a reason,
Jesse's looking focused, not as many smiles as we saw pre-game, but, you just got to zone in, lock it in.
These players are absolutely locked in, hyper-focused now. I mean, we saw, normal summoning X Ryzeal is a play that you make there just to make
I've
sure
never
that
seen it.
No, you have to do it in that situation, because if you want to play Fiendsmith cards and you wait any longer, then you don't ever get to use X Ryzeal's effect to add anything, because you just will have a non-level 4. Except for the Lacrima that you can get on the field, but you don't know where you're going to be stopped. So just normal summoning, at least setting up the Sword Ryzeal. You can summon Sword Ryzeal at any point further in the combo because you have put the X Ryzeal somewhere in your possession.
Yep, those are the little nuances and key things you pick up in playtesting that you might not otherwise know if you're just trying to memorize a combo video.
Yeah, both these decks, they have their one-card starters, but they're so flexible with how you play them, and you really have to consider how you want to play with your entire 5-card hand, and also considering every single option that your opponent has to stop you.
Certainly.
He played a little bit harder into the Imperial Primal Being, knowing that he had the Crossout Designator to counteract it. You can make better plays knowing what your tools are.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to play when you have a Crossout Designator
Yeah.
in your hand. You can worry about one interruption, but you're going to be good for the second one at minimum.
And Fiendsmith is already just so good at playing into multiple interruptions because you're setting yourself up to be able to play on the next turn if you can just put up something.
Mm-hmm.
After the players are getting ready here, the decks are being shuffled up, just doing some final considerations with Alex's side deck here. And now just some final shuffling, and we're about to start game number 3 of Top 64.
Whoever wins will be moving on to Top 32. And, we're playing Top 64. We had 12 rounds of Swiss because we capped out this weekend.
Yeah.
2,271 players. So many people coming out at the beginning of the year to play some Yu-Gi-Oh! It's been a while since we've been in Florida, so it's awesome to see a lot of those hometown heroes come out, along with people flying in from all parts of the world, including Canada. What's funny? My first YCS I won was in Toronto, so it makes sense that I would play a Canadian in the finals. But my first YCS that I lost in the finals was also against a Canadian, Omar Beldon. I've actually played against a Canadian, I think, in half of my YCS finals that I've played in.
They're pretty good at the game.
They're good.
Yeah.
They've been good for a long, long time. I mean, the Bolito brothers, you go up Matt Peddle, there's plenty of Canadian players out there that have been making names for themselves for so many years.
I think part of the reason why Canada stays so strong is because their players bring up the newer players. In this match alone, the Bolito brothers absolutely were the reason of why Jesse is the way that he is. He played with them from the very beginning, and Jesse played with John Wilkin from the very beginning. So they just keep raising each other up.
That's awesome to see. And now they're here facing against each other on the biggest stage of them all. It's going to be game 3. The decks have been side decked, shuffled up, the hands are drawn. It's just an epic moment here in Yu-Gi-Oh! History. Because when you win a YCS, you want to play sure, it's nice if it's easier for you. You want to win it, of course. But the harder your challenge is on the way there, that's the story. It's more epic.
There's a lot of prestige in Yu-Gi-Oh! And that is what you're looking for, right? You want that story. You want to say you beat everyone that you possibly... No one can make any excuses for you,
Exactly. Exactly.
You want to know a little fun fact? Your first YCS champion was at Toronto. That was Jesse's first YCS.
Oh, yeah, was it? Oh,
yeah.
That's... So... You're telling I helped inspire the Jesse Cunning?
He says that. He does say that.
Oh, because his first, I remember him telling me his first 2 YCS he's attended, I won both of them.
Yeah. So you were his hero for a while.
Aww.
And now he knows you, so it's a little bit of a shame. Never meet your heroes.
Never meet your heroes. That's so funny. But it looks like the judges are talking about something real quick before we jump into game number 3. But going back to that, I didn't know that for so many years. And later on, Jesse and I become friends. And then eventually, Jesse and I face each other at the World Championship 2017 in the last round. I got the dubs. But unfortunately, I still didn't make top 8. Came in 12th place. Sad day.
He got his revenge, though. He went to every World Championship after the fact.
I would say he got his revenge.
And now, look at him now.
He is a world champion. Look at him now. He is definitely one of the best to ever do it. One of the best duels I've ever faced. I mean, even we'll play some older Time Wizard formats, and even that format where I won 2 in a row, the Plant Tengu format. His deck is really cool. He uses stuff like Tragodia, Compulse, and he destroys me every time we play that format. So it's kind of like
the main deck's Domain Eaters as well, I believe.
Yeah. I also have another funny story. We played in, I didn't know this, Jesse told me this, but every time I would like lose in a YC or something, I would always go grind the public events because I'm still trying to play Yu-Gi-Oh! And have fun. And I think we played like in a battle pack like event, and apparently I beat him because I just had like a penguin soldier lock, right? He just kept having to set a monster, and I would flip penguin soldier, return his monster, my penguin soldier, like reset it, and just attack him with whatever monster I have on the field. So looking back, that's like a fond memory that I don't remember. But I remember Jesse telling me the story.
Okay.
He was like 14, and I was probably like in my 20s, so I was just playing against a kid at the time.
Just demolishing a kid, huh?
I didn't know he was going to go on to be the best or one of the best
So
ever.
he went on to demolish some kids. I think it's a pretty famous story of that.
No, we don't want to talk about that. We don't talk about Jesse's round one at, what is it, YCS London?
I thought we didn't talk about it.
No, we don't talk about Jesse. We don't talk about We'll talk about him here, though, this weekend.
I mean, I think we should give some more credit to John Wilkin here.
Oh.
He's made it up to this point. He has been playing for a long time as well. And we mentioned, even though he does not have a championship himself, he did get second place at the YCS, the first Vegas.
Another infamous moment in Yu-Gi-Oh! History. I don't know. He was on the receiving end of the zone locks from
He got
Dominic
all of his
Cow.
zones locked.
You know, when we were like talking about because the commentary in the Kashira format, we're like, well, if we're commentating and they're locking out the zones with Kashira Shangri-La, we need to know like what zones they're locking. It didn't occur to me that they would just lock all of them and it would look the way it looked. A lot worse than it was. He almost happened to him all 3 games, but he had Nibiru for one of the games to actually win. But
managed to survive one out, but unfortunate for you to be known as the person that happened to. He's trying to get past that moment, get through. You know, he just keep playing, right? Never took anything away from him. He's considerably strong at this game.
Oh,
he
he's really
continues to
good.
do well all the time.
I mean, just go back to that game 1, and even though he had to think that play was beautiful. It was art.
Yes.
That's what I like about Yu-Gi-Oh! Like when it's like a painting and they paint this picture, and you're like, you see at the end, you're like, oh, I didn't they knew where they were going with it, but I did not anticipate it. And then once you see the whole picture, you're like,
every decision makes sense. It all comes together at the end.
amazing.
You were clearly trying to get to this point. And I mean, you were getting a little antsy. He was taking some time to consider his options, but
I was getting a little sleepy. I'm like
he was
having to sip
considering
my
his
water,
options.
wake up a little bit, splash it in my face.
Their players are obviously a little bit more stressed now. They are in the pressure zone. They are in top 64. Every decision matters, and every decision in that game absolutely did matter.
It was beautiful to watch, yeah. And going back to that Kastira match, also, John Wilkin didn't do himself any favors when they were doing the introductions to the teams. He pretended to be holding the trophy, and then they photoshopped the stuff.
I don't know if you remember. I think at some point, do you remember the first match you commentated?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So in that tournament, I got 4th, unfortunately.
It was YCS Anaheim.
Yes.
That was Metal Foes format, yeah.
And, obviously the top 3 players get their prize card, and it was Utopia Kaiser. And someone it was Blair Hunter. He handed me a regular Utopia, said, stand with this. And I did. I standed with my Utopia, and that's how all that started.
Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, I almost, that was my first event I ever commentated. I was still, playing, competitively. I didn't work for Konami, so I could still play in Tier 2 events, kind of like you. You commentate. Now that I work for Konami, I can't play in YCSs, unfortunately. I mean, unfortunately for me, fortunate for everybody else.
Yeah.
I would be out there with, 10, 12, 13. I mean, I thought I should have 10 wins when I was still playing.
Right.
I've made,
because every loss in the finals you had, you were actually supposed to win, of course.
Oh, always, yeah. In top 4. I mean, to be fair, in top 4, I've discarded my opponent's entire hand turn 1 and still lost.
So whose fault is that?
It was mine. Yeah, it was mine. I shouldn't have drawn Mystical Space Typhoons against the Frog Coelacanth.
Why were they in your deck?
It was game 1.
All right.
It was game 1.
Okay, but here's actually game number 3.
But this is game 3. We're finally ready to jump into it. You don't have to listen to any of our stories anymore. It's Jesse versus John.
The players seem ready to go.
Do they?
I hope so. I really hope so.
I don't know if this looks ready to go. It looks like they're still kind of waiting.
The hands are there.
These hands?
No, not those hands, Billy. No one wants those hands.
Yeah, no one wants these hands, that's for sure. But yeah, they are about to duel.
I'm they're as confused as we
All
are.
right, here we go.
Oh, there we go. The hands are
Handshake.
shaked.
Game 3 finally underway. 13 minutes on the clock, maybe a little bit more. Sometimes our clock's not always the same as the feature match stage, but we'll go ahead.
They should have ample amount of time to play this game 3.
Oh yeah, for sure. Let's see if we can get started.
Awesome. Response. Okay, Thompson,
All right, so we see a triple tactics sound coming down. He's going to look at the hand. Plenty of Raziel cards. Yeah. Going to put back the bonfire, leaving him with ice, and sword.
I mean, that'll do.
I don't blame you, but
That is rough. And then the rest of this play is going to go uncontested.
yeah, one ash isn't stopping us. No,
I mean, yeah, John knows. Oh, I think the chat was upset about.
Yeah.
Did he summon 2 monsters from the extra deck? Because we saw him summon the Dweller, but it was from the graveyard. He raw summoned Detonator. Yeah, maybe he didn't actually.
I don't know, but yeah, that's also in the past by now, so we have to keep moving on. Sometimes like little things like that happen, and it becomes an accepted game state. And looks like he's just going to leave his hand face up here.
I mean, he knows what's going on. Like, both these players respect each other. They know they're not going to make any mistakes at this point.
I mean, essentially this game is over.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
And John kind of knows that.
Yeah, he's like, please stop that.
Thinking here.
They've always been a good sport.
Yeah, unfortunately, I was like something like I didn't even realize like the Dweller came back. You just see 2 Xyz monsters hit the field. It's kind of one of those things.
Like we missed it. Clearly, Jesse missed it as well.
Yeah, it happens to the best of us.
In this position, you know, games go kind of long. You're not really thinking about it. You're just considering all your options.
Yeah, for sure. Now Duo Drive's going to add Cross and Node.
We'll see if he opts to go into the Mitsurugi side of his engine. He knows he's safe to play into it. So we special summon the Node here. Node is potentially going to use its effect. We're going to activate the Cross. I mean, just, why not?
Why not? You want to have it face up for once your
proper play.
Touchdown.
He knows there's not going to be any interruptions here, but we're just going to make a Duo Drive here in defense.
Detonator.
Yes, Duo Drive's already there.
Duo Drive also in defense mode, though.
I will pass turn 2.
Okay, opting not to do anything with the Mitsurugi side, just going steady.
He drew a good card. I think he drew a triple tactics talent.
That is,
I don't know why I'm
whispering.
They're so far away from us, but...
You don't want me to hear it.
I want to make it...
You're talking only...
a new challenge, Asala. Listen to my whispers.
All right, we're going to be immediately responding to the Ice Raziel with the effect of Detonator, and then likely negating the effect with Cross. Both from the Detonator.
Oh,
Interesting. Leaving the material on the Duo Drive.
Freeze play. YCS competitors, freeze play.
I mean, now...
Time in the round. If you have not finished your match, please proceed to end of match procedures. If you need assistance with these procedures, please raise your hand and call for a judge. If you have a time extension, it begins now.
Now, was it a triple tactics talent? Is that what he's
It is, but like...
You draw? You have to draw, right?
Yeah, I think he has to draw because taking doesn't do anything here.
Oh, but he has the Ash. Oh, he's going to do hand.
Oh, well, you know...
Oh.
What are you going to do? Like...
Oh.
He has Sword Raziel that he can special summon, but like if he opts to do that, then he needs to get rid of the Ash.
I think you have to go after the Raziel, right?
Just, I mean, he has Cross and Duo Drive. If he can't deal with the monsters...
Does John Wilkin play Typhon? Nope.
I kind of doubt it.
I mean, maybe he does, but
this is a tough call.
This is a really tough call. You have 2 interactions and follow-up.
We know his hand to be another copy of Ice Raziel and Sword Raziel. Sword Raziel is live, so he's able to continue playing with it unless he... So he actually just has to take the Ash. He cannot play if he doesn't take the Ash.
True. So it is going to be Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring going back into the deck.
Going to be special summoning Sword Raziel, attempting to use its effect. Going to Detonator, destroy it.
That's going to let him add...
Another Light Pyro. That's going to be the X Raziel. Very powerful here.
If John comes back this game...
It's possible. I mean,
that draw was exactly what he needed, and he had to go for hand too because these players are so good.
X Raziel
it blows my mind.
I mean, they've been playing this game for a long time. They've been playing these decks for a long time. They've made their practice. They come into this event prepared.
All right, X-Raziel is going to send down Aggregator, so Aggregator's going to be able to negate a face-up card on the field.
Probably just the duo drive, just for stat purposes. Maybe the cross, it doesn't really matter here, but the X-Raziel is going to connect, going to grab a copy of Node Raziel, I imagine. But he has summoned 1, 2, 3 times so far. So any Xyz monster will be summoned 5. I don't know if he can get around this Nibiru the Primal Being.
What I say about Typhon is you need it when you don't have it.
I mean, yeah. I mean, other people argue it's a card that's only good when you're in a losing position, but
it's better than losing.
I mean, sometimes it just still leads to losing, but it's like you
It
summon
prolongs
Typhon.
the inevitable.
Yeah, you summon Typhon, you waited a turn.
Yeah, inevitable. And now Node is going to touch down. That is going to be summon number 4.
Because it was Ice Raziel, then it was Sword Raziel, then it was X Raziel, now it's Node Raziel. And John knows this, but he's going to try. He's going to look for an opening. It looks like he's going to try to go for an Exciton Knight. He cannot, because he used the effective X, as well as the effective Sword, he cannot conduct a Link Summon. He's locked into 4s. But realistically, anything he does would be met with Nibiru the Primal Being, because the only card in hand is that Ice Raziel. And he can't send the token because it is a cost. You need to send it to the graveyard. So it would just be follow-up. He just has to hope that Jesse doesn't have a way to play, but he knows he has the X.
Yeah,
so
those when he looked at his hand as the talents, those are 3 cards he did not want to see, because no matter what he picks, he was in bad shape.
At least X doesn't actually allow him to play if he resolves Nibiru. So Detonator's going to be able to go after
the Aggregator here.
Now it's a question of whether or not he even wants to use Nibiru in this position. At the very least, he might want to make the token smaller. Like, yeah, this is the thing, right? You're going to let him clear up one of the monsters. You're going to Nibiru in main phase 2, and you're going to summon both monsters in attack position so you can clear it on Nibiru.
I mean, also, I thought I lost, so I just, like, checked out. Yeah, so here you go, man.
Yeah, in main phase 2, I do believe he still has, like, he doesn't want the Detonator to be on the field. He's going to just use Nibiru, summon his Nibiru in attack mode. I mean, I guess that part doesn't really matter, but he needs to summon the token in attack mode so that he can crash into it, and then play in main phase 2 with X Raziel. But that does leave an opening for John here. Still will have Ice Raziel, so opting not to even do that.
Okay. Plays back to Jesse.
Because
looking back to that game 1, if he doesn't Typhon there, he still has Mitsurugi cards in his hand and ways to play potentially that we wouldn't have seen.
Yeah, but I mean,
that just like kind of dawned on me now.
It would have been a much more complicated game.
Yeah. So he's going to start with Cross to put the cards on the bottom to draw a fresh card.
Had some Mitsurugi Prayers, I believe. That could be quite useful here. I wonder if he's just trying to bait the Detonator. We're going to go with X Raziel. He can send Aggregator to go after the Detonator here right now. And then if Detonator tries to chain, he can use Cross to negate it.
Then he can chain. Oh, no.
Yeah.
So that checks at resolution. Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm surprised. Like, he knew that he had X in hand. I'm surprised he didn't opt to use Detonator at first, like, option. But I mean, I'm also surprised Jesse didn't just lead with X because of that.
So
I think it could have been a misstep. Like, there's no reason, if you have X sending Aggregator, why not just lead with, you know everything. This puts you in a prime position because now the Detonator is turned off. He does potentially still have the Aggregator detach if it comes in a timely position. Sword's able to grab Ice here. In a strong position now.
Gonna overlay these 2 monsters for finally. Where's this guy been all weekend? King of the Feral Imps.
I mean, we've seen Jesse summon Mitsurugi monsters plenty of times at this point. He just didn't need to do King of the Feral Imps. He wanted to hold it a little bit steady, but now that he knows there's nothing that's going to actually interrupt this, he can go for the Saji.
Yep, Mitsurugi no Mikito Saji.
Normal summoning it to get access to the Mitsurugi ritual, being the spell, of course.
Yeah, not the monster.
There it is. And now he can activate Mitsurugi Prayers to just use the effect simply to add. He doesn't need to tribute here. And there it is, Ame no Murakumo no Mitsurugi.
Ritual from hand? Sure.
Going to be able to summon it out, going to be able to destroy the detonator as well. And the game is just locked up here. There's nothing that John can do, and he's known that for a while.
Yeah.
Just going to offer the handshake, and Jesse takes it, moving on into top 32.
Yeah, I don't think attacking over that would have mattered at that point.
Yeah, what an epic match between two of the best from Canada. Not just from Canada, just two best duelists, that travel the YCS circuit scene, and you see them at championship series after championship series. And, they're still going to be friends afterwards. And now Jesse, just a few rounds win away from getting win number 7. YCS win number 7, that is.
I mean, the same amount of wins you would take to get at the beginning of a YCS top cut, because now you still have all of top 32.
True. Yep, top 32, top 16, top 8.
You got past the bonus round, yeah.
Just 5 more rounds. We're almost there, right? It couldn't be that much
Just
longer.
another local. It's okay.
But, it was awesome to watch these two duelists duke it out. But, big shouts out to John Wilkin. He played really well. His deck is strong. He did the best he could.
Great sportsmanship from both players here. We even saw, they were talking about it during the match. They were talking about their own play, especially when the game was somewhat decided already. Jesse mentioned, why didn't he attack over the duo drive? Because it had a material left, which was useful under the cross. It was objectively incorrect to attack over the detonator in that position. And John was responding, he was already accepting defeat, essentially. He didn't think about it.
He checked out, kind of.
Yeah,
because his hand was horrible.
Yeah, well, it wasn't necessarily bad. It just
when
played
your
into
opponent gets
Jesse's
to look
hand.
at it,
Yeah.
Your opponent gets to look at it and know what you have. It's rough.
It was definitely not ideal in the situation, but both players, they respect each other. They want to still improve past this tournament alone, because there are more tournaments to be had, and both players are just talking about it.
That's an excellent point. That's what I always tell. Every time I lose in a YCS, I'm just like, okay, well, on to the next one. There's always another tournament to enter, another chance to do well. You just can't ever give up. It's all about the grit. If I gave up every time I lost round 1, I would have been done playing Yu-Gi-Oh! a long time ago. It can be frustrating sometimes losing, but you have to learn from it. As long as you're learning and adapting and trying to grow and not thinking about I lost to that card. That card should, be forbidden. It's too strong. It beat me. Forbid that card. I don't like it. That's not a way to get better at Yu-Gi-Oh! Because you can't control that. No matter how much you want a card to be forbidden or how much you don't like playing against the card, you can't do anything about it. So you have to focus on what you can control. What cards can I include in my deck that'll help me better next time? Can I side deck differently? Do I need to include certain cards in my extra deck for certain matchups? You have to think about these things. Always think positive, glass half full, and I promise you, you'll yield better results.
You just have to control what you can control, and everything out of your control, you do what you can,
Yep, always just do your best and what you can do. But I think Kangas is standing by with our winner. You know him, you love him, Jesse Cotton. That's right. Kangas, take it away.
Thank you very much. I'm live on stage here with Jesse Cotton. Congratulations on the feature match win. It went to 3 games, and that was a tough situation at the very end going into that last game. And I want to ask, as a competitor in a high-pressure situation, when there's a long pause, how do you get into the headspace to say, I got to refocus up and now play Yu-Gi-Oh?
But truthfully, I did not think too much of the pause, because if you start getting to that negative headspace of what if this, what if that, well, then you'll spiral out of control. So better to just calm yourself and be in the moment. When you got the news that I made a mistake, that sucks. Obviously, I don't do that intentionally. No one would, but I don't. Especially John's one of my friends from Toronto, so that threw me off of anything. And I would love to say refocus and recenter, but I made some mistakes in Game 3 because I was a little distraught from the mistake in Game 1.
Well, I want to talk about your relationship with John, because you said, some from the same plays. He shouted out one of your teammates for coming up here. What was it like being on the feature match stage with somebody that you have so much history with?
It's cool. It's chill. It takes some of the pressure off of what is otherwise a stressful situation. And it still is, but at least I'm there with someone who's comfortable with me and me with them. We can talk and be casual. Because sometimes in Yu-Gi-Oh! They have a bit of awkward silence because you are sitting across from, at least most of the time, a complete stranger. But I've known John, or I guess we call him Alec from the people who know him locals years ago. I've known him for maybe since 2012, so long time. And then my national teammate Ryan, they grew up together. They've known each other since they were 3 years old, and they got into Yu-Gi-Oh! Together. So he's someone I know very well and part of my Yu-Gi-Oh! Journey for sure.
That's awesome. Well, he said Ryan was one of his ex-teammates, reigning world championship teammate with you. So if I asked Ryan, who's a better teammate, John or Jesse, which do you think he would say?
Should complain about both of us. We have our flaws as teammates. I know that much at least.
All right. Well, for now, it was a great match. Thank you so much for coming on. Best of luck with the rest of the tournament. We're going to throw it back to the casters.
All right, thank you, Kangas. Yeah, that's a funny answer there. Knowing Ryan, I do think that is probably what he'd say.
I've also teamed with Jesse plenty of times. I know there's plenty to complain about.
Oh yeah, what a team, the Mare layer.
Yeah.
Gotta love the Mare layer for sure. But it's awesome to hear from Jesse. Well, moving on, you see him acknowledging that mistake in game number 1. It's not anything he was intentional or trying to do. He did receive, a warning for it. It is an accepted game state. But we're going to talk about something awesome before we go to top 32, which is upcoming. We have upcoming events. That's right. It's going to be so many things going on this year in 2025. March 1st through the 2nd, we have the Team Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series in San Salvador, El Salvador. March 15th and 16th, that's the Team YCS in Las Vegas. The end of March, we have the YCS in Buenos Aires, Argentina. April 5th and 6th, we have the YCS Houston, excited to go back to Texas. April 19th and 20th is YCS Mexico City. That's always a really good one. And at the beginning of May, we have YCS Providence, Rhode Island. It's been a while since we've been to Providence or Houston. Really excited about all these upcoming events. If you're watching the action at home and want to figure out how can I also go and enjoy and meet some cool people, play in the main event, play in some public events, here's your chance if you live near any of these places, or if you want to, fly out and stay and come hang out. It's a lot of fun at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. I've gone to hundreds of them, and it's an incredible time. You'll meet incredible people. But stay tuned. We have top 32 coming up very shortly, and then eventually we'll crown a YCS champion. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
And welcome back to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. And we are here on the top 32 now, which means we did have to say goodbye to 32 Duelists, unfortunately. You might have seen our former YCS champion from YCS Anaheim out there in the crowd. No shame in that for sure, but again, it is a single elimination tournament at this point. And at this point, Joe, it's anybody's game.
I do respect the grind. You play 12 rounds of Swiss.
Oh, yeah.
Make it to the top 64, lose, and then immediately join a win-a-map.
Immediately back into there in a public event. The public events are really great for that reason, too, that if you feel like, you know what, I plan on playing more games, you can find yourself more games. And we've had just such a stellar crowd here throughout the entire tournament. But it is starting to dwindle down. Oh, what energy we've had. But what a great first YCS of the year so far.
Absolutely. And let's take a look at the top cut bracket.
So just some incredible stuff here. You see all these players who were praying, I'm going to make it the top cut. And some of them celebrating. Look at that guy. He wasn't even worried about it, but his friends were so excited.
So many of these duelists, 12 rounds of Swiss, maybe their tiebreakers put them right there on the edge. That excitement, that satisfaction that your weekend will conclude at least with a top 64 appearance with an opportunity to eventually walk away with the trophy. And let's see which duelists were able to make it out of the top 64. So we have here in the top 32, Clifton versus Colin. We have Jose Santiago. You might recognize him from the World Championships against the world champion himself from Master Duel, Jesse Cotton, who we saw in the previous feature match. We have Adrian versus Adrel. We have Mitchell versus Jeffrey, which is our backup feature match. We have Darmond versus Alexander, Michael versus Ming, Benjamin versus Robert, and Logan versus Dante.
So on the other side of the bracket, we've got quite a few competitors as well. Of course, the NAWCQ champion from last year, Aditya versus Christopher. We've got Levi versus Ethan, George versus Manan, Tavion versus Hassam, Derek versus David, Julian versus Carlos, and Gabriel versus Dennis, as well as David versus Brandon. And some very international competitors here. It is not just a North American event. We have people from everywhere, Panama and included. So good stuff.
Yeah, it's absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, also the Dominican Republic representing. Imagine the trip they had to make here. You were talking earlier about how duelists, they come from all walks of life, but they also come from all over the place.
Yeah, Dominican Republic is relative. I mean, we are in Florida.
We are in Florida. That is true. Highly Dominican or not, you get here pretty fast. But it's just incredible to see people come out here and come from international places and still want to play this game and be able to communicate just fine because, hey, we know the cards whether they're in your language or not.
I know. The energy at the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG events is always just palpable,
So
regardless
good.
of where you are, regardless of what languages you speak. It's really an experience that if you haven't had yet, you really need to come out and experience.
That absolutely is. And that's the shame of this. We can't crown everybody a winner with only 32 people left in the tournament. We've only got a few rounds left. But I'm really excited, honestly, to see who makes it out of here. So why don't we go ahead and see our top 32 match. Let's go ahead and throw over to the stage for our duelist introductions.
For our top 32 feature match in the blue chair from Brooklyn, New York, he comes from a family of bakers, so he's got the recipe for success, Jib Brathwaite. And his opponent in the red chair from Dallas, Texas, he's your 2023 Philadelphia YCS champion and a world's competitor, Dennis Nutter. Duelists are ready on stage, so let's sort to the casters for game number one.
These two players I already know are great friends, so this is going to be one of those matchups. We'll have great sportsmanship, probably some great conversation back and forth. And it's interesting, these two players know each other well. They're kind of within similar testing circles. They've concluded on two very different approaches. Two of the most popular decks, but really those two polarizing opposite decks. We're going to be looking at a Ryzeal Fiendsmith deck against that Bestial Malice deck.
Well, speaking of testing circles, both of them are from very active communities, right? New York City and Texas, the Dallas-Fort Worth area has huge tournaments, so both of them have access to some great duelists and champions just around to just, play with. Why don't you just go down the street and play against an Ultimate Duelist Series champion, right?
I also just think the benefit, the increase in, for example, remote duel play and just the use of online platforms in doing that, whether it's through Master Duel or remote duels, these two players can be on two opposite sides of the country and still communicate and play test with one another.
Absolutely. But you're right that all that testing did lead to two completely different paths for each other, but it got them this far, right? We know that Bestial Malice is good. We know that Ryzeal Fiendsmith is good, so it'll be interesting to see this matchup and what their unique duelist energy brings to the equation. What kind of interesting techs do they have? And, whether the recipe for success will get it all the way.
So we know Jib was able to top 32 at YCS Anaheim with Malice, so it looks like he's brought this back. One thing about his deck list, looking at it right now, that's a little bit different is he's playing 3 copies of Metaltronus in the main deck. So we actually talked about Metaltronus quite a bit yesterday, where it's a card that, you know, we saw throughout the day in a lot of main decks, which is a little bit unique relative to maybe the past couple of months. The question now going forward as this format progresses post Supreme Darkness is whether or not that will actually become almost a borderline main deck staple that a lot of players end up replicating after seeing the success of many duelists this weekend.
Now, it's not as complicated on Dennis's side. It is a relatively standard build there, not seeing anything that jumps out. But at the same point, consistency is good, right? You need to be able to get through the next couple of rounds. And Dennis seems like he's locked and loaded, no stranger to the featured match stage, and obviously a champion of the YCS Philadelphia from about, I think, 2 years ago. But either or, he is ready to roll.
Yep, technically 2023, so maybe about a year and a half ago, but we are in 2025 officially, so we can say 2 years. And I know for him specifically, I've spoken to him about this. You know, that's one that we didn't have a live stream. So, you know, sometimes when his friends say, yeah, well, we weren't there to watch it. Did it really even happen? He's like, no, I promise you, I did. I can show you my trophy. A victory here would be great for him because then he'd be able to say, look, now I'm a 2-time champion. And this one, I was able to see the live stream of.
Oh, no, the coverage is a privilege, not a right, because it's true that I remember reading online, you know, the coverage and the tournament reports on forums and stuff. It is wonderful that we're able to broadcast this stuff, but he definitely won that YCS. I was a judge at that event, and I remember it well.
Yep, I was there a few feet away, actually, from the last final match, him against Calvin, a friend of mine from kind of many years ago. So and I was there as a witness. You would know things or two about, you know, witnesses and
yes, I would know about witnesses and testifying. Well, let's go ahead and roll right into this game with our opening statement and maybe our opening dice roll. Oh, that is the recipe for success. 11. Dennis smiling there. Oh, he's rolling 1 dice at a time for a 6 plus 2. Ooh, he had me in the first half.
I know.
But then the second half, not so much.
That's the check. Will it even matter?
I love that, just to see if the first dice, and it was a 6. Well, if the duel is as exciting as the dice roll, we're in for a treat here as we start off with our first card, Dormouse.
Yeah, so this is the absolute best opening play. It's going to be met by a copy of Effect Veiler. It does look like we have one of the traps, but as we kind of commented on yesterday, although there are 3 Malice trap cards, not all of them actually let you dodge cards like Effect Veiler and Infinite Impermanence. It looks like he has a copy of GWC06, which is unfortunately not one of them.
Not going to help here.
So even though that is the absolute best opening play, that assumes it goes uninterrupted. The fact that he didn't have any way of extending past that, which would suggest he doesn't have a Bestial in his hand, it means that Dennis is going to feel pretty good here. Now, he can probably read that the 2 spell or trap cards are going to be cards like Infinite Impermanence. It could potentially be that GWC06 like we commented on. What's actually interesting here is that Jib has elected not to play Infinite Impermanence at all, so I'm curious if he knows that instead Jib is playing Dominus Impulse.
Well, here's the thing, you know, when you are up at the top tables, it's not hard to see other duelists in your line of sight, so it's possible that all of these duelists who've been playing next to each other with their high records may have gotten a little bit of insight there, right? But now we're just doing some pretty standard stuff using Fiendsmith Track to get Fiendsmith Lurry. Excuse me, Fiendsmith Lurry feels like it. Fabled Lurry, I should say. Special Summon, and now we'll go into Fiendsmith Requiem.
It's an honorable Fiendsmith at this point.
It certainly is, certainly is. Any light fiend can be.
So this is probably going to be the Impulse that I mentioned.
Oh, Dominus Impulse indeed. So locked out of certain attributes, but not a big deal if you build your deck around it. Dennis just going to confirm.
Just which the attributes are.
It's going to be light, earth, and wind. And that does give a little bit of insight as you continue play. You're like, oh, I'm not going to get Effect Failure. Oh, maybe there's no Molcharmi for Wallows here. And maybe a Ghost Spell and Haunted Mansion, teasing.
And Jib is playing Effect Veiler.
Ooh, so it's just an order of operations thing. He thought that it was worth it enough to commit all of those attributes away from his access and use Dominus Impulse to basically stop his opponent, but, well, it may not have done that much because we are still seeing Fiendsmith's Lacrima of the Crimson Tears here.
So typically, you know, if you're able to sequence your play, you can Effect Veiler first and then Impulse later. Additionally, if you can ever Impulse something like a Nibiru, there's just a ton of value in that too. So it can be understandable to incorporate Effect Veiler and Impulse in the same deck. Now, Veiler without Imperm and Impulse, that's a little bit of an interesting deck arrangement.
Yeah, especially if you can end up drawing those Veilers and you don't have any infinite impermanences to use. This could be a little difficult to get through, but right now we've got relatively uninhibited play. Going to bring out the Necro-Equipped Princess and then discard the Fiendsmith Engraver there to grab simply a Fiendsmith Tract again. Taking just a moment there.
It's like Dennis has a copy of Nibiru himself in hand. I think he's actually considering the Fiendsmith in Paradise. I was pondering, is he going to potentially set up a play where it's actually the normal kind of traditional trap effect as opposed to just the graveyard effect? No, he ended up cycling back to the Fiendsmith track, and now he'll be able to draw off the Necro Quip.
I was thinking about it for sure, but he might just want to save that for later or have some follow-up for next turn, considering he doesn't have the most explosive board here, and what Fiendsmith really specializes in is consistency over time. But we drew a card, didn't quite make it out there.
It was a monster, so if that's a few different of the Ryzeal cards, we could actually end up seeing the second half of his deck.
That's just 900. Yeah.
All it takes is one. Seeing that it's 900, we might be trying to go for game right here, but it looks like maybe a Chaos Angel. Could be a Fiendsmith sequence. Two different directions to go. Fiendsmith sequence it is. Time for a little fusion here.
Oh. Yeah.
He almost put the Fiendsmith Requiem there in the deck. Remember, it has been a long grind here.
Now, luckily, they're...
Oh, dropped a card. It's okay. We got judges up there. No fancy work here. There we go. Back into the deck.
Sometimes after you make it past the top 32, they re-sleeve and actually give you sleeves that may match your extra deck. So sometimes that's a bit of a concern when you're utilizing extra deck monsters that are in the same sleeves as your main deck. Luckily here, they're just still in those white sleeves, so it's easy to detect that.
Certainly got to be careful, but we are good to go as we bring out Fiendsmith's Desiree. Now, it would have been interesting, of course, to see the Fiendsmith in Paradise. I mean, he would be eligible to activate it, but it seems like we are not going to worry about that now as we link off into the Fiendsmith's Agmunde.
Yeah, I think he just valued the follow-up. So this is a really strong read, so he can kind of rule out Infinite Impermanence. It would have been activated earlier. This is dealing with one of those trap cards before Dormouse goes to the graveyard.
Oh, that's huge.
As we mentioned earlier, yes, heading into maybe the first event with Malice, people thought, well, there's 3 traps. I never want to affect Veil or Infinite Impermanence, a Malice normal summon effect. That's probably not true because of the fact that GWC06 requires there to actually be a Malice monster in the graveyard or banishment, and obviously that's not likely to be the case if the first player is to summon Dormouse. So by dealing with the trap card before Dormouse goes into the graveyard, it locks Jib out of utilizing the GWC06 to bring back that Dormouse for the following turn. So now he's going to need to have kind of another piece of action. And it does look like he has at least a White Rabbit. One of the things, though, about White Rabbit is it's the weakest one in terms of playing around Nibiru, plus there's a Desiree already on the board. And we know that Dennis has what actually looks like multiple copies of Nibiru.
It'd be difficult. We're going to go ahead and negate it immediately, though, with the Fiendsmith Desiree. So just have our Bestial Saronir going to go ahead and target the Dormouse there, banishing it, and we'll probably pay 300 soon. I could imagine why not.
So this is actually critical, though. He did have a copy of Saronir, which is interesting to see. It looks like Jib is elected to play the full package. He's taking the Billy Break approach. He's going triple Baldrake, triple Jerusalem, and triple Saronir, going even further than what Billy suggested with the 7. So the 10 Bestial package.
Not quite at Lubellion, though, so just deciding to use the Druid's Worms and, well, just drawing the Bestials themselves without having to search for them other than the Magnamud. But it's interesting to see everyone's got, like, a different opinion. I love this format because while you may think, okay, these are all just the same cards, each one of these duelists is doing something completely nuancedly different, and it's making the difference from game to game.
This is going to be interesting. So he still has the ability to special summon White Rabbit from the Banish Zone, but he already activated its effect. Dormouse, a little bit different though. Dormouse, he's used the Banish effect. Sorry, used the effect of getting it back from the Banish Zone.
Going to play very carefully here, bringing out the Link Decoder and then linking 3, likely for a 2300 or higher attack Cyber Link monster. It looks like the choice is going to be
probably Red Ransom?
Yeah, seems like he's eyeballing the Red Ransom for sure.
Red Ransom, Chainlink 1 Red Ransom, Chainlink 2 Decoder, Chainlink 3 Saronir.
Right, so using the Saronir to send somebody down to the graveyard. And then adding a spell, of course, and more.
So he's going to add one of the field spells. He's actually only playing 2 Malice in undergrad in his deck list. With 3 Chessie Cat, which is somewhat interesting. It's actually just quite a very interesting. He has no Allure of Darkness, but he's maxing out on all of the Malice names. So he is elected to max out all of the Bestials that can be special summoned by banishing a Light or Dark. So obviously no Bestial Nuelion, no Alibur, and also all of the Malice cards. So it's a really interesting configuration that Jib has settled on this weekend.
That is really interesting for sure. And sending the Bestial Magnamut to the graveyard, that's Not sure what's going on there. Certainly has probably some experience, obviously making a choice there that's consistent. But let's go ahead and link off here and see where we're going next. Oh, just for a link 2. Would assume for Haggard Lizardos. Could be Splash Mage. Eyeballing both.
The problem with Splash Mage is this is one of the best ways of recovering post Nibiru, and unfortunately this is being used pre-Nibiru.
So going to go ahead and bring the Dormouse back. And now linking again. Our powers combined. What are we bringing out next? Ah, okay, so there's the White Binder.
So now we're going to get the triple banish. He'll probably be able to get rid of the Lacrima, or at least attempt to get rid of the Lacrima, without there being a Requiem in the graveyard that will actually end up resolving. He's going to be banishing the Red Ransom, and then he still has access to special summon back the White Rabbit if he chooses to do so.
Really everything going Gabriel's way here.
The problem is the Nibirus are going to be really challenging because he's already used the Splash Mage, which is one of the best ways. And as we get further and further into this play, there's just more and more of the Malice monsters whose effects have been used.
So paying a few more life points there. 900 off the top will bring him down to 2,300.
I will say that the Malice and Underground with the White Binder would have been one of the best ways of recovering. You know, being able to, if you didn't activate the effect to banish, but then banished it post Nibiru when it gets special summoned back, you could have activated the banish effect, but that's already now been used. So I wonder how long Dennis is going to hold on to this Nibiru. I wonder if Jib thinks he's already kind of checked for it a few times.
You started with White Rabbit.
Just double checking all the card effects that have activated. Almost feels like one of those long tier lament turns where you got to be like, okay, so what have we done so far?
I think he might consider doing it here. Because
it seems like it if he's asking for about the White Rabbit's effect, right? Because if you Nibiru and it comes back, well, it's not going to be doing its effect again.
All right, so let's see what is left for Jib. I know he's got the copy of Effect Veiler, sorry, the copy of Ash Blossom in his hand. And then, of course, he has the copy of Malice in Underground. What is he going to be able to recover with now that the White Binder's effect has already been activated?
So, turning the Agmande. We go ahead and get rid of the token there.
Yep, through the effect of Desiree. Now we have Malice in Underground, so I'm really curious to see what he has left. Okay, so he is doing the White Binder. Maybe this is just potentially to draw. Yeah, so
another 900. I know we were at 23, so we must have paid 300 life points at some point. But it is getting real low in the life point category here.
So he's going to be able to set another from his deck as well. So he's going to need, I think, a little piece of action here to go along with whatever the trap is that he's able to get. Off of White Binder, he's already used the GWCO6. So if he wants to put another monster on the field, oh, he can get it back from the graveyard.
He's considering his options too. We don't know where it's going any more than he does, but it looks like we are going to go ahead and get back the GWCO6.
Yeah, White Binder, that's one of the best ways of kind of reusing some of these one-ofs. He can, in fact, get that back from the graveyard. The only way he can activate it here, though, is if he banishes the White Binder, who's already been returned back to the field from the banish zone. So I think he's going to here just pass, yeah.
Okay, so Dennis draws for turn. Nibiru got it done, slowed him down for sure, but now he still has to get back into this duel again. So we'll start off with Bean's mid-track that we searched for last turn.
Yeah, just to kind of review, there's really two good ways post-Nibiru for Malice to reestablish. It's to resolve Splash Mage or to resolve the banish effect off White Binder with the Malice and Underground, and then banish a couple of the Malice cards from your graveyard, and then all of a sudden you have 2 or 3 monsters back on the field, and you can turn the token potentially into a Link Spider. Unfortunately, both Splash Mage and the White Binder banish effect were activated pre-Nibiru, so we see here not the most intimidating ending board relative to what we've seen out of the Malice strategies.
Timing in Nibiru the Primal Being has been really important from round to round, right? We've seen people activate it quote-unquote early, and then we've seen people activate it really later than expected. But I think this is a card that's going to continue to do numbers this format. But it looks like, speaking of numbers, here is the precious number 1, the Fabled Blurry.
To Reborn from Dance Ball.
So it's important to note that you can only activate that effect by banishing on the turn that it is set, so this won't banish the White Binder. He'll be just special summoning back.
Yeah, and I gain life based on the monster's attack if I control them.
So he'll go up by 2,300 if this resolves, putting him at 4,300.
White Rabbit, gain 12, put me at...
Oh, that's right, because it is the monster that's special summoned, not the biggest monster on the field. That'd be too good. My apologies.
So this is going to probably get him access to MTP 07, which he would then be able to activate because it was set, which is how the White Binder could get banished this turn.
Couldn't imagine he would banish the Fabled Lurie, but it also is a possibility.
Yep, so there's the MTP. All right, so he actually is electing to banish the White Rabbit.
Dormouse, and I'll banish the...
Oh, he did banish the Lurie, okay.
And then I'll pay 300, so I'll go down to 22, summon back the White Rabbit.
Yeah, now he's going to put the White Rabbit on the field as a...
Yep, summon back the White Rabbit.
Essentially just a defensive position monster to potentially block damage.
I'm at
certainly an important one.
2,300.
So 2,300 life points there on Gibbs' side, and still a cool 8,000 for Dennis.
And you can't attack over the White Rabbit because of the presence of, obviously, a Link monster and the Malice and Underground.
All right, so we're going to discard Fiendsmith Engraver. It's good, so pick up the deck here and add... There is the Fiendsmith's Paradise.
So he's only playing 2 copies of Fiendsmith Track in Dennis's list, so that's one of the ways that he's cut his deck down to 40. He's also only playing 2 copies of Sword Ryzeal, not that we've seen any of the Ryzeal cards.
Yeah, you'd think it's pure Fiendsmith at this point.
So the Fiendsmith in Paradise, the last option in terms of spell and traps. Now we see that Ash Blossom that we knew was there
critical.
for a little bit.
Dennis just taking a moment to assess his options.
That's good.
Maybe time. Maybe holding off on presenting any of the Ryzeal cards, just hoping to win this game and maybe set his opponent on the wrong side deck tracked.
I can't imagine he doesn't know that those are in the deck.
I think he's about to find out. All right, taking a look at the graveyard, though. Oh, Druid's Worm, actually. So we've got a banish from a Malice graveyard. That could be really rough.
Probably just going to be one of the Bestial monsters.
Oh, that's true. There is Saronir and Magnemite there.
Sorry. God, man.
Those sleeves are a little slippery.
Yeah, just in case you're playing. This mine is yours.
All right,
just in case you're playing.
Interesting to have the Druid's Worm. Dennis stating, just in case you're playing, thinks there must be something coming out next.
Brandon Regained is what that was about. Because the ability to summon the Magnemite back from the graveyard with Regained.
Yeah. Would be nice to keep recycling. Little does he know.
You gotta take no battle damage because it's pointed to this.
Yeah, it didn't matter.
So no battle damage, and then attack over. So we've cleared the field.
Hidden effects, man.
The hidden effects.
I mean, it is a vibe for getting somebody's card effects, but Dennis is able to keep playing forward.
I go ahead and that's it.
And that's it. Set a card.
And he has to hope that's not the Fiendsmith in Paradise. Hopefully it's some point of interaction, because the Dormouse that he was able to cycle into his hand with this Gold Sarcophagus, it actually gives him multiple pushes this turn. It's possible here that Jib has actually finally grinded out Dennis's resources, because Dennis just simply never saw a Ryzeal monster.
Yeah, and now with the Chessie Cat paying 300 life points, still low, but amazing basically just get that free summon. I think the one thing we haven't seen on the featured match stage is all 3 traps banished in a single duel, so.
Yeah, that's a very infrequent but nevertheless important interaction to know. Oh, there's a dead Effect Veiler.
Yeah.
It might not be a big deal, though, because if that really is just a Fiendsmith in Paradise, I think Jib will probably be able to navigate through this turn without ever needing to use that Effect Veiler.
Well, I think we're paying down to 1,700 at this point, so Going to go ahead and banish special summon. Actually, it'll be 300 more, so it'll be 1,400. So really getting low in life points, but
he'll be all right.
Yeah, only the last one really matters. Dinomorphia Duelist can certainly attest to that. Multiple traps in the graveyard there. Just taking a quick look at what's going on here. With only a couple of Fiendsmiths in the graveyard, none of them named Lacrima. Definitely can push safely right now, maybe only now. So, looking through a myriad of Link monsters, pausing on the Haggard Lizardos.
I mean, he's basically used Red Ransom and White Binder, meaning he's down to a Heart's Cryptor or some of the non-Malice Link monsters.
It's like maybe performing a Link 2. No, not performing a Link 2. Has to make a decision here. Single elimination tournament. Everything is on the line.
He's also used Splash Mage, which is kind of one of the unique ways of 2 monsters turning into 3 for Link purposes. This is one of the potential ways of Link climbing up to 5, which is Hazard Lizardors. He's banishing. Oh, he's going to banish a copy of Ash Blossom.
Really? How interesting. Maybe to prevent a Called by the Grave? That's a very specific interaction there, not choosing to banish any additional Malice monsters there or bring anything back. Maybe he doesn't want to go that low in life points.
Play around Hida, I guess. It just
True.
seems such like a corner case. I don't think this deck would be playing Hida.
You would have to both have Ash Blossom and be worried about Called by the Grave for my theory of the case to be right. But I do see that we're looking at the Malice White Binder. Going to go ahead and banish it with the SP Little Knight. How interesting. So you get to have SP Little Knight and still get the banish. That's pretty skillful.
And then White Binder is going to, when it's special summoned, allow him to draw a card, set a card, but then also banish a bunch from his graveyard. So,
hey, we may see those banish traps after all.
It is not impossible.
But it is a little improbable. I mean, you do have to assemble all the pieces there. All right, staying locked in, taking a look at the graveyard here.
Anything on the summon?
No, I don't. Okay. You're thinking?
So Dennis hasn't made a decision, not conceding past play yet.
And this is great, too, because he has the SP Little Knight to protect the White Binder from a card like Effect Veiler.
Hey, and it does banish it, too, funny enough. Reordering the graveyard makes me feel like the White Binder is probably going to be used to banish a couple of cards in the graveyard, but Dennis has not passed priority at this time.
Yeah, so...
Oh, wow. Dominus Impulse again, and there's a trap card in the graveyard.
Yeah, and there's a Fiendsmith in Paradise set, so I think this is going to be it.
White Binder fit the set. Also had GWC 6. It's a reborn? Yeah, so that's the reborn one. I'll activate it now. I'll banish White Binder to resummon White Binder and gain 20.
Okay.
So he goes to 28?
Doesn't actually use its effect. Notice that. Did not pay 900.
Yeah.
No, he did it just through the GWC 06.
Even Dennis had to check the card just to make sure.
Okay, cool.
So with an additional 23, should put him at 3,100, I believe. Climbing all the way up there. Now it's time to banish. Let's see. We're getting rid of Fiendsmith Engraver and Fiendsmith Requiem.
So he's clearing out the follow-up and also likely banishing one of his Malice monsters.
Oh, wow. So Red Ransom also banished, pay 900, which we just got plenty of life points back. It's going to bring him down to 2,200 life points, but that may not matter with a bunch of strong Link monsters on the field.
But 2 light monsters in hand that he can't activate, so he is going to have to try and find a way of navigating this turn with these monsters. I think he's going to be able to do it because he has full information. But he does have to consider how is he going to deal with the Druid's Room. There's a little bit going on.
I just paid 9. I'll go battle phase 29 into 0.
Okay. So they'll bring Dennis down to 5,100, just going straight into main phase 2. Don't want to mess with that Druid's Worm. Don't catch no smoke. But let's go ahead and link here.
This is going to be Nightmare Griffin.
Wow, using the SP Little Knight as one material and the Red Ransom for the full thing.
Oh, this is great. Now he's going to put those light monsters in hand to use by using Nightmare Griffins. I don't want to call it its secret effect. Maybe that's what some would consider it, but the additional effect beyond just the sort of negation of non-linked monsters, which is to reset a spell or trap from your graveyard.
Very powerful, and it gets the draw because of the co-link.
Just great value.
So just incredible resource management, kind of around the way to get through it, but you know, it is Malice and Underground, so Curiouser and Curiouser, we're going to find a way through this turn. But not a whole lot in the hand there. That Effect Veiler is not going to do much. And the other card couldn't quite catch what he drew. Looks like a Bestial Baldrake, perhaps. Oh, and the Abawaku, wow. So SP Little Knight is coming back. Oh, interesting. So Nightmare Griffin is a light monster. Was he able to do that?
No, that was a turn before. That was the turn prior. Yeah.
He may not have been. We'll see, but
we do have judges up there, so we're good.
Battle phase is
regardless, this is at least one of the ways of potentially threatening the SP Little Knight, which is to just go right into the battle phase.
use Moldrake targeting Whitebinder.
Well, it looks like they're all good. So, as play continues.
Whitebinder effect Pay 9. Yep. Something. Can I draw a card?
Yeah, you're good. That's a banish, right?
Looks like play is going to continue.
And
Yeah, can see.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
So judges are taking a quick second here. We might end up rewinding the game state because the Nightmare Griffin was a light. Okay. So I'm glad the judges were able to catch that on stage. So we might have to rewind the game and say, hey, remember, it's been a long day, Duelists. Those of you at home sitting comfortably might be like, I would never have done that. Well, it happens. But don't worry, they're going to figure this out for just a second. But other than that, what an interesting turn here. But also remember, the Abawaku is also light.
Yeah.
So a lot of this stuff may not be able to do.
This is what I just drew off of Whitebinder, and this is what I drew off of
I mean, for all intents and purposes, Jib is really far ahead, regardless of how he decides to kind of construct the ending board.
Oh,
it
yeah,
looks like
it's-
Dennis just has a Fiendsmith in Paradise, and he drew a Gualos.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll allow the judges to kind of determine what the best path forward here is, but it does look like Jib is in a pretty dominant position.
Well, let's talk about what a rewound game state is for those in the chat. So if there's ever an error in gameplay and a judge is able to talk with the players and correctly rewind the game state, even if there's been information that's been given away, that's okay. You basically just go backwards in time as long as the hand hasn't been shuffled, or we can at least identify every card that's supposed to be in hand. You will get a procedural error minor, but you don't have to worry about that if you haven't received any penalties like that previously in the tournament. It's going to be up to the discretion of the head judge to spot that out and upgrade it if it is there, but if it's just the first mistake, hey, mistakes happen. Again, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, I love it, but it is still a little complicated, especially after so many rounds of play. So,
and I think that's especially the case if you're playing either Dominus Impulse or Dominus Purge in your deck, but then still electing to play the attributes that are affected by either of those two cards. It's just something that if you're going into an event with those cards in your deck, you need to be fully aware of.
It is. It's kind of the clash there. You know, we talked about it when he activated that Dominus Impulse so early in the duel that his effect veilers were basically dead. But we didn't think about all the other cards in the extra deck, so that is something to really watch for. But it looks like the judges are helping him figure things out. And there may be a time extension here, but that's up to them, not us. So yeah, we're just gonna cut. Okay, so we're back to normal. We're good.
Yep, he can't activate the Griffin, and now he can't activate the Abao either.
That's right. And that is the important thing. You might overhear the judges in the background there. The important is making the same mistake. It's not just that you made a procedural reminder. It's the same mistake.
Yeah, so now we'll use Abao to bring out the SP. Abao being a dark monster, that is something that we can do.
All right, well, let's resume our previously scheduled programming here at the YCS. Didn't have to take a break there. We got everything back under control. And so, yeah, 900 life points would be back, so it should be 3,100 life points on the blue side. We'll get that update in just a moment. It's not a bad field. It really isn't, but it's just not as powerful as having Nightmare Griffin, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's good enough.
Hey, good enough. Great enough.
I think this is Dennis's turn. Because I think there's now officially a card in his hand, which would have been the Molchambi Fualos.
That's right.
That he would have drawn for his turn naturally.
But it doesn't help anymore, right? We did rewind the game state and everything, but it still doesn't do much when you've only got Drua's Worm, Fiendsmith in Paradise, and a Fualos that can't be activated because there's cards on the field.
So we did rewind, though I think for all intents and purposes, Jib was in a winning position regardless. We'll just get there in the correct path forward.
You've created a time paradox. We've rewound time, but jokes aside, looks like we are going to banish the red ransom, pay the 900, which should bring it back from the 31 now to the 2,200. Certainly difficult to play the Dominus cards. I actually play Dominus Impulse myself in, and you're going to make fun of me, but Primite Red Eyes Metal Morph, which has monsters that are light, and you just have to order your operations correct. And Earth, too, actually, now.
Yeah, you good.
With the hand interaction ones, it's understandable that you can sequence those. It's the extra deck ones that can be really difficult because if the turn goes past the first iteration of your extra deck monsters, which is exactly what we saw here, all of a sudden Jib looked at his extra deck and none of the Malice ones were in there, except maybe a Heart's Cryptor. And he's looking at, 4 or 5, 6, 7, 8 cards without that full array of options. All of a sudden, the fact that 2 or 3 of them might be light monsters, he has even less. So it does restrict some of those, let's say, 3 or 4 turn forward extra deck plays.
It's definitely a decision you have to make. I know duelists who play the other side of attributes have to make the same choices with Dominus Purge, which will probably get more popular as light monsters come back into the format quite soon. But right now, I think this still may end up being game for Dennis because all we've got again is the Drua's Worm and the Fiendsmith of Paradise here. I think we're going to go into the battle phase.
So
Drua's
this is
Worm.
2,000. And this is just 23? Yeah.
Drua's Worm's only at 2,000. Going to go ahead and crash, take the 300, and take out the White Binder. So Red Ransom still ransoming those attack and defense points. I got them all mixed up. Can't find your files, right? We are going to switch to attack mode here. Oh, that might be game right there. Yeah, I'm going to scoop up the card. So we had to get it, back together, but in the end, Gib, as he's called, was able to swing to victory.
We got there eventually.
We got there eventually, yep. It takes a second. Again, it's just one of those things where that's even in the plot of the show, right? How many times have you heard characters say, you forgot my monster's special ability, right? Oh, Yugi, what are you doing, right? It isn't just about being here. Hey, Joey fainted after he actually won a duel and couldn't get up in time to claim his victory.
I know you forgot my trap cards. Drawback.
Yeah, it's one of those things where Dominus Impulse, Dominus Purge, great cards, but you have to be very careful with them. And you can have that Galaxy Brain level of play where you are sequencing. I'm going to use all my effect builders first. I'm going to use all that, but you're absolutely right. It's kind of hard when you use the extra deck, so you kind of have to build alternative game plans and well, it may not happen again in the next duel, but something that every duelist who's running it like this is going to have to think about.
Yeah, you have to either make deck building concessions, extra deck concessions, or concede a portion of the games will have this kind of weird dynamic where it goes past 2, 3, or 4 turns, and you have the risk of drawing light monsters in the case of, if it's Dominus Impulse, for example, or not being able to access a card like Nightmare Griffin that previously you identified as an integral part to your combo with a bow. I mean, you can still access it, just it's not going to be able to use that additional effect.
Certainly interesting there. I have a friend of mine who just hard commits to never activating it from the hand. He's like, I don't want to have to even interact with any of that. I'm just going to set the card. And, well, he may be right there, but...
I just think the effect...
Oh, it's so powerful. It's so
the
powerful.
ability to stop Nibiru specifically, that's really what it is, right?
It's very tempting.
Right, your opponent establishes a field, sometimes going first and having a good field with Nibiru in hand, it's so difficult to break through that board because you invest so many resources on the field. But if you have Dominus Impulse, presumably they'll have a card on the field. You can activate it from hand had you not activated on the first turn when your opponent started. The ability to potentially break through the field and then also counteract Nibiru. We've seen it time and time again how powerful that is.
Well, Duelists took no time inside of there. It looks like they're all ready to present and just ready to go.
I mean, if you've gone this far this weekend, you have definitely played against plenty of Malice and Ryziel matches. So you know these matchups in and out. You know exactly what to side deck in. You know exactly how your deck lines up. You know what to do going first, what to do going second. So it really is of no surprise. And let's take a look here at our second game. I imagine Dennis will be going first.
All right, well, Dennis getting back in there. Let's see how he decides to start the duel.
We had a dimension shifter check there where Dennis kind of asked, am I good? And Jib says, yep, you are good. So it looks like we're going to start with Ext Ryziel. Presumably he's either going to send a Aggregator and Eclipse Twins, or he could actually potentially send a Ryziel to the graveyard as well. Those are kind of the three most commonly sent ones in this opening play. It's going to be the Eclipse Twin.
Definitely feel the impact there of Supreme Darkness. It's such a cool card with such a unique set of abilities, but now we're actually seeing the Ryziel part of Dennis's deck. I don't think we saw a single Ryziel card last duel.
No, he tried to win with Bestial Fiendsmith Control, which is a deck that we saw successful this weekend, but the problem is those decks maxed out on so many of those cards, whereas it's a small percentage of Dennis's deck. I really appreciate Dennis's brisk play here, too. He kind of understands that first game went quite a while, and you can't draw in the top 32, but you don't want time to be that big of an issue here. So
we don't have to worry about any ties here because the single elimination rules are different, but Duo Drive is not going to be doing anything here with the Effect Failure coming down.
I think Jib has multiple copies of Effect Failure. It doesn't look like he has a Dominus Impulse, but
I'll better spend him now while he
yeah.
doesn't see the Impulse. Considering, okay, so we're going to normal some of the ice there. Oh, thinking.
Could potentially activate another copy of Effect Failure, like I mentioned.
Wouldn't be awful. Oh, but he's going to let it go through. Okay. So special summoning an Ext Ryziel in defense mode.
He's locked out of his Fiendsmith package this turn. He actually started with Ext Ryziel, which isn't exactly the most ideal opening if you're playing the Fiendsmith cards, but presumably you would use the Fiendsmith cards first, so it's kind of a matter of whether or not he would draw into them in some way with something like Ryziel Cross. It looks here like we're going to go Druish Worm, Chain, Baldrake.
So getting rid of both the Effect Failure in the graveyard and the Eclipse Twins, not having to worry about Eclipse Twins later, but also having something for Baldrake to chomp on to use its effect to get rid of a freshly summoned monster from the extra deck, but also sending the Druish Worm to the graveyard to take one more out as well.
2 and 9, right?
And again, like you mentioned, that Eclipse Twins has been banished, so he theoretically could have potentially went to a Detonator to put that underneath, but that's not nearly as ideal of a play now. He still is going to go into Detonator, but he has nothing to attach to it.
It's still good.
So now he's going to Chain to destroy the Baldrake.
Still gets it done, though, by the end of this. So that's going to be banished. And you can still send, and send does not destroy, so cleared that field.
So now we special summon Node, and he's going to actually have to use something from his hand. I think there's a Fiendsmith in Paradise there.
That's a good way to get to the graveyard.
Oh, wow. Look at this. Jib goes 4 hand interactions, White Rabbit left over. So one of the good feelings about this is certainly you stopped your opponent from having any type of onboard interactions, but because you're down to just one single card, it's a starter, which is great. Any interaction from Dennis, and it looks like he just drew another copy of White. Oh, this is a Chessy Cat.
That's actually really good because if you're already going to be facing one negated effect anyway, you might as well pay the cost of banishing the White Rabbit with Chessy Cat. Maybe you get to draw 2 cards, or your opponent has to make that decision. Do I worry about the Chessy Cat, or do I worry about the Malice White Rabbit?
I think he just uses the Ash Blossom here. Yeah, it's a Malice card in hand. You can't talents. Great point.
Yeah, he knows exactly what's going on.
So what's actually really interesting is if he instead just went with White Rabbit, as opposed to the Chessy Cat.
He would have been able to set. That would not have stopped it.
Unfortunately, though, in the inverse, though, then Chessy Cat would have been locked in his hand with no guaranteed Malice card. So it's kind of interesting how that was sequenced. He may have been a little bit better off getting the White Rabbit because that cannot be hit by Ash Blossom. Though presumably one of the cards he would get off of it would be. But in all things considered, at least he still has the White Rabbit to follow up. But as you just saw there, Dennis right off the top drew Lacrima right on time. And now he's going to access that Fiendsmith package. He's going to go into Requiem, into Fiendsmith Engraver.
I think from, the Malice perspective, you have to go for broke, right? If that Chessy Cat resolves, you just blow this duel wide open with effects. But unfortunately, it didn't resolve, so now he is watching his opponent Dennis just go through the full Fiendsmith here.
And you get punished by a lot of the similar cards, Effect Veiler, Infinite Impermanence. Ash Blossom's a little bit different, but I do kind of ultimately think the idea of keeping the White Rabbit in hand is probably the best. Because the Chessy Cat doesn't do anything alone. And Dennis, look how fast he's playing, understanding there's very little time after that first game.
Knows he needs to fit in 2 games here, not just 1.
Yep, Yagambe. You see that Chessy Cat destroyed. Back comes a Ryziel off Node Ryziel. Now we can go into the Ryziel part of the deck. We're going to go into a Detonator. Wow. He could actually potentially put Desiree underneath it. That's...
Oh, it looks like he put Ash Blossom underneath, but they're battling. Gib concedes.
I know that when this deck was first popularized back at YCS Anaheim, that was one of the discussion points, that you could put Desiree underneath Detonator. But I feel like I don't see it all that often. We could have seen it there, but Dennis elected not to go and do that. But regardless, that was enough to make Jib concede here in the second game. And we will be seeing a third game here in the top 32.
Absolutely. I feel like I missed the memo because both players were trying to hide that Ash Blossom, right? Think about it. Gabriel banished one from his own graveyard, so it could be called by the grave. And actually, Dennis attached the one from his graveyard underneath the Ryziel Detonator. Both basically are dodging called by the grave. I guess they want to make sure that it resolves, but what an interesting sort of trend we're seeing, at least in this duel.
I mean, you could have also just valued Desiree in the graveyard as a light fairy for some of the various recursion effects that the Fiendsmith deck has, but it is another point of interaction if you were able to put the Desiree underneath.
Definitely be fun to be able to shuffle and send. Speaking of shuffling, the duels are siding this time.
And with about, I think, 5 minutes or so remaining in the match, and in a universe where we cannot see a draw, it may get to a point that by the time these players are done siding and shuffling, it's going to be one of those scenarios where the first life point change evaluated at the end of the phase ultimately determines the winner.
Well, both players are pretty much ready to go now, just shuffling the last deck. Actually, it seems like Dennis is doing a few last side decking options, so making sure to represent, right? He wants to win a YCS where his friends are watching and won't question whether or not it happens.
What's really cool, I mean, I guess it depends on your perception of this, but Dennis has 3 Fualos in the main deck, 3 Meowls, and 3 Perulia in his side deck. I don't think he's going to put in the full 9, but he certainly could.
He could. I don't think you and I have seen Meowls on stream once.
We haven't. It was incredibly popular at the vendor stables on Friday. They could not keep it in stock. So it was a card that we saw in tons of side decks this weekend. We just personally have not seen it activated at the feature match table. I think that's because it lines up kind of best against the Malice matchup, and we haven't seen, at least personally, as many Malice decks in the feature match area.
That's fair, that's fair. There's a lot of decks that are kind of kept out of the Rogues gallery because of Mulcharmy Meowls, because earlier in the tournament I was watching and Memento decks were just soaring, but eventually they probably ran into some Mulcharmy Meowls, and man, as a Memento player myself, that is pretty rough to play against.
I'd like to see it here just for the sake of saying that I saw it this weekend, at least personally in the feature match area.
I went to YCS Orlando and all I got to see was a Mulcharmy Meowls.
Something like that.
Well, I may be joking, but both duelists are seriously locked in. All the humor is sort of evaporated as they understand that they have a limited amount of time. Even though it'll be single elimination, they do have slightly different time rules. Of course, it'll go to the end of the turn and not just the end of the phase. But speaking of the ending, here comes Game 3 of our top 32 of YCS Orlando.
So it looks like we have a Metal Tronus, a Bestial, 2 Bestials, and 2 Malice monsters. So we have Chessy Cat,
Maybe the Chessie Cat will resolve this time.
There are some Mulcharmies in Dennis's hand. He
Oh, and I
elected
see an Ash Blossom too.
I think I see a Fualos, and there are no interactions for Mulcharmies in Jib's hand. So this could be unfortunate. I definitely think you follow up with this, and then if you have Fualos, I think you're going to activate that next because he's going to link away because he has a Bestial in hand. Or not. Hold off, I guess.
So linking up for one Link Decoder. And going to go ahead and use the Bestial Magnum at perfect timing to get rid of the Chessie Cat and bring it back. It's amazing how fast this deck is able to put out 3 monsters for its Link summons.
Is this Meowls? It is.
Oh, hey, we got to see it.
Yes. All right, I checked it off.
Another one off the list. Okay, so for those of you who haven't seen Meowls like we haven't, that's going to be 1 drawn card for everything special summon from the graveyard and banishment, and there's the Fualos.
Maybe he was afraid that if he activated Fualos, that Jib would have just passed and not gone into the extra deck, which would have basically made him discard the Fualos and then not get the Meowls draw. Now I think he's guaranteed that he at least gets the 1-for-1 exchange with the Meowls, and now he's more incentivized to also get at least special summon 1 time for Fualos. So he gets to cycle through at least 2 cards in his hand so that going on to his turn, he'll have a full hand.
Wow.
Well, never
Speaking
mind.
of full hand, yeah, never mind about that. The infinite permanence causing the crowd to cheer out here at the venue. Because it's true that, you know, you get a little bit of a reimbursement from those cards. You may not worry about it, but it could be very powerful. And speaking of powerful, we're getting Bestial Baldrake here. Going to banish Bestial Magnemite.
Now we're going back into the extra deck.
Oh, one more draw then for Dennis.
I could see this being SP
Actually,
Little
why did I
Knight.
shuffle?
That will
I
allow
don't think
him
he
to
went in.
banish
Oh, my
the
bad.
white binder. This is unfortunate because he's going to draw off
he is.
the Fualos. And now the white binder is going to get banished. And then the white binder is going to be special summoned back. And then he's going to...
Why draw 2?
Both. I mean, I drew 1 already for SP, but I'm going to draw 2 for this.
No, this is one I saw from the action.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure. I thought it was
He's just making sure. It's been a long day. I don't think I have seen this many Mulcharmy draws since the NAWCQ when Fualos first came out and players were just trying to frustratedly play through it. And so this may be the same thing. People may not be used to Meow. Supreme Darkness just came out.
And I think just Jib is priced into this because it's so close to the end of the round. I wonder if we're going to get the +6 card difference.
Well, here's the thing, too. With him having lower life points, he has to keep playing to get to the GWC 06 to be able to special summon and gain life points, or else he is at a disadvantage.
Yeah, so the amount of cards that Dennis draws could end up not mattering at all. He is kind of tunnel visioning into a way of gaining life points. He's going to need a way of stopping that from resolving. And I'm not sure he has a lot of cards in his deck to actually realistically do that.
Well, he is going to have to dual trying. So here comes the GWC. Going to go ahead and banish.
Yep.
Summon back from the grave, draw another card. You should be drawing another for the Meowls because that is from the graveyard.
So how crazy would this be if we actually got to see the shuffle back? You never see that from Mulcharmies. Wait,
Yeah.
shaking the hand?
If the time is in the round.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, 8,800 life points was able to make it back, so you're right. 2 more draws and effect failure would have been enough, and he wasn't able to get it. Dennis, understanding a YCS champion is a YCS champion, but it doesn't mean you're automatically going to win. So our Brooklyn boy, Gabriel, is going to advance.
Yeah, so we got to see Meowls, but unfortunately, just with the amount of time left in the round, that path into some life point gaining there is how Jib was able to win that match. It's a difficult way to have the tournament end, but Dennis shouldn't be too disappointed for his overall tournament. I think he put in a really great performance here in the top 32. And he just has the rest of 2025 to perhaps put a second trophy on his mantle.
Well, I got to thank him personally for showcasing Meow on the feature match stage. We finally got to see it, but you can see Dennis a little disappointed there. He's done it before, but a true champion is never satisfied. They just want more and more wins, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's because they want to do their best. They want to excel. They want to grow even higher, be the next Jesse Cotton, be the next Billy Bragg, people with multiple championships.
And Dennis is the type of player that you could, by the end of the year, see a second or third championship. So,
oh, absolutely. He ain't going anywhere.
I mean, he's been a mainstay. He has been, whether it's on the regional circuit, the World Championship, as we commented on, certainly the YCS circuit being a champion. he is definitely one of the better players out there at this time. And he goes to basically all of the events, so you will definitely see his name again this year.
Absolutely. And I think people, they forget, it's like, oh, wow, that's a YCS champion. I should be worried about that. We've seen YCS champions scrub out in the first couple of rounds, right? And there's no shame in that. It just means that every duel you have to take seriously. And I really think both these competitors did, but we only can have one winner that advances out of the top 32 to the top 16. So it's definitely a shame, but great duel in either way.
So that's now 2 back-to-back events now that Jib has been able to make it into the top 32 with Malice. You mentioned that at the beginning of the round, and now he's advancing into the top 16. I actually think he was first overall in Swiss. I could be mistaken at Anaheim.
Yeah,
but
wow.
It seems like that's what it was. So he parlayed that really strong event into this one here, and now we'll be seeing whether or not he can continue that into the top 16 and beyond.
It's interesting, too, because the Malice gameplay from Anaheim looks totally different than the Malice gameplay that we're seeing now, so it's really exciting to be able to go ahead and switch over to see how the format continues to develop. Speaking of switching over, time to send it back to the stage to hear from the man himself.
Thank you very much. I'm on stage here with Jib. Congratulations on your feature match win. It went the distance, full 3 games, but starting with that first one, that was like a 25-plus minute game. I think it even went 30 maybe. How draining was that for you to sit through and have to grind it down?
I mean, we kind of saw how draining it was towards the end. I made a misplay with the Griffin, even though I impulsed. The game was just going on for so long. We were like, a lot of it was just checking with the judges, checking life points. Life is going up and down the whole time. So it's like, all right, on my notepad it says I'm at this, but you guys are saying it's this. So it was like, we were just going back and forth. But it was a good game. Shout out to Dennis. We're on the same team. That's my guy. Ye on Ye Violence. Shout out to Yampi. But, I had to do what I had to do, and I got snuffed out at YCS Anaheim. I lost to Triff, who ended up winning in top 32. I went undefeated in Swiss. So I'm trying to run it back and win this event. So, yeah, I'm happy that I was even able to top this one. This one was really close. I was in the trenches, so, yeah.
Yeah, you're just sneaking in. I believe, was it 3 round losses that you had?
Yeah. I lost round 6 and round 9. 9 was controllable, so I was really beating myself up about it. And then I lost round 12 to Jeff Jones. But I was able to sneak in at 59th, which is crazy low. I would prefer to be like first, but it is what it is. Yeah, hopefully I can go the distance.
Well, if I remember correctly, at Anaheim, Triff made it in as last in the lineup. So do you think it's a buff then to just barely make it in? Is this your narrative? Is this the story?
I would prefer to have a perfect record, but I'll take this, I guess.
All right. Well, I want to ask, because you mentioned that you're from a family of bakers, so to get to know you a little bit more, I'm sure people at home are curious. What's your favorite thing to bake, Jib?
Navy bean pies, the goo. If you know, you know.
Navy bean pies? All right, I'll have to look that up. I'm actually not sure, but congratulations, Jib. We're going to throw back to the casters.
Wow, just some incredible energy. I love that to be like, well, if I win this one, it's good, but I really would have rather gone undefeated. Such Joey Wheeler energy, too, where he's like, had to do what I had to do.
I think there are a lot of duelists that if you ask them, you can go 9-3 in Swiss, just barely squeak in, but win the event and walk away with the trophy, they would take it. So maybe perhaps we'll check back in after, I think, 4 more rounds ultimately in the top cut. And if Jib is the last one standing at the end of it, I think he'll be okay with the 9-3 record in Swiss.
Yeah, I want to see the smile on his face and how big it is when he still takes home that trophy one way or the other. Just some incredible stuff. Speaking of incredible stuff, if you're entering any upcoming regional championship qualifiers, man, you are going to want to see these, because check it out. It's the brand new Tenya Infinity map from Supreme Darkness, and if you get top 4, you will also get that brand new regional deck box, and it's different than the ones that they have recently released. I believe it's got like a space that's on the side for the extra deck and side deck, and a nice little drawer for the dice. It's magnetic, so you know what to do. Go duel.
Yeah, look at that card. It even matches the mat.
It does. Can you imagine rolling up with just like the bright orange on the bright orange? Ugh, the style. Speaking of style, let's take a look at what's going on in the bracket.
So we have Clifton Land against Jose Santiago. We have Adrian against Jeff Jones. We have Darmond against Michael C. Benjamin T against Logan.
And then moving on down to the other side, we've got Aditya advancing against Ethan. Manon will be playing Tavion. Derek versus Julian, and Gabriel versus David for our top 16. Just good stuff. I could be here all day. I really could. It's obviously a lot of energy that these duelists put in, so just mad respect for everybody who is just watching from home. Maybe you're sitting at home just sorting out your card collection. Please hang in there because, again, top 16 is coming up. Man, are you excited?
Oh, I can't wait. Looking at some of the names, I mean, those are some really close friends of mine. There are at least 2 people from the New England area where I'm from that I recognized on that list, so I cannot wait to see how this tournament ends up unfolding.
Yeah, it's one of the things, too. We mentioned that we know some of the duelists here. If you show up to these events and you hang out long enough, you will probably know every single person on screen because it's just people who love this game just as much as you do. But don't go away. We'll be right back when we come back for the top 16.
And welcome back, everyone. We're here at YCS Orlando 2025, the first Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series of the year. And man, it's been a long one, but an exciting tournament thus far. And we're winding down. We are already in top 16. Only 16 players remain out of the field of 2,271 players we capped out this weekend. So many people here trying to play Yu-Gi-Oh! And come away with that amazing trophy, and of course the Another Verse Solaria. It's been a stacked top cut so far. Lots of excellent duelists in there.
Absolutely. We've been trying to find all the best matches that we can put on the stream here, and this one is going to be another one of those. This is a lot of really strong players left in the tournament. We've seen a lot of great players already lose out because, again, only one player can keep moving forward, and this is just going to be another one of those rounds. 4 more matches to go. Can't wait to see what happens here.
That's right. I mean, we saw Jesse Cotton win that first round feature match, but he did lose in top 32 to one of these 2 players. That was going to be in our feature match. So let's go ahead and meet who they're going to be. Kangas, take it away.
It's been a long weekend, but we are into the top 16 duelists. So please join me in giving a warm welcome to the stage our feature match opponents. In the blue chair from Louisville, Kentucky, he wants to give a shout out to Through the Decades and his wife in the audience, Kat Clifton Land II. And his opponent today in the red chair from Lowell, Massachusetts, he says, "Hi, Mom, Jose Santiago." Duelists are already on stage, so let's throw it back to the casters to get into game number 1.
All right, thank you so much, Kangas. That's right, I alluded to this. Jose was actually the one who took down Jesse in the last round, but Jose and Clifton, both veterans of the tournament scene. Clifton, has been just incredible for so long. I refer to him as the Midwest Master. He's been going, he used to only really go to regional stuff, but ever since he started traveling to YCSs, he's been all over the top cuts, all over the place, and now his opponent, Jose, no slouch by any means. He competed at the World Championship this past year. Not only competed, but made it all the way to top 4. A feat not done by many players.
Yeah, making it through the World Points qualifying playoff, I believe, as well. So really shows how strong he was throughout the entire year, making it all the way to the top 4 of the World Championship. And then Clifton making it through many consecutive YCS top cuts. I believe he's made it as far as 2nd place at multiple YCSs. I don't think he's been able to finish it just yet, but he's looking for that championship right here.
Yeah, both these players would love to walk away with a YCS win at the end of the day. And nothing but respect. We already saw a handshake there at the table before they sat down between these 2 players. I'm really excited to see this matchup. We do have a mirror match on our hands. It's going to be Fiendsmith Raziel up against Fiendsmith Raziel.
I mean, we've been expecting this matchup all throughout the weekend. It's definitely been the deck to beat, the most popular strategy going into this event by far.
It definitely is. I mean, we've seen a lot of B-Seal, we've seen a lot of Raziel, but now it's going to be this mirror match. We just saw Jeff win his matchup against Mitchell Martin. We just saw Mitchell Martin also make the top cut in Anaheim. He was on Malice, then switched over to Raziel for this event, though, but unfortunately losing out to Jeff in that feature match we just had on the screen before we had jumped into our top 16.
Jeff choosing to stick with this Malice strategy. He's going to try to continue it on top 16.
Did you see the trophy there? It had the shine. I really liked that. It was almost glistening in the lights.
That's what it has to do. It's a shiny new trophy.
Yeah, it adds a lot to the nerves just having that trophy right there on the table next to you, knowing that you're just a few rounds away from being able to walk away with a beautiful trophy featuring Another Verse Solaria.
You can kind of see the players peek at it every now and then while they're shuffling, right? While they have nothing else to look at.
That's what I would be doing. I'd just be staring at the prize. But let's go ahead and jump into it. It's game 1 of our top 16 match here at YCS Orlando. Jose versus Clifton, 2 titans of the game going to take each other on here. Here comes the die roll. It's a 5. Not a good number.
That's way more. Yep. That's a lot more.
Beats him with 1 die, and now Clifton will be starting things off.
I think this matchup, die roll is obviously always going to be important in most Yu-Gi-Oh! Matchups, but this one, it can go either way. Both decks are designed to play into each other really well. Lots of interactions from the hand. You really don't have much to worry about. And that normal summon sword is one of the worst starts here. So I think Jose is pretty happy to see this as long as he has any way to interact with it.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ways to start your turns off. Normal summoning sword usually means you don't have any other option, and that is why Jose is going to go ahead and let Infinite and Permanence rip from the hand. But next, Clifton's going to discard Fiendsmith Engraver.
Still has plays here. Engraver's going to be able to add a Fiendsmith Spell Trap, going to grab the Fiendsmith Tract. activating track now. Going to be able to add a Light Fiend from deck to hand. Likely going to be that Fabled Lurie.
The players did re-sleeve here in top 16. That's why you see them having the same sleeves. Fiendsmith's Track's going to discard, add the Fabled Lurie, send it to the graveyard, and then it comes back. That'll be linked away for Fiendsmith's Requiem, which he can now tribute to special summon a Fiendsmith monster from his deck. But now this is going to cause Jose to consider his options. Oh, he has to summon the Lacrima from his hand.
Ooh, that is a little painful, but I think pretty considerable position here. Now, Clifton has a lot of options. He could just go into Duo Drive and try to like push forward if he really wants to.
He does have 2 level 4 monsters on the field.
We're gonna, looks like we are gonna forego the rest of the Fiendsmith part and go straight into the Duo Drive.
Someone okay? Yeah, you're good. Quick search.
It seems like Clifton really baited Jose here with the normal summon sword. Usually that is a heavy indicator that you don't have any other way to play, but having the Engraver to follow up, and now you'll be able to put the X in your hand. You can still special summon sword because you normal summoned it, but you can't use its effect to search anymore. And you can also just grab either a cross or another extender here. It looks like he's eyeing Ice Ryziel.
Yep, gonna add X and Ice.
Anything else?
Next up, he's going to special summon Extraziel from the hand by sending a monster from his extra deck to the graveyard. He's going to send Eclipse Twins.
All right, so this does lock him out of extra deck summons that are not of the 4s.
X is going to add Node Raziel.
So the Engraver was still available in the graveyard. He could have linked with the Duo Drive earlier before using the X, but he's valuing the effect of X to search here. Already having the Ice in hand as well. Looks like he is going to be sending the Duo Drive for the effect of Ice. Back to 2 level 4 monsters on the field.
Actually?
Activating the cross from hand, hard drawing it.
One unknown. Yep.
All right, now Jose's going to consider his options. If he has a monster effect he wants to use, he wants to do it before an Xyz hits the field.
There.
But nothing here.
It looks like it was a lone Infinite Impermanence. Was really hoping hitting the sword was going to be enough here. But I believe a detonator is moments away from hitting the field. Well, Clifton really considering it. He seems like he's not sure. No, but there is the detonator. Maybe considering positioning as well. If he wants to leave it in attack mode, just in case he needs to play around something along the lines of Bestial Druid Worm.
Yep. On summon, Detonator can attach a monster as a material from the graveyard. He's going to attach that Eclipse Twins.
I wonder if there's anything else for him to do. It looks like he's shuffling his deck. Gonna follow up with, I believe, Ryziel Cross to get one more draw if he has enough Ryziels in the graveyard. No, he's going to be using Engraver to put back the Lurie.
Someone okay? Effect Requiem.
Now he's going to equip Requiem to Engraver.
Special.
Special summon the Node. Oh, gets a free send here. Okay, so he gets to extend even further. Summon back the Sword Ryziel.
So now he can go into another rank 4. Probably going to look along the lines of something like Abyss Dweller.
Very interesting. Making sure to cut off his opponent's Fiendsmith engine.
He's got the Fiendsmith and Paradise in the graveyard as well, alongside the Detonator and Dweller. Not too bad for a turn 1.
He had a lot of information. He is safe with the effect of Cross, so he can commit more to the field. And now that's very, very strong end board into the Infinite Impermanence.
Stand by face. Get the Dweller.
We'll be using the Dweller in the standby phase here, detaching the Sword Ryziel.
Paradise Engrave? Yep.
Just confirming there is Fiendsmith and Paradise Engrave as well with the Lacrima.
Is Jose going to be able to push through all these interruptions that Clifton is throwing at him?
It seems like he has a lot of engine in his hand. He didn't have any interruptions on the previous turn, so he has to potentially navigate through with a hand full of ways to play. It's definitely possible. So we're going to start off with Ice Ryziel. Looks like Detonator is chaining to destroy, and likely we'll see Cross negating its effect as well.
Yep.
Okay, so it's allowed to summon from the deck here.
Interesting. Values to hold off on using Ryziel Cross.
I think he sees that Detonator will potentially deal with all the Ryziel monsters here because he knows that Dweller has really dealt with the majority of what Fiendsmith can do in this position. And also, he does have the Fiendsmith in Paradise already live, so he can just have basically another version of Detonator.
Sword Ryziel coming down here for Jose. This will... Oh, maybe not. He's thinking about if he wants to use Detonator or not.
He wants to keep Jose off the body as much as he can. Hopefully force him to put himself in a restriction. Detonator's activating, targeting the Sword Ryziel. Sword Ryziel will be destroyed, and looks like at resolution nothing will be used, so Sword Ryziel will resolve its effect to grab X Ryziel from the deck.
The Dweller kind of huge. It cuts off things like Mariological Aggregator.
Yeah, it's a strong check to keep your Cross online. Jose still has plenty of cards in his hand, but has committed his normal summon already. The Ryziel monster is really efficient at replacing themselves, but Detonator doesn't really cost much of anything.
Certainly doesn't. Just gets to destroy cards. I mean, you got to detach material.
And now he has to make the choice, right? Is he going to detach for Cross, or is he going to detach for Detonator at this point? There's going to be the X Ryziel, sending probably just something along the lines of Eclipse Twins, just to have it in the graveyard, or maybe another Ryziel monster if he really wants to. Maybe to put back cards for Cross.
You have 55 minutes. You may begin.
Looks like he's just going to send the Eclipse Twins to the graveyard to have it set up for a Detonator down the line. And he's using the effect of the X, which would be met with Detonator going after it one more time. Oh, it's going to just destroy itself. This makes a lot of sense here. Eclipse Twins will be able to resummon the Detonator, get a lot more uses live.
Essentially gets the gain of material, right? The Eclipse Twins will attach material, and the Detonator gets attached to material when it summons back as well. Smart stuff here from Clifton.
I feel like this is the first time Detonator's been able to successfully resolve this many times on stream.
Another sword. Yeah, gotcha.
Going to go ahead and use its effect to summon back the Detonator under a duo drive, or over a duo drive, and then Detonator will use its effect to equip the Eclipse Twins. And now that is a special summon of Sword Ryziel, who's already used its effect on field, but can still summon itself.
Yep. Jose maybe trying to find a way to Exiton Knight, kind of clean the board up.
But he still hasn't used Ryziel Cross.
Yep, that is very true. He's going to have to keep that in mind.
Fiendsmith in Paradise loaded in the graveyard as well. How many more pushes does Jose have? I mean, Clifton clearly knows he's playing the exact same strategy. He knows what he can do with those cards, so he just has to play into his outs here, make sure there's no opening for Jose.
See, it looks like Jose's contemplating some Detonator. Yep, Ryziel Detonator is going to come down.
We'll see if Detonator is activating its effect here.
Yep.
This is a tough spot for Jose. Is he still considering activating the attach effect on summon? Is that where we're at right now?
I'm not sure if he's considering the attach or if Clifton is considering using the Fiendsmith in Paradise as well.
True.
You're good.
Clifton opts out of the Fiendsmith in Paradise.
Yep, so he does attach the Eclipse Twins on summon.
Good.
3 materials under the detonator, facing down a detonator with 2 materials, an engraver, and Abyss Dweller. But the Ryzeal Cross still not being used is what Jose has to keep in mind.
Yeah.
Jose really considering his options here. He's pretty limited at this point. There's only so many extenders that you can use. He's used the effect of X from hand. He's used the effect of Sword from hand. He's normal summoned Ice. So he has still the effect of No to special summon himself and the effect of Ice to special summon himself.
Ooh, the surprise Ryzeal Cross from the hand. That's not bad.
Both players having hard drawn the Ryzeal Cross here.
Yeah, it's always a little scarier when you don't see it coming.
Jose needs to progress the game state a little bit from this position. It looks like he might be attempting to go into battle phase here. Yep, he's going to try to crash with the opposing detonator. Just to get a material off of each.
It seems like he's going to detach to protect his detonator. Clifton will detach Duodrive to also protect his detonator from being destroyed.
A little stalemate there. They get to stare at each other for a while. Where do we go from here?
It's a tough spot. Jose looks like he has a few other monsters in his hand, potentially. Looks like in main phase 2, he's going to activate Ryzeal Cross to try and put 2 Ryzeal monsters to the bottom of the deck to draw a card.
I think that does merit a detonator at some point. You really don't want the cross on the field. But this is the interesting part. You allowed cross to resolve, so now it's a negate is online. You probably just have to let this go through. Nope, it looks like he's going to use the effect of his detonator here. Yeah, so now at resolution, he can just protect it by detaching a material from the detonator, right? If he so chooses to.
Protect it with...
Like, he could just negate the effect of the opposing detonator with cross.
Oh, yes, yes. Yes, I see what you're saying. Looks like that is going to be what he does.
Difficult game state. Jose just trying to find his way through the field, already sticking a detonator in a decent position here. And now there's no materials, so that opposing cross can't protect itself. Both these detonators might be used up by the end of this turn, but could be like a strong way of clearing the position.
There's so many seized materials being sent to the graveyard here in this mirror match.
So your cross dies.
Yep, so cross resolves, and then now this cross.
Detonator resolves. Destroying Ryzeal Cross. And
yeah,
now
then
at resolution, Jose's cross can negate the detonator.
Yep, and now you're able to resolve the effect, put the 2 back, get to draw a card.
Sword Eyes, right?
So Jose comes out on top here in this trade.
Like, it's favorable trade, but what have you accomplished? Your detonator's all out of materials. The cross is essentially not going to do anything unless you can extend further from this point, which is possible because there's no responses left from your opponent that you can see.
Yeah, just 1 card in hand. Jose is under Abyss Dweller right now.
You're not allowed to summon another detonator because of the restriction on Ryzeal Cross. You can't control Ryzeal monsters with different names, or Ryzeal Xyz monsters with different names. Or sorry, with the same name is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I get you. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Sword Index.
But there is the Node Ryzeal being able to summon itself.
That's a really good one to have here in this situation. He needs cards just to keep extending to make more rank 4 plays.
How many hand? 3.
Even though he didn't have as many ways to interact with Clifton on the first turn, he had plenty of ways to just keep playing on his own. He's able to push through all the interruptions now. I think he's unfortunately forced to go into a duo drive, but that might just have to be enough. It sets you up with more follow-up, but also leaves a cross online. But Clifton, yeah, he has still access to that Fiendsmith in Paradise. He's going to be able to send away the node if there's no response here.
Desiree.
If Desiree is going to go after the node, and if Clifton gets his turn back, he has plenty of ways to keep playing.
He does have a Light Fiend in his graveyard still.
It's on the field even.
Yeah, I was wondering if maybe he didn't have one because the Engraver's there, but
They're going to be putting back the Requiem.
he'll be able to use that next turn. He's going to try and send Node to the graveyard.
Very, very complicated turn. Jose's really trying his best to navigate through all the interruptions that Clifton put up. But he might just fall short. He might get through every interruption, but not pose enough of a threat to stop Clifton from just taking the game on his following turn. Because he's already in main phase 2. There's really nothing else that you can extend with an Ice Ryziel. It does not do enough here. Hail Mary Monster Born, Soul Charge.
This reminds me of just like Burning Abyss mirror matches almost.
Yeah, like the game doesn't end instantly. It's just about accruing advantage, getting through all the appropriate interruptions, and then finding your way to the next turn. And now it is Clifton's turn. He has drawn his card, looking at his graveyard here, seeing which way he wants to start. Likely going to be with those Fiendsmith cards. Likely trying to find a way to put Lacrima back on the field, if anything, just so you have all level 4, so then you can go into X.
Yep, Requiem is back. It's going to the graveyard. Going to special summon a Fiendsmith from the deck to the field.
I think he's just going to grab another copy of Engraver here. The Lacrima is already in the graveyard.
Yep, here comes Fiendsmith Engraver. Maybe looking to go for a rank 6 play. Jose really just sitting on nothing in terms of interaction.
Now, Clifton doesn't have to do that much in terms of damage. He can go ahead and send away this detonator right now, and then he only has to put up a few more bodies to get rid of the damage. And yeah, that is enough. Jose sees the writing on the wall.
He tried his best, but wasn't able to do quite enough, and Jose's going to go down to game 2. Clifton land.
I think all it takes is just one mistake from Clifton there, and he's able to sneak away with that game. But Clifton knew exactly what his opponent is capable of doing with that strategy. He knows what he needs to be aware of, and just he played it safe, and he made sure to take care of everything that he needed to.
Yeah, the interactions with they both had cross, and they both had detonators that were all like going off at the same time. It looked like there might have been a small window of opportunity for Jose, but that Fiendsmith in Paradise lying in wait in the graveyard really sealed the deal there for him, because he used all of his extensions, and he just had that extra one point of interaction from the graveyard that really was able to take down that node, which could have represented another rank 4 potentially that would have gotten Jose. But also playing under Abyss Dweller during that turn, tough. I mean, we see why the Ryziel deck always likes to summon Abyss Dweller as much as possible, because even though it doesn't like completely shut off the deck, like if say you're playing against something like Mermails or Lightsworn,
Mitsurugi in general,
or Mitsurugi even, but it does just enough to really slow them down. Did he end up with his Fiendsmith in Paradise?
I think from the banish file, yeah. They're just checking.
We got to be careful. We did just re-sleeve. Everyone's playing the same sleeves. It has happened before where players have swapped their decks on accident.
It truly has.
We don't want any shenanigans or any hootenannies like that going on here in top 16. So it's a good thing you checked. For me, when I side deck, I always count out my side deck, my main deck, make sure everything's right and the numbers all add up.
That's how you know Jose's locked in, because he noticed. He noticed there's like, this is way too many Fiendsmith in Paradise in here.
2 is too many.
Yeah.
This isn't supposed to happen. Not like this, but good thing
There's a decent chance Clifton has a different copy of it
There
now.
it is again. That's shine. I love this camera shot, that angle. You see what I'm talking
yeah,
about, right?
I do.
I don't know if it's just my eyes.
No, I see it.
Okay, good. It's beautiful. It just sparkles in the sunlight. Well, the fake sunlight. But yeah, game number 1. And I love that you can see that Blackluster Soldier there on the side, the envoy of the beginning. That looks so cool.
Just staring in the corner.
Yeah, he's like, I'm watching you, Clifton.
You better not mess up.
Otherwise, this giant sword I have is coming right down.
Come slashing down.
But Clifton looks cool, calm, and collected. I think my favorite play from that game was starting the turn with normal summon sword while he has the Fiendsmith stuff in his hand. Because, yeah, most players are going to be like, oh, normal summon sword, his hand must be bad. I'm going to try and stop that. But really, that's what he wants you to do. And that's what separates the good from the great players, is you want your opponent, like you want them to think a certain way, and you tell a story with the way you play your cards to where you want them to perceive you're doing something, but you actually have a complete ulterior motive.
Yeah, so Clifton really was able to take advantage, given he was going to have to normal summon the sword at any point in that turn, no matter what. That was the only way he was really going to be able to access the Ryziel portion of his engine. Choosing to lead off with it just potentially threw Jose off guard. There were potential better options for the Infinite Impermanence for sure, but when that is your only form of interruption, you definitely take that chance. If you have nothing else to pair with it, you just hope that that ends your opponent's turn, and unfortunately, Clifton just had enough to continue and do everything he needed to stop Jose on the following turn.
Definitely. Just a quick note, they are going to have an extra 10 minutes. The top 16 does have 55 minutes, and inadvertently, that's just kind of what's going to be happening here for top 16. So they're going to get some extra time. So if you see the time clock go up, that's just what's going on.
I mean, I think the players already knew that, right? The players are very well aware of how much time they have in top 16.
Yep, so a little bit extra time than we normally would have. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Get some more time to see some awesome Yu-Gi-Oh action. Don't like things, ending abruptly in time. Even though that was how we saw Gabriel over there win with the Malice strategy. We were kind of watching on the side. We're like, oh no, he's just going to play through this little charm and meows. But no, really.
We looked at the clock, yeah.
The clock was winding down. He was able to gain those life points at GWC 06.
I mean, that's what happens when game ones can take that long. You got to know to play at a certain pace, especially when you know that you are losing. But we're going into game number 2 here. Jose likely going to be choosing first here. All right, we're going to be leading off with the Molcharmi Perulia, and that's going to be met with Ash Blossom, cutting that off instantly, and then leading with a Fiendsmith's Tract that's going to be adding likely the Fabled Lurie. There's Fabled Lurie going to be added to hand and then sent to the graveyard to be able to trigger its effect to summon itself back onto the field.
Is there another Molcharmi? Doesn't look like it. I love it when they're announcing for the Rescue Rabbit.
Yes.
Because it just keeps going down the list and the names keep going. But Fabled Lurie is going to link away into Fiendsmith's Requiem. And now it looks like he's normal summoning Ice Ryziel?
Yep, trying to play around Fuaros as much as you can here. So you can normal summon Ice, try to activate its effect. So if there is a Fuaros, you can chain the Requiem. Looks like we're going to be doing so anyway.
I can hear myself think again. Nice. Requiem is going to bring out Lacrima, the Crimson Tears. Ice is going to summon Extraziel.
Going to go ahead and chain block a bit there.
The Lacrima will send Fiendsmith Engraver to the graveyard. Extraziel will add
a
node.
Dice. Yeah. Now, where to from here? Are we going to prioritize having access to Caesar, or are we going to go for sequence? It looks like we're going to be starting with a rank 4 here into Duo Drive with the 2 Ryziel monsters.
Bring it in.
That's going to be met with Infinite Impermanence.
This could be huge. That's the cards you want to stop. But it looks like Jose is considering chaining. Does he have a Crossout Designator in his hand? It looks like it.
I mean, this is a very powerful effect to be able to resolve.
I think he's going to chain it. And he is.
There's Crossout for the Infinite Impermanence. Is there another response here to try to stop the Duo Drive?
Nope.
There is not. It's a very strong position for Jose here, exactly where he wants to be.
I mean, Clifton having 2 of those interactions and being able to ash the Perulia. Is it Perulia? No, Fualos. He ashed the Fualos, cross out the Imperm.
Effectively negating both of them.
Yep.
And now he's going to be able to resolve the majority of his combo, if not all of it, into Clifton's only 4-card hand.
One's node.
Drawing to 4, yep.
Considering his options, getting the cross here, I think he already had the node that we saw. And an X as well, so he already has sword, I imagine.
X cross.
Lots of ways to extend from the hand here, and once you're able to set up the sword, you can pretty much do anything. We're going to be linking away with the Duo Drive and the Lacrima, likely into sequence. Yep, there is a sequence.
Does he? Yeah.
Is sequence immediately activating its effect?
Clifton Land, the Midwest Master, checking the graveyard of Jose. The Northeast Duelist.
I wonder where you were going to go with that one.
I was trying. I was like, I usually just let it flow and hope something comes to me, but that one was tough. Northeast Nuisance? No, I'm just kidding.
That seems a little rude.
That seemed a little rude. Sorry, Jose, you're the man.
Northeast newcomer?
Nah, I guess he's kind of newcomer, but he's been doing so. I feel like you make top 4 at Worlds, you lose like all sort of newcomer status, but he's definitely been one of the up-and-coming players who's now solidified himself as a threat to win any tournament.
Let's call him the Northeast Beast.
Ooh, I like that. Northeast Beast. That's a good one.
There is a Druist Worm in response to the effective sequence here. Try to cut off some of those Light Fiend as well as the Engraver. Or look, okay, we're going to be hitting the Lacrima here. So will sequence be able to resolve? That's 1, 2, and 3. But really limiting what's available in the graveyard now. You're not going to be able to use the Lacrima in order to summon back the Requiem in order to set up a Desiree play, or sorry, a Fiendsmith in Paradise play after the fact. That seems fine because you already have Desiree on the field. You just need a way to answer this Druist Worm.
Where does he go next from here is the question of the
Just
day.
tell me we can go next. You good?
Jose really considering his options here. I mean, they did get extra time, but, you know, and he does like to take his time considering all of his options. It looks like we're going to be linking away.
For Fiendsmith Agman Day?
Yep, this will trigger the Desiree to go after the Druist Worm. And the Druist Worm is going to chain to Agman Day. Agman Day is going to chain its own effect to summon back the Desiree.
Well played here from Jose.
Very efficient way of dealing with all those interruptions. And now I likely just a special summon of Sword to continue playing Ryziel, right?
That's what it's looking like. And Clifton only has 2 cards in hand, drawing to 3.
Oh, a special summon of Ext. Very interesting. I mean, you already used its effective search, so you got all the value that you needed from it. We're going to send Eclipse Twins to the graveyard. There is the special summon of Sword.
This is looking like Jose. Yeah, I was like, I can't believe Clifton's going to hang around too much longer. I know one of his cards in his hand was Fabled Lure. I can see that. So that's a tough spot for him. But even though he opened up with 3 points of interaction, Jose had the Ash Blossom. He had the Crossout Designator.
Sheesh, your hand was nice.
Yeah, as we're saying.
And all the starters. And he was even able to deal with the Druist Worm while establishing the Desiree. You know, just expert craftsmanship there from Jose. Not only did he draw well, he played it well on top of that. It's a dangerous combination.
Yeah, when you have the tools and you know how to use them, that's usually a recipe for victory.
Yep, definitely is. You know, Jose looking a little happier after game 2 than he did game number 1, but you got to, you know, focus up because Clifton will be going first in game number 3.
Yeah, he's cheesing a little bit. I need him to lock in.
Yeah, focus
Getting
up,
a little too
Jose.
excited here.
Focus up. Northeast Beast. Midwest Master. Only one can move on to top 8.
Players are siding here. This is a matchup that they have come prepared for more than anything else, especially since they know how to play their decks, so they clearly know how their opponent's going to play their decks. They have the tools. They've been playing against this matchup probably several times throughout this tournament. They should not really take much of any time. They know exactly what they're putting in, what they're taking out. They might make some mind game moves just in case if they want to choose to go second or any of the like, or maybe they just have some knowledge on their opponent's strategy that they can side things a little bit differently, but most of the time you're going to be doing the exact same thing that you've been doing all throughout the tournament.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Jose being really methodical here, but he's taking a little bit of time. They do have a good amount of time going into this game 3, but this doesn't want to be a continuing thing.
All right, looks like he's swapping out. Was it a Sword Ryziel he might be cutting? Could be.
This is very typical. If you are playing multiple swords in the main deck, you want to slim down on them going into the a game where you are choosing second, or not choosing second, but where you're forced to go second. You want to have as many ways to play, but also have as many ways to stop your opponent, and Sword is the most cuttable of those.
Sword, cuttable. I like it. I like where you're going.
Thank you.
Look, Clifton doesn't look amused. Looks like he is ready. He always seems to have like kind of a stoic, never too excited, never too sad, just right there in the middle, which is where you want to be when you're playing. The more emotions you have, the more complicated the game can get. But it looks like they're shuffled up side deck. The hands are drawn. And this is going to be the final game for one of these duelists after a grueling weekend here at YCS Orlando. 12 rounds of Swiss, top 64, top 32, now in top 16. That's 12, 15 rounds, is round 15?
Yeah, they've been going through it.
They're definitely in the thick of it. And now we are moments away from finding out who will be our first player in top 8 of YCS Orlando. I love that banner in the background featuring so many iconic cards. And then, of course, speaking of iconic cards, the beautiful trophy featuring another Versalaria, the current prize card. But let's do it. It's time to duel. It's game 3 here in top 16, YCS Orlando.
All right, quick handshake from the players. Clifton's gonna ready to start this game off. Oh, that is the most tried and true start for this deck. Gonna be met with the Ash Blossom. Okay, and then special summon Sword from the hand.
That's tough.
So it's not the end of the world. That means you're not going into the Fiendsmith part of your deck, but you are able to continue entirely with the Ryzeal portion.
Gonna add extra zeal.
Going to be sending the detonator in order to summon itself, and then going to be using its effect, likely adding Node Ryzeal here. There it is.
Things are looking good for Clifton so far. Because especially when you see that Ash Blossom on the Ice Ryzeal, that kind of leads you to believe that might be one of the only interactions that Jose could have, and that's why he just let it rip right away and hope. Especially if this Duo Drive resolves, that would be pretty telling.
I mean, this will be what decides the rest of this game.
Oh.
It's resolving.
This is tough.
All right, Clifton. Now is just the time to lock in. As long as you don't make any mistakes, the game is pretty much locked. Resolving Duo Drive, getting 2 cards for free here. One of the most powerful effects in the entire Ryzeal strategy.
Yeah, barring any like powerful side deck cards like Ultimate Slayer or something like coming down. But I don't know. I don't think that'll be the case here in this matchup, unfortunately, for Jose. Duo Drive added a couple Ryzeal monsters.
As well as the Cross. Cross is activated now. We still have the ability of Node to summon from hand. We have the ability to Ice from summon from hand.
He's got a copy of Infinite Impermanence. Things are looking good for Clifton.
Oh, he's going to start off with a draw here to see his options a little bit more.
Gets a fresh card from the top of his deck. Oh,
I think that's a pretty good one.
Yep.
That is a pretty good one.
I could tell by the way he was moving the cards. We're about to see it go to the top, but another point of interaction for Clifton here is spells disaster for Jose.
We're going to be using Ice Ryzeal's effect, sending Sword to special summon itself from the hand.
You can kind of look at Jose's body language. It doesn't seem very confident in that body language. It seems a little...
He doesn't seem that defeated just yet. He's definitely going to be playing an uphill battle here.
All right, now it looks like another overlay is coming down here for Clifton. We'll see if he's going to go straight into Detonator here.
Probably want to have it live as soon as you can. Have not used Node yet, so you can get a Dweller if you want to after the fact.
Yeah, I mean, the things Clifton is going to be considering right now is like, should I still play around Nibiru, the Primal Being? What's the best way I can do that? Is there a way he can combo it with something to deal with my Ryzeal Cross?
Because the ways that Nibiru can even resolve at this point with Cross on the field would require usually a means that would have dealt with the Duo Drive in the first place, so it's pretty safe to assume that everything from here is going to walk, and then you just have to be prepared for anything that can happen on your opponent's turn.
Yep, I think that's where the thought process probably landed Clifton.
We're going to be setting one.
Yep, just going to make the Detonator, attach material, set one face down, and path.
Yep, not using the Node here because he doesn't want to give up any of the cards that he has. They're all useful extenders here. The Dweller is not good enough to merit getting rid of any of his current cards.
Okay, now it's time to see what Jose got. What are you going to do, Jose? This is your moment.
Starts with the Fiendsmith track. There is no Dweller, so this could be powerful.
I mean, maybe not using the node is the opportunity Jose needs, because things would have been a lot worse if he was facing down a Dweller as well.
It would have been expensive for Clifton. He would have most likely had to give up
the
duo drive, which effectively takes away either a detonator destruction
or a cross negate.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically the cross negate, right? He's going to take a material away from the detonator by doing so. Just for a Dweller, he doesn't know if it's necessarily worth it.
So he adds Engraver because he had Fabled Lure in his hand already.
Going to be able to use the effect of Fabled Lure now to summon himself from the graveyard.
4 in hand, 1's Engraver.
Clifton allowing plays to continue here. I think he wants him to commit a little bit more, make sure he can at least stop some of these more important plays before he commits any of his monster effects, to not play so heavily into a triple tactics, either of them.
Either of them?
Yeah.
I mean, the thrust basically can get you talent, so yeah, it makes a lot of sense. He's going to link away his Fabled Lure for Fiendsmith's Requiem. Now Jose has to start trying to pick apart the board.
He's shown a talent for it in the previous games. He knows how to maneuver his way through. There's less interruptions than there were game 1. Currently, the Engraver is sitting in the hand, so if this Requiem is met with Ash Blossom, he's not going to have an efficient way of putting it in the graveyard, except for activating it. Because I forgot, these decks play multiple copies of Tract.
Yep. Now he's going to be able to add another copy to his hand. Oh, he looks like he's considering adding Fiendsmith in Paradise.
To be a fine option to be able to put in the graveyard with something along the lines of Node Ryzeal or Ice Ryzeal.
Yep.
Engraver's effect in the graveyard, shuffle back the Lure and special summon itself. I feel like there is no need for a response here.
This is a tense moment for both these duelists. Like, Clifton knows he's in good shape, but he could be in better shape.
I mean, that's the exact position he needs to think about, right? He needs to know not to make any mistakes. Play as tight as he can. Because it's on him to lose this game.
This is his game to lose, and Jose's game to try and come back and win.
Sure.
All right. Requiem effect is going to be activated, attributing itself.
In response to the effect of Engraver. Very interesting. Just to make sure there's nothing on the field for Detonator to destroy while both effects are being activated.
Makes a lot of sense. And he holds the Ash Blossom.
I mean, it's really not posing much of a threat, right?
I mean, it's a level 4 monster on the field at minimum, right?
Yeah, so because you know Fiendsmith in Paradise is already in hand, the Lacuna is just going to be sending another copy of Engraver, and I think at this point, you can assume that Jose is going into something along the lines of Chaos Angel, which you know you can answer with that set Infinite Permanence.
Very true. So many layers to be figured out here by these duelists. It does look like he is eyeing that Chaos Angel on top of his extra deck there.
I think it's the play that makes the most amount of sense into this field.
Yep, Chaos Angel, you can make it without a tuner if you use light or dark monsters.
And when you're made with light monsters, it is unaffected by your opponent's monster effects, activated monster effects.
Yep, and on summon can banish card in the field, and he's going straight after Detonator.
Looks like we're going to be chaining Detonator, targeting the Chaos Angel, and likely, if there's no response from Jose, we're going to be chaining Infinite Impermanence.
Yeah. We have crossouts, that's cool.
Yeah, like that is the answer. If you have crossout Designator here, that would be the blowout that he needs.
I don't think he does, though.
Infinite Impermanence? Do you keep in crossout going second? Probably not.
It would be a bold move. And the Chaos Angel goes down.
So for the cost of 1 Infinite Impermanence and 1 material from Detonator, you've effectively used the majority of your opponent's Fiendsmith effects for the turn. So now there are 4 cards in Jose's hand, one of them being Fiendsmith in Paradise that Clifton knows about, so he has to use the other cards available to him.
He still has his normal summon.
Does have that going for him.
You got to count your blessings. And it looks like he is going to normal. Oh no, he's going to special summon extra Azil. Okay.
Strong.
Not bad. Yeah, really not bad.
It's going to force out the cross at the least.
Yep, so he's going to send down Aggregator, so he gets Chainlink 1X, Chainlink 2 Aggregator.
Yep. He's going to be able to attempt to go after the cross, I can only assume.
Aggregator, target detonator.
Oh, target detonator. It's the same thing. You're forcing out the cross in a way. You're just going to negate it by using the effective duo drive. Or, you know what I mean.
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
It's still detonator.
I mean, it's cross's effect detaching from duo drive to protect the detonator.
Oh, yeah, that also.
Material is going to detach somewhere.
I want to start counting how many materials get detached in these mirror matches. It's crazy.
The detach counter?
Yes.
So we're going to be chaining detonator's effect to the effect of
no other chance.
Aggregator.
If I want to cross it. Yeah.
But on resolution, yeah, he'll be able to use cross.
And yeah, cross. Well, I mean, you'll have to, right? You definitely want to prioritize the detonator removal more than the cross removal in this position, potentially. I mean, maybe there's an argument for not.
I think he did, though, right?
No, he hasn't yet. He's used detonator destroy, and he's thinking about it.
Thinking, okay.
And there is the detach from duo drive for the effect of cross. So there is still one effect of detonator to be used.
Jose still has his normal summon.
Oh, here. Wherever you no.
Bonfire. And then this is the bad news.
2 in hand.
Is he going to use it right now?
Yep,
There's
Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. Bad news for Jose. He tried so hard. Valiant effort, but that might be the icing on the cake that Clifton's going to need to win this game.
He's going to think about it, but those two cards in hand do absolutely nothing.
Ash Blossom and Fiends Within Paradise are not going to get him there. It's tough. It's been a good run, Jose. You've played excellent, but Clifton might have your number in this one.
Yep.
I mean, he's looking for any out that he's forgotten about.
He can look up and down all around, but the answers just aren't going to be there.
He's going to set one. I mean, you might as well. There's no reason to concede. You might as well just let your opponent finish you off.
Draws for turn. Man, what a valiant effort. My hat's off to Jose, in much respect.
Cleanly played by both players. Now,
yeah, holding that Ash Blossom was key, really, for Clifton there. Not using it on the Requiem. Letting him go into the Chaos Angel, knowing that he could cover it with the Infinite Impermanence, knowing that he might have to Ash something like Bonfire later on the turn.
All of these different interactions, you know there's so many different intervals where you could use them, but Clifton knows exactly what he needs to stop, and what he doesn't need to stop, he will allow, because it gets checked by something along the lines of impermanence right there. And we're going to be using the Ash Blossom. That confirms that the last card is Fiends Within Paradise. We're going to be using Truest Worm on, I believe, the Lacrima in the graveyard. Or, no, just going to go for the Aggregator here. He can try to stay alive with the effect of Lacrima, but I don't know how much value he's really going to get from it.
Yep.
Considering there's,
Yeah, and you hear a cheer from the crowd. Not just fans of Clifton, but probably fans of Yu-Gi-Oh! The TCG to begin with, because it was a really well-played match from both duelists, but only one can walk away a winner.
A slow, steady, grindy match where both players were playing very meticulously, very thought out. They were just playing to their outs. Clifton had a dominating opening, and Jose's hand was just simply not good enough this time.
Yeah, it was tough. I mean, wow. He was incredible. I mean, even game 2, he had the cross out, the Ash for the Fualos. He just had all the right pieces. He was so close to having all the right pieces, but the one thing that was just not good about his hand, the 2 copies of Ash Blossom and Joyous Springs. He just had a little bit of redundancy, a little bit of bad luck. If that second copy of Ash was
anything else,
an Ice Raziel, a Sword Raziel,
even Infinite Impermanence,
even
done a lot.
Yeah, just anything, it would have been okay for Jose, and he would have been able to win that game potentially. But well played from both players. Jose is going to walk out in top 16, but we will see him again. I guarantee it. He has been on a tear for the past couple of years. I mean, top 4 of this past World Championship. I wouldn't be surprised if we see him going back to the World Championship this next year. But for now, Clifton is the victor. He's moving on to top 8. He's someone who's deserved a YCS win, I think, for some time now. When we talked about our World's points playoff run back in 2017, Clifton was right there with us.
He was number 1 at the time, I believe.
Yeah,
like when it was announced.
When they announced it, he'd been like destroying the regional scene, doing well at YCSs, and yeah, he was right there in the running. That was 2017, so he's been doing well for some time, and now he is only a few wins away from potentially becoming the first YCS champion of 2025. But just excellent dueling.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what we're all here for, is just to see great players doing great plays.
Yeah, we love to see such a great showing. Both players knowing their decks inside and out. And because they know their decks inside out, they know their opponent's decks inside and out, same deck. And it was one of those situations where you get to see how you're supposed to properly use your interactions.
Yeah, every decision, the timing matters so much. You just make one slight misstep, and it creates a window, an opportunity for your opponent to take advantage of. And Jose was just waiting for that opportunity. But, I mean, yeah, just holding that Ash Blossom. Because I've seen, I mean, it's so hard not to Ash Requiem because it can lead to so many more monsters. It can lead to filling up the graveyard. But he just knew to hold it. Like, it's genius.
Because he knew where Jose was going with the play.
He already knew the Chaos Angel was coming.
He was trying to force him into that line, force him into the Infinite Impermanence, and Jose didn't have an option. He had to like play into it because if there was not Infinite Impermanence, he gets to win the game.
Yep.
But that's exactly what Clifton was looking for. There was many moments like that in that entire match.
I mean, game 1, normal summon Sword Raziel, bait out the Infinite Impermanence right away. Yeah.
Exactly. Even Jose just choosing to normal summon Ice, use its effect while Requiem is on the field, chain Requiem, or like things like that, playing around for Wallows, or even in that game itself, using all his effects that tribute to summon while Detonator was on the field so that there's nothing that Detonator can interact with. Just the really small things that make a difference in these games.
I love to see it. I learned so much when I get to watch these awesome duels. I hope you at home are also paying attention and learning as well. But now I want to hear from Clifton. So Kangas, take it away with our winner's interview from Top 16. Let's hear from Clifton Land.
Thank you very much. I'm live on stage with Clifton. Congratulations on your feature match win. The crowd went wild when you picked it up, and I want to start with that because before coming up, you were talking about how you've placed everywhere but first at YCSs. Is this the time you're now breaking into the top 8?
I think this might be it. I mean, I've been struggling to get past top 16 the last couple of events, so I finally broke the barrier. So hopefully this is the one.
Did you feel anything different in your mentality, or did you do anything different in preparation for this event?
No, nothing different. Just keep playing your best, keep practicing, keep topping. Eventually we'll win, right? Statistically?
It's got to happen. It's a numbers game at that point. It's a numbers game. All right. Well, I want to talk about your opponent because Jose is a very strong duelist in his own right as well. What was it like going up against him in this feature match?
Oh, it was insane. Jose's a super cool dude, and he's a fantastic player. He was a Worlds representative this past year. And like I said, I've had bad luck in top 16. So I had to play a really good player in top 16 on stream. I was like, oh no, the stars are not aligning.
Were you nervous going into it?
Oh yeah, for sure. Jose is super nice. So yeah, feels good to get that dub.
All right, well, this is a question from the audience. I was talking with your white cat, and she wanted me to ask you. This is her question. How come you're such a cutie patootie? I think is what she said. So do you have an answer for that?
It's all the Yu-Gi-Oh! It's got to be.
It's all the Yu-Gi-Oh! Thank you so much. Congratulations on the win. We're going to throw it back to the casters.
That was great to hear from Clifton. I don't think the statistics always work for you.
I was going to say a solid, like eventually it's bound to happen.
Yeah,
hey, you a remote duel invitational champion over here.
You're lucky I'm sitting back here, all right?
Statistically, it's bound to happen, right? You can't just, yeah, no, I'm just kidding. We saw her having a good laugh at that one. But this could be his time. This could be his moment. But if you want to find out if Clifton Land is going to finally win a YCS, you're going to have to stick around. We'll be back with our top 8 feature match very shortly. The YCS Orlando is coming to a conclusion. But before we go away, let's take a look at the bracket and see who is left in the tournament. We have... Well, it's
That's
Clifton
a crazy
versus
match.
Jeff
Clifton
Jones.
versus Jeff.
Oh, what an epic top 8 match. Just had to beat Jose, and now he's playing one of the best to ever do it. Man, it's not going to be an easy win there for him. On the other side, it looks like Darman is up a game against Michael, and Benjamin, who we saw on stream yesterday, is up a game against Logan.
Really strong players there. Dicha lost 2-0 to Ethan. Ethan moving on into the top 8.
That's our NAWCQ champion.
Well, not this champion today.
Not this weekend.
But Manon is up 1 game against Tavion. And then in the other bracket, we see Julian versus Gabriel. So Jib is moving on into top 8.
That's another player who's hungry for a YCS win. I know Julian would want one as well, but wow. Everything's winding down. We're getting closer to crowning the first YCS champion of 2025.
Woo! It's getting serious.
It is getting very serious out there, and I hope you are serious about Yu-Gi-Oh! It's going to be an incredible year of Yu-Gi-Oh!, and this is a great way to start it. And we have some more cool things we want to talk about before we go to a break, I believe. So let's go ahead and take a look at this awesome game mat. That's right, it's the Atlantean/Fire King Win-A-Mat game mat. This is what you get for getting first place, only available at YCS public events, and it's absolutely beautiful, featuring the Abyss Shrine and Ulconyx on the other side. Looks really cool, so you're going to want to get your hands on this if you're at a YCS.
That one's actually so sick. It's a reprint of the original rivalry between Fire and Water from all the way back then.
Yeah, but with the new cards on it, and yeah, the designers did so good on it. It looks absolutely amazing. But stay tuned. We'll be back for the conclusion of YCS Orlando very shortly. Top 8, only 8 players will be left very shortly, so don't go anywhere. It's time to duel. Stay tuned.
What's up, everybody? Steve Kangas live at YCS Orlando. I got a couple Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and we're going to walk around and see if anybody can guess what I brought. All right, I'm live on the convention center floor in Orlando, and I have Conrad. You have 60 seconds. Guess the card. Go.
Is it a main deck monster?
Yes.
Is it level 4?
No.
Is it level 3?
No.
Is it a light monster?
Yes.
Is it a level 1?
No.
Is it a Cyberse?
No.
Is it... Does it have more than 1,000 attack?
Yes.
Is it a zombie?
No.
No.
What are you thinking about?
Thinking of Ghost Mourner and Moonlit Chill. That's what I was thinking. So it's a main deck monster. Is it a dragon?
No.
Wait, did you tell me the level already?
I did not, but you know it's not 4, 3, or 1.
4, 3, or 1. Is it level 8?
5 seconds. No, it's not.
No.
It's meta relevant.
Oh God. Is it? It's not effect failure. It's.
That's time.
Artifact layer. Yeah. Oh my God.
Have you been hit by this yet today?
Not yet, but I'm sure I will be.
Well, thank you for playing, man. I have Todd here. You have 60 seconds. Guess the card. Go.
All right, is it a monster?
No.
Is it a spell?
No.
Trap?
Yes.
Continuous?
No.
Counter?
No.
Normal?
Yes.
Is it played in a deck today?
I would imagine, yeah.
All right, does it activate in the hand?
Yes.
Is it infinite impermanence?
No.
Is it Dominus Purge?
No.
Dominus Impulse?
Yes! There we go! Well done, Todd. 40 seconds. That's the best one we've had so far. All right, I'm live here with Yair Burrito. You have 60 seconds. Guess the card. Go.
All right, cool. Is it a monster?
No.
Is it a spell?
Yes.
Okay. Is it a quick play?
No.
Is it a normal?
Yes.
Okay, it's a normal. Was it printed within the last 3 years?
No.
No. Is it is it banned?
No.
It's not banned. Is it limited?
Yes.
Limited normal. A limited normal spell. Does it send a card from deck to grave?
No.
Does it add a card from deck
Yes.
It adds a card from deck normal. Okay, fair enough. Let's go in a different line of
That might be a bait one, yeah.
Is it an archetypal spell?
No.
It's not. So it's generic. Is it a removal spell?
No. 15 seconds.
Is it? Let's see. It's normal spell. Doesn't do that. 10. What's my favorite normal spell? Is it a pot card?
No.
Oh no.
Final question?
Final question. I'm just gonna make a guess. I'm gonna go with my favorite normal spell. It's not Foolish Burial. It's Emergence.
I believe in you.
Emergence. Sword Soul Emergence. No, it's not.
It's card destruction.
Oh,
You draw. That's not adding to hand, but like.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. That's a good card. Good card in tier.
All right, you gotta tell me about the Lederhosen though, because you got this whole get up going on.
Absolutely. So I went to Germany last year for Oktoberfest. I stayed with one of my friends, and one of her friends was just like, yeah, I got an extra pair of Lederhosen, so here. And then I was like, I wore it to some OTS tournaments where I actually got my invite to Nats last year. And so then I've just been doing well whenever I wear it, so it's just kind of been my thing. So I wear it at events.
Get yourself some lucky Lederhosen, everybody.
Lederhosen.
Especially have a friend that will give them to you for free.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for real, because these are like $250.
Whoa.
Yeah.
All right, I'm live here with Julene. Julene, you have 60 seconds. Guess the card. Go.
Okay. Is it humanoid?
Yes.
Okay. Is it male?
Unknown.
Unknown. Is it, does it have dark colors?
Yeah. Yeah.
Does it have non-human features like wings? Or
Yes.
Does it wear armor?
No.
No. Does it have claws?
No. No claws. 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Okay.
You're doing good.
Does somebody play this card in the anime?
Yes.
Yes. Female player or male player? Wait, no. Is it a female player? Sorry.
No, I don't think so. All right, final question.
Um,
I'll give you a hint. It's a spell card, too.
the spell card. I'm sorry.
You're good. I believe in you.
Okay. Spell card, humanoid, no claws, wings. Kariba?
It is Change of Heart.
Okay.
Yeah, good call. Played by Yugi Moto in the anime. Thank you so much for playing with us, though. That was awesome, and the cosplay looks fantastic too. So well done. I believe I'm here with Dyer, and you have 60 seconds. Guess the card. Go.
Is it a monster?
Yes.
Extra deck?
Yes.
Is it higher than level 2?
No.
Does it have a level?
No.
Is it a Link monster?
Yes.
Is it higher than Link 2?
No.
Is it a Link 2?
Yes.
Is this a competitively viable Link monster?
Yes.
Is this... is the Link monster removal?
Yes. 30 seconds.
Is it monster removal?
No.
Spell trap removal?
Yes.
Is it a nightmare?
Yes.
Is it Nightmare Phoenix?
It is. There we go. Good job. Congratulations. I'm live here with Nicholas. Nicholas, you have 60 seconds. Guess the card. Go.
Is it a trap card?
Yes.
Is it a continuous trap card?
No.
Is it a counter trap?
No.
Is it a competitively viable card? Is it a card that has been used? It's like a history card. It's been good in history.
Yes.
Okay. Is it old?
Yes.
It's a counter trap?
No.
Is it a regular
Normal.
trap?
Yep.
Does it okay.
30 seconds.
Is it infinite impermanence?
No. That's an old card. Okay.
It is. It's a few years old.
I might be a little older than you.
Okay. Is it from like old like 2000s?
Yeah, I think like decrepit, like my age old.
Is it from like Blue Eyes Structure Deck?
No.
Dimensional Barrier?
No.
Is this Threatening Roar?
No.
Can I have another hint? What does it do?
It's gotta be yes or no. Final question.
Okay, does it have... Okay. Is this card Mirror Force?
No. But that's very close. It is Torrential Tribute. Viable Labyrinth of Nightmare. Okay, but a shout out to Nicholas for saying old card and then listing Dimensional Barrier after clarifying it's a very old card. Congratulations. How's the Dragon Duels going?
Good, yeah, thank you.
All right, well, good luck, man.
Dimensional Barrier is 11 years old.
Oh, fair enough. Some of us are very old. Some of us are very... All right, I'm live here with Anna. Anna, you have 60 seconds. Guess the card. Go.
Is it a monster?
No.
Is it a spell card?
Yes.
Is it a normal spell?
Yes.
Does it have only a single item on its picture?
No. That was a unique question.
Does it remove monsters?
No.
Does it negate anything?
No.
Does it remove spells and traps?
No.
Is it archetype specific?
No, that's another one. The gears are spinning.
Is it old?
Yes.
Does it have a person on it?
Partly. 5 seconds.
That's tough.
It is tough. I'll give you a hint. It has a hand of a person on it. Can you get it?
Is it card destruction?
It is! It is! Well done, Anna. That's awesome. Congratulations.
And we're back for the top 8 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. Again, we started this tournament with 2,223 players and then got up to 2,274 once we had all the VIPs join the fray. But those duelists are all gone. We're just down to 8 people left. Joe, this has been an incredible tournament, right?
I know. There's actually a VIP who entered at round 3 who will be featuring here in the top 8, so I'm excited to see how that turns out.
That's going to be nice. Speaking of all the duelists that we have left, all 8 of them, right, we probably should be checking out that bracket so we can see exactly who's left in the tournament. It's just been incredible so far, so let's see who we got. We've got Clifton versus Jeffrey. That's going to be Jeff Jones, and that is our featured match. We've also got Darman versus Benjamin. You might get to catch that in our backup featured match. But on the other side of the bracket, waiting for them, it's going to be Ethan versus an opponent, undetermined, and then Julian versus Gabriel. So we got to see him before on the featured match. Now, not sure what happened on the other side. We'll probably get an update there later. Might have been something, somebody had to go. I know, Joe, you've got to go after this one, right?
Yeah, I got to fly back to Boston, but that's okay.
Hey, that's
still
fine,
here for
that's
this
fine.
one.
Oh, it's been a great tournament so far, but I don't want anyone to go away. So what do we do to get the duel started? Well, we got to throw it to the stage. So go ahead, Stephen Kangas, and give us our duelist introductions.
Only 8 duelists remain at YCS Orlando, so please, everybody, welcome me and joining to the stage, returning in the blue chair from Louisville, Kentucky. He wants to shout out this time his wife and his friends cheering him on in the audience, Clifton Land II. And his opponent today in the red chair from Clinton Township, Michigan, the original Time Wizard 2010 champion, Jeffrey Jones! Duelists are already on stage, so let's throw it back to the casters to get us into game number 1.
That's right. If you are a fan of 2010 April format, the original pioneer is here. Jeff Jones himself playing Bestial Malice.
Yeah, so putting aside Quick Draw Synchron and instead sleeving up the Malice cards for the weekend. Malice, a deck that he has been piloting, honestly, not even just at YCS Anaheim. He actually talked about how in preparation for the release of the Malice cards, knowing that they were on the horizon, he has been sleeving up proxies of these cards and playtesting them against future metas even weeks or months in advance. So he is one of the most well-versed Malice players in North America.
We really are seeing that the research and development game is happening sooner and sooner when the cards are first announced, just the effects alone. People are like, oh, I can go ahead and just figure this out now, and that extra experience really is paying off. Jeff also was piloting this deck, I believe, in YCS Anaheim, like you mentioned, but I don't think he got this far in the tournament, so this may be his time.
I think he lost in the top 32, which certainly isn't as far as the top 8, but he was able to make a top 32 finish now back-to-back events with Malice, so we might call him our Malice expert.
Well, this is certainly where he lives, right at the featured match table. But Clifton is just the same. We just saw him on stream, so we didn't get to cast it. Let's see how we do on this match. But just see a lot of the energy is kind of dialed down. The duelist obviously exhausted after a marathon of play, but also people are just used to being here, so you're just kind of at home.
I mean, yeah, we have a multiple-time YCS and UDS champion against Clifton, who I know has gotten just so close so many times. Maybe perhaps this will be the weekend where we can finally walk away with a YCS championship.
Well, the duels are getting locked in there. And you have to think that, you've been here so many times, but we've talked about former YCS champions walking away from this field. Oh, and bringing out, I believe that's the UUDS dice. Really cool. Great accessory. And the jacket, too. I mean, how could I miss that?
Yeah, no doubt that he is a UDS champion.
Certainly. So he is getting ready there, but just, ready to crack at it. It's one of these things, too, where if there is no pressure about your play, if there is no pressure about being up on the stage, what's left? Just seeing what the opening hand is and what your opponent has to respond with. So no knowing what the future is until they actually draw, but they're just kind of waiting to do it.
So it looks like Jeff, in terms of his build of Malice, he's elected to incorporate 6 Bestials, although that question's been going on all weekend. Are we going to play 3? Are we going to play, I guess 2 could be probably the minimum, but 3, 4, 5, all the way up to 10. It looks like he's elected to play 6, so 2 Ball Drake, 3 Druis Worm, and 1 Magnamut. So he's elected not to play a Serenair, instead maximizing on the 3 Druis Worms. The effect is obviously more beneficial. Same thing with the 2 Ball Drakes. This isn't a deck that necessarily benefits from a Serenair effect. There is no Lubellion in this particular variation of Malice. He's also still playing 3 Allure of Darkness. He's cut down from 3 to 2 Chessy Cat, and also main decking 3 copies of Mettle Tronus. So this is a very interesting build of Malice, a little bit different than maybe what we saw back at YCS Anaheim, but we have, of course, Supreme Darkness in the format now. So there are going to need to be variations to these decks to make sure that they're up to date. We see, in addition to those changes in the main deck, the incorporation of Nightmare Griffin and Abawake, the Lightless Shadow, which seems to be the conclusion that basically all Malice players made this weekend.
Certainly, and then on the Ryzel side, a relatively standard lineup, although a relatively slim Lacrima package. We've seen a lot of Lacrimas in some decks, sometimes few, but we'll have to see how that checks out. Again, Lacrima, not the one-size-fits-all problem solver that it used to be on Rage of the Abyss, because Bestials are just so much more popular than they were back in October. Duelists just kind of talking amongst themselves, just hanging out, right? Again, if you're just up there, it's all there for you, but they want to walk home with that trophy, not just having a good time up on the stage.
I'm trying to hear what they're saying. I'm curious what the conversation is here as they're waiting to get things going.
Peer into the mind of those Duelists as they get ready to win that gorgeous trophy, again featuring another Versalaria. Clifton just sort of staring out to the crowd, just thinking to himself, could be anything that happens, but you just kind of have to stay locked in, right? Don't take it too seriously, but at the same time, don't give up too much. Don't wear your heart on your card sleeves, right? I'm excited to see how this one shakes out, because these players certainly have played each other at some point in their career, and Clifton and Jeff are just ready to go. So hopefully, looks like we're going to have a brief little pause here, friends, so don't worry. Again, we're so excited for these duels, but it looks like we're not ready just quite yet. But I have to say, what do you feel like the overall narrative is from the tournament? Just the format itself, leaving the Duelists out of it, cards alone.
I think just the story of this weekend is seeing the variations between, Bestials basically in everybody's deck in some capacity, the number being a huge feature, though. We could go, again, like I mentioned a few moments ago, the minimum is really 2, the Magnamut Jerusalem package, but most people are playing at least 3. We've seen all the way up to 10, and then, of course, the Bestial Lubellion. So I think just the incorporation of the Bestials as a counter to the Fiendsmith package. Fiendsmith Ryziel, so popular right after YCS Anaheim. We saw it take first place in Anaheim. Now players have compensated for that by adding the Bestials to their main deck, which they may not have already been doing so. The Bestials had been incorporated into the Malice strategy, actually as an engine piece all the way back at Anaheim. But now not only is it an engine piece, which is why we see so many in these Malice strategies, it's actually a card that counteracts the Fiendsmith card so well. So I think the Bestials really are the theme of the weekend, in my opinion, which is something that we've seen now for years. The Bestials were a theme all the way back when we had Sprite in the early iterations of True Elements, and then when True Elements was kind of the more dominant deck in the format. As we had more improvements in the deck, Bestial's still a huge feature of that format as well.
Well, speaking of huge features, I think we're ready to go to our huge feature match. Let's send it back to the stage. I think the Duelists are ready because it's time to duel in Game 1 of the top 8.
All right. I roll okay.
Okay, just cheering for the dice roll here. 5.
I'll go first.
Okay, so Jeff is going to take it first. Friendly handshake, and let's see what the cards finally are. Looks like we did have a mandatory resleeve, so everybody rocking out those World Championship qualifiers.
Yep.
So it looks like Clifton has 2 copies of Bonfire, which isn't great. A Fiendsmith in Paradise, which isn't great. And Jeff here has Dormouse, which again, as I've mentioned basically every time I've seen Malice in the feature match area, it is the most ideal opening play from the Malice strategy. It is the one that plays around Nibiru the best. For those of you who have played the strategy, you know that White Rabbit gets kind of counteracted by Nibiru much, much more than opening up a Dormouse, because by doing it this way, Dormouse allowing you to kind of maintain the ability to special summon back out later on with Splash Mage allows you post Nibiru to establish pretty close to the same board you would naturally have. So I think we'll actually be able to see Jeff kind of navigate that perfectly, where the White Rabbit effect from the Banished Pile has been used. Now we have the Dormouse coming back with its own effect. We have the GWC 06 set.
And speaking of navigating through plays, Jeff did set before summoning his first Malice, something we haven't seen all the Malice players in the tournament do, but it's nice to see that that move still has a little bit life left in it.
So it's really important here that he's not using the banish effect. Now granted, he's already used the Dormouse and White Rabbit, but just keeping this such that later on in the turn, if there is a Nibiru, he's able to banish it, bring it back, and then banish maybe potentially some of the Link monsters so that he can restock the board post-Nibiru. But here he's activating TB11 right away. Now we're going to get a copy of Chessy Cat onto the field. You can tell that Jeff has a great understanding of this deck because of how fast he is playing. He already understands with Dormouse exactly what he wants to do. He's already mapped out. And I imagine, honestly, that if Clifton had a hand interaction, you wouldn't see any slowdown in Jeff's play.
New sleeves are a little slippery there, so Jeff managing to catch the deck in time, so nothing hit the board there. But looks like we are going to use Droll and Lockbird.
So one area, oh wow.
Oh wow. So it looks like we are going to see that hand. Here we go. Bonfire, Bonfire, Fiendsmith's Paradise, and Fiendsmith Engraver.
Look at Clifton like this, the Paradise you want to send back. No, it's the Engraver, Clifton, that he's going to be sending back.
I believe so. Although dependent, you could get rid of a Bonfire, maybe have an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring at the ready for the other one, but let's make the decision.
We'll just do Engraver.
Yeah, no, it's just Engraver. The double Bonfire, it's basically a double Talents because you can't activate 2 Bonfires, so you want to limit the amount of live cards. Fiendsmith the Paradise, not a live card. If there is an Ash Blossom, counteracts the Bonfire, and then you basically just double Talents him because he has 2 Bonfires. So,
crowd cheering for a strong start here for Malice.
And just kind of other points, this could potentially shut Jeff out of being able to search a copy of Malice and Underground. However, he now knows that there is no Nibiru in Clifton's hands. So some of those discussions I had earlier about how well Dormouse plays around Nibiru, another thing that plays around Nibiru is just to look at your opponent's hand. It does look like that Jeff has a couple copies of Metal Tronus in hand, and then it looks like a Fuwalos. So, you know, those Metal Tronuses could be pretty reasonable points of interaction. The Fuwalos obviously going first, not terribly ideal. We know he has the GWC06 in the middle, and we don't yet know what that card is set closest to his main deck.
Could be anything up to an infinite permanence. Maybe it was a bluff spell in order to just get things going, but I guess we shall find out soon. Time for a little Link summon, though. It's going to be Splash Mage splashing in, bringing back the Chessy Cat.
And it could be MTP07.
Didn't quite see it. All right, but we're going to go ahead and Link summon here.
Because I can't imagine it being Dominus Impulse. It is a card that you could theoretically set to do the bluff that we've commented on, but there is the possibility that Abystial actually reaches Clifton's field. It's unlikely, but it's not 0%. And being able to activate Impulse from hand to stop a potential Nibiru would have been valuable. But with perfect information, it looks like Jeff here is going to go into Red Ransom. And of course, he is under the effect of Droll and Lockbird. So he's not going to be able to search out a copy of Malice in Underground.
Certainly hurts the ability to extend this combo any further. Looks like we're going to set a Metal Tronus, maybe save one for next turn, and pass. So yeah, just confirming that's the GWC06. Clifton going to go ahead and draw, takes a look at the card there, and adds it to his hand. And it looks like a Rizal monster. I think it's an Ice Rizal.
I think it's Node.
Oh, Node. Oh, Node.
So, Node's not the absolute worst. It really kind of depends on what Jeff has exactly. So he already knew that this was coming. This was already pre-planned. You weren't going to be able to stop both bonfires. So he knew that this was coming.
So here comes the Ice Rizal, normal summon to the field. Taking a quick look at the graveyard there. We're going to go ahead and activate Dominus Impulse.
Touche. You know what? I'm never going to question Jeff.
Wow.
He is the master of Malice.
That was enough to shut it down. Clifton admits defeat on the first game.
Trying to deduce that, oh, that can't be an Impulse. That has to be something else. But nope, Jeff has a Dominus Impulse set, and that'll be enough for Clifton to scoop up the cards, and we'll be going here into game number 2.
Jeff, having a little laugh there again. It's a little easier to kind of chill your nerves once you've gotten that little insurance policy that is winning the first game. And we were talking about it earlier. You know, I told you I had a friend that just sets the Dominus Impulse no matter what. Look at the power there.
What's really fascinating just about Nibiru is if you talk to Jeff about Malice, and it is awesome to hear him talk about the theory crafting of Malice, he will tell you that oftentimes he's pretty happy when his opponent just has Nibiru because he understands all of the pathways around Nibiru, and in doing so, pre-planning what to do circumventing Nibiru as a powerful card. It's almost like your opponent just starts with 4 anytime they open Nibiru because he's already planned so far ahead, and he had the talents there, so that even though that single copy of talents is not something you can always plan for, knowing that you have a path around Nibiru and a talents post Nibiru had he had it, maybe he didn't view the Dominus Impulse as the most important thing that turn.
Well, apparently not. It certainly paid off because Clifton surrendered pretty quickly after that, but only for the foresight of knowing that conserve as much time, as much information as it can. Don't let people know how interesting your deck may be, right? Because those individual tech choices could be life and death whenever you've got somebody as experienced as Jeff Jones against you. Clifton's no slouch either, though, so hopefully as he shuffles up his deck here, he is ready to go.
Yeah, and he'll have the advantage here of going first. Jeffrey was able to dodge a copy of Moltrami Fuwalos there in the first game. Clifton does, in fact, have 3 copies of Fuwalos in his deck. Jeff now has the 3 copies of Fuwalos in his main deck, plus copies of Perulia from the side deck that could potentially stymie some of Clifton's opening plays. So we're really kind of, the first thing we always have to do is, in the case of Jeffrey's deck, Shifter check, Perulia check, Fuwalos check, and then let's see what Clifton can do.
Exactly. Interesting that, you know, we talked about how Artifact Lancia was one of the most popular cards in the entire tournament, and we actually haven't seen it on stream shut somebody down from their Malice plays. So if Clifton happens to be running that, it'll be interesting to see if he's able to pull it off. Although, based on what you just told me about Jeff and his Malice theory crafting, he might have an answer to that too.
I mean, you're not going to pilot Malice this weekend if you haven't planned for Lancia, Meowls, and any of the other interactions that were really popular.
Well, it looks like it is time to get into game 2 here, so we will see if going first improves Clifton's chances. I would imagine you have to go first here. But a friendly handshake, and it's time to duel.
So it looks like we have some Solemn Judgments. I know he has 3 copies in his side deck. Solemn Judgment, Infinite Impermanence.
Oh, there's the Shifter check.
Looks like a Shifter. No response. He's got a Lurry in hand. That's not great.
Oh,
Ash
that's
in hand.
not
That's
help.
not great. What's that other card? Oh, and then a
Oh,
Perulia.
wow. Hey, well, you listed off all the cards. What's next?
I mean, Fuwalos is the last one. I mean, we're going to triple check. He has an Ash Blossom, so he actually has another point of interaction. And he's just going to set Infinite Impermanence, set the Solemn Judgment, and he's going to pass.
Hoping that he can negate 2 cards, if that's enough to slow down Malice, but Malice is very powerful here, so we'll see if they're able to play through it. Jeff goes ahead and adds a card. And in the draw phase, do we have anything?
I don't know. I mean, I think Clifton is just trying to make it seem like it's not the 2 cards that it actually is.
Perhaps.
I'll try to use effect.
And this is going to be met with a... Oh, it is Lancia.
Oh, and he had the Lancia.
Okay, I actually thought it was a Ryziel in his hand. So his hand is Lurry, Ash Blossom, Lancia.
So we were just talking about the Artifact Lancia too. I guess both of us cursed this duel with our future sights, but this is interesting now because now you can't banish cards, right? You wouldn't let me do my thing. I won't let you do yours.
Jeff actually drew the Fuwalo, so he actually has that 3rd card that I jokingly mentioned was the sort of turn 1 check, but now he has a Dormouse on the field.
Battle phase, attack.
Just going to attack, starting with an opening salvo of just a few hundred life points.
Lingeribo here. This is actually a way that he could potentially get
oh, wow.
his board cleared. So this is actually going to shut down a trap card. I don't think there's any reason why just out of the blue Clifton would activate Infinite Impermanence, but it is something that would eventually clear his field potentially.
And that would allow for the activation of the Moltrami Fuwalo, so it could come up, but only if somebody tries to negate that, maybe in a later turn.
So another Impermanence. So what we're going to see here is we're probably going to see this go into sequence, but then this is going to be met with an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. Requiem, sorry, not sequence. Requiem. Requiem will activate the effect. Unless he wants to attack over the Lingeribo. I don't know. Yeah, that's
only
not,
like 300
attack.
Yeah.
I'll try to activate Ash Blossom.
But we're activating Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring to stop the Fiendsmith Requiem, just like you hinted at. So with only an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring in hand, he sets another card to the field. Maybe that Lingeribo is about to do work.
I mean, it counteracts at least one of the Infinite Impermanence. The thing is, Jeff needs to find a way of forcing them out. Because this game is so simplified right now. Okay, here we have a Baldrake. That's something that actually plays around this.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and banish, and now we got our Malice banished one way or the other.
This is a way you just automatically get 2 monsters on the field. That Baldrake is just huge. In a potentially simplified game state, Clifton needs to be so careful how he uses that Solemn Judgment. And he's basically forced into activating an Infinite Impermanence here on the Dormouse. The Lingeribo is going to activate to negate it, and then a second infinite permanence. That one Ball Drake basically forced a double infinite impermanence, and now it forces Clifton to draw something to deal with that Dormouse, unless Jeff this turn wants to continue his plays, because Dormouse can activate every single main phase, unlike White Rabbit, that activates on the summon.
So 2 infinite permanences down, 1 to go. I feel like you'd have to save that infinite.
A normal summon of Fualos. Yeah, this is huge, because now he can use the Fualos and the Dormouse to threaten a link. And then at any point, that Baldrake can just continue to attack, and after 1 Solemn Judgment, he's going to be down just to 4,000.
This could be the end for our hero if you're cheering on Clifton.
I think Clifton's down to 71, so it would actually be.
Oh, and he is going to Solemn Judgment
35-50.
35-50?
But he went into a Link 3 as opposed to a Link 2. So this is about as simple as we can possibly make it right now.
Just 1 card in hand for each duelist. Nothing on the field. Take a look at the graveyard.
Go ahead.
Okay, so here we go. Draw for turn.
He asks for Ice Ryziel. He got a spell card.
And nothing. Draw for turn. Jeff takes a look at the graveyard.
It's Truist Worm.
The crowd cheers, understanding what a huge opportunity this is, as Bestial Truist Worm banishes the Malice Dormouse, who's going to pay 300 life points in order to special summon itself to the field.
And Clifton's wife is in the crowd. Look at this. Jeffrey's holding nothing back.
Not like this, but a duelist got to do what a duelist got to do, right? Gibbs said that earlier against his own teammate. And so now we're still in the Malice White Rabbit. Go ahead and set a powerful trap card here, and we are getting close enough to game on battle damage alone.
Yeah, Clifton only has a spell card. I'm not sure exactly which one. Based on the way, unfortunately, these games have gone, it's probably something like Ryziel Cross, which is just not
there's the handshake.
It is Ryziel Cross. Would you look at that?
Wow, Jeff Jones advances to top 4 after a brutal series of turns for both players, simplifying the game state down to almost nothing, right? Just draw, set, pass, draw, set, pass. You wanted simplified Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game duels, and here they are, but using just a fantastic array of cards and decisions. Jeff has cemented his way into the top 4 of the first YCS of the year.
I know I mentioned how this game is going to first begin with let's Shifter check and Molcharmi check. Jeff had actually both of them, but Clifton's hand was actually so weak it probably didn't matter that he even had the Molcharmi. It was really the Shifter because it locked out the Lurie summon into the Requiem.
Still, you got to give a round of applause for Clifton giving us great featured match after great featured match, and I know he'll be back on the stage once again. But he'll be eliminated here. Doesn't mean he's walking home without any prizes, but he's going to have to be watching from the crowd with his wife to watch Jeff Jones advance here. And just a brutal series of duels, but nothing really to reflect on. Nothing for Clifton to say, I did this wrong, I messed up. Sometimes you just don't have it.
Yeah, sometimes it needs to be your weekend. You know, everyone that's ever won a YCS will say something very similar, that a few things need to break your way. Some great sportsmanship between these two players. And Jeff now, he did that pretty swiftly. We'll have a little bit of a break here probably before he has to officially play his top 4 match. And you can see, look at the relief on his face.
Oh, yeah. Certainly there was an applause from the crowd, but he's just sitting there like, okay, I just get to get a break, right?
And the thing with Jeff is, you know, he comes to these events to win. He has the accomplishments. He has the UDS belt. He has previous YCS victories. He has countless YCS top finishes. It's really the championship at the end of the day that drives him, that intrinsic motivation. And this close to the championship, you can tell that he's stoic and still focused, not getting overexcited for the fact that he's made it to the top 4. Because if he were to lose in the top 4, the weekend is a disappointment to a player of Jeff's caliber. He really wants to just take home this championship with 2 more victories this weekend.
No, you're absolutely right. There's nothing wrong, of course, with getting top 4, top 8 in a YCS or whatever, but for somebody who has so many seasoned trophies in their collection, another top 4 isn't going to help them be the #1 duelist in the world, right, as they continue to climb and try to build a legend of their own. So absolutely there, Jeff is really locked in, but we're going to have to find out who his opponents are because we've only got just a few duelists left here. This has just been an incredible format so far. Just such a great start to the year.
Yeah, I mean, this event has really done everything that you'd want. So we start the year, we have all of these great names that we've seen in the feature match area before. We have piloting these decks, for example, just Jeffrey being a master of Malice 2 events in a row. Jib, a master of Malice 2 events in a row. You know, he mentioned how he went undefeated at Anaheim and Swizz, only to lose to the eventual winner in the top 32. So we see these players that have invested the time into mastering a very complicated deck, Malice, able to put up these top finishes back-to-back, really rewarding their dedication to the strategy.
Oh, looks like we've got a little bit of information. It turns out we're not going to have an interview with Jeff Jones. He needs a little bit of a break there. That makes sense, too, considering how brutal it is to go through all of these rounds in a YCS. We always talk about how it's a marathon, not a sprint, right, because of how fast you might try to go. If you go too fast, you're not really going to be able to pace yourself, so you got to slow down, right?
Yeah, you could definitely consider that.
But speaking of speed, why don't we go ahead and switch over to something a little bit faster, right? Had to get the segue there, tease that out. Remember that speed duels are still a thing. Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG Speed Duel main event series is going on. You can show off your speed duel skills at the YCS public event, and this game mat could be yours. You can actually get the main event mat that hasn't been giving out anywhere else except online in person featuring Don Zalug. And if you love Speed Duel, you definitely love old school cards, so Don Zalug brings back some memories, right?
Absolutely. I actually have two of my friends from New Hampshire who flew all the way down to Orlando for the Speed Duel events in the public events area this weekend.
No, that's really, really cool. I know there was that press release saying that, hey, we were going to keep supporting Speed Duel. They are keeping that promise, and there's so many cool Speed Duel events that have been going on. It's a really great format for sure, and so just a great time. Again, even if you're like, oh, I couldn't compete at the YCS Championship, I'm not Jeff Jones or Clifton, don't worry, there's plenty of fun things for you to do here. So please, those next YCSs that are coming up, whether they're Vegas or Houston or Providence, Rhode Island, please come on down because we'd love to see you and we know you'd have a good time, for sure.
I can definitely attest to that.
Well, before we go ahead and break, remember that Joe is going to be going, and me too, so this will be our last cast, at least for this day. So, Joe, it's been a great time.
It's been a great time.
It's been a great time. Hopefully you guys have had a great time, but we're going to go ahead and throw to a break. So when Billy and Asala come back, they are ready for the first semifinal.
Hey, Steve Kangas here at YCS Orlando. I brought some Yu-Gi-Oh cards. We're going to find duelists and see if you and chat can guess the cards before they do. All right, I'm here with Jerry. Jerry, you have 60 seconds to guess the card. Let's see if you can do it before chat does. You ready? All right, 60 seconds. Go.
Is it a monster?
Yes.
Fake monster?
Yes.
Synchro?
No.
Is it from the extra deck?
No.
Okay. 2,500 attack?
No.
More than 25?
No.
Less than 25?
Yes.
Okay. More than 1,000?
No.
Ooh. Is it played in the meta right now?
No.
Okay. GX era?
No.
5Ds?
No.
Zexal?
No.
What is this monster?
25 seconds?
Dual monsters?
Yes.
Dark Magician Girl?
No. It doesn't have more than 1,000 attack.
Does not have more. Oh, Man-Eater Bug?
No.
I'm running out of ideas.
I liked what you're doing. Try and narrow it down. What are more attacks?
Is less than 1,000, less than 500?
No.
600?
Last question.
700?
Guess?
Magician of Fate?
I hate to say it. I think you baited yourself. It is Sangan. You have to have more than 1,000 attack. It has 1,000 attack. Thanks for playing, Jerry. I'm here with Christian. Christian, you have 60 seconds to guess card before chat. You ready?
Try my best.
All right, 60 seconds. Go.
Is it a monster?
Yes.
Is less than 1,000 attack?
Yes.
Is it a monster that activates in the hand?
Yes.
Is it iconic?
Yes.
Effect Veiler?
Okay, Christian, you're too good at this game.
No way.
You're too good at this game. I asked your friends, would you get it? Some of them didn't believe.
There's no way.
All right, Christian, that one was way too fast, so I got you a harder one, okay? 60 seconds, go.
Okay, was it printed before Maximum Crisis?
No.
Ooh, okay. Was it?
Wait, actually, I'm not sure. That's a good question. I'm gonna say, think of another question.
Okay, monster?
No.
Spell?
Yes.
Iconic? Okay. Is it currently played?
Yes.
Fiendsmith's Tract?
No.
Dang. Bonfire?
No.
Has it topped within the last year?
Yes.
Okay. Dang this. Snake Eye Subversion?
No.
Or Original Sinful Spool Snake Eye?
No.
Is it archetype specific?
No.
Ooh. Did I already guess Feather Duster?
No.
Okay. Ooh. Cross-eyed Designator?
No.
Is it a quick play?
Yes.
Come on, Metaltron.
10 seconds.
Metaltron.
No.
Mystical Space Typhoon?
No.
Twin Twisters?
No.
Cosmic Cyclone?
No.
God dang it.
Last guess.
Dude, I got nothing.
Book of Eclipse. Book of Eclipse. You were close. You were close. When was Maximum Crisis printed?
I think it was 2018.
Then, yeah, way before, way before. I was thinking Crossroads of Chaos. Yeah, all right, well done. Travis, you have 60 seconds. Guess the card.
Monster?
No.
Spell?
Yes.
Quick play?
No.
Normal spell?
No.
Continuous spell?
No.
Ritual spell?
No.
Oh my gosh. Field spell?
No.
Now.
I think there's one left.
Is there? Okay. Is it old?
Yes.
Is it popular?
Yes.
Okay.
Now I'm wondering if I missed the spell that you asked, but keep going.
Okay, normal, quick play, ritual, continuous,